Chapter 1. The Dressing. The automatic doors sighed open like a confession booth, and the two nuns glided in, Sister Dorothea and Sister Clotilde, in their black habits and sensible shoes, ready to sin in small, digestible ways. Dorothea had a weakness for coleslaw, the kind you get in plastic tubs with cartoon cows on the label. She said it reminded her of simpler times, before Vatican II, before gluten intolerance, before life got so serious. "It's a little luxury," she murmured, selecting a tub like it was sacramental wine. Clotilde glared. "Luxury is the root of decay, sister." "Then call me compost," Dorothea said. They passed a rack of clearance candles, hit, scents like cinnamon snuggle and coastal baptism. Clotilde sniffed one and frowned. "Smells like a freshly painted baby's nursery," she said. "Fake purity. Like the world's trying too hard to look holy again." Dorothea wasn't listening. She'd spotted a red plastic cart with one wheel that screamed like a demon whenever it turned left. She took it as a sign from God, or maybe Target's inventory system. Either way, the sisters rolled into the cold fluorescent aisles like outlaws in rosaries. And then they saw him. Gumbo. He stood by the coleslaw display, a tall, black man with hair like dandelion fluff gone gray, and eyes that had seen every kind of loss. He was wearing a hospital bracelet, a saint's jacket 2 sizes too big, and no shoes, eating coleslaw straight from the container with a disposable spoon. "Sir, you can't do that here," said a teenage employee with a name tag that read Cadence. The Y was silent, but her judgment wasn't. Gumbo ignored her. He stared right at the nuns. "You ladies ever watch Ricky Lake?" he asked. Dorothea blinked. "The talk show? The gospel?" Gumbo said. "That show saved more souls than confession ever did. Ricky'd told it straight. You can't hide nothing from a woman in bright lipstick and cheap heels." And then, like a TV cutting to static, it happened. No one knew who screamed first. There was a crash, a body, the sound of something fragile breaking. The world smelled suddenly of vinegar and fear. When the paramedics came, Gumbo was lying still. Coleslaw spilled across the linoleum like a halo gone sour. Dorothea stood over him, pale and silent. Clotilde was praying, or pretending to, and when no one was looking, Dorothea bent down, picked up the coleslaw tub, still half full, streaked with blood, and calmly placed it in her cart. No one asked why. She didn't offer a reason. But later, when Clotilde cornered her by the automatic doors, Dorothea whispered, "It wasn't for me. It's for later." And that was somehow worse. 2 days later, the convent was quiet, except for the sound of the call center next door. Divine Intervention, Billing Solutions, LLC. A startup run by ex-nuns who specialized in debt collection and repentance. Through the thin convent walls, the sisters could hear phrases like, "Sir, Jesus would not appreciate your tone," and "God bless you, your payment is processing." Dorothea tried to pray, but kept hearing the crack of Gumbo's body hitting the target floor. The coleslaw sat in the convent fridge, glowing faintly under the weak bulb, like it was waiting for someone to remember it. Then the call came. The hospital. The man, Gumbo, had woken up. The hospital room. He was sitting upright, pale but alert, watching Little House on the Prairie on a flickering TV. It was the tornado episode, the one where Laura almost dies. Gumbo was laughing. "You know," he said as the sisters entered, "that show's the biggest lie ever televised. You can't get through life with braids and good intentions. You need grit. You need—" He pointed at the TV. "A storm." Dorothea's voice was tight. "They said you weren't going to wake up." "They say a lot of things," Gumbo replied, then gestured toward the nightstand. On it sat a takeout container, the same coleslaw untouched. "That stuff, it's not just salad, it's prophecy." Clotilde crossed herself. "You've lost your mind," Gumbo chuckled. "Mind's overrated. Truth's where the rot starts." He leaned in, suddenly serious. "You want to know why I was there that day? Why I saw you two? Guatemala, 1989. The Sisters of the Golden Orchard. Ring a bell?" Dorothea's heart stopped cold. Clotilde looked confused, but Dorothea went pale. That name hadn't been spoken aloud in years. "Don't worry," Gumbo said, laying back on the pillow. "You'll remember soon enough. It's all connected, the lies, the choices, the baby's room, even that damn coleslaw." Outside the room, a janitor pushed his mop bucket past, whistling the Ricky Lake theme. Inside, the three of them sat in uneasy silence, nun, and vagabond prophet, all realizing that the thing they were about to uncover would rot more than faith. And as the fluorescent lights hummed and the credits of Little House rolled, Gumbo whispered the line that would set the whole thing in motion. "The dressing hides the rot, sisters. Let's go find where it started." And that's how they began. A nun with a secret, a nun with a conscience, and a man who'd died for a minute and come back with a mouthful of mystery, united in the kind of investigation that makes the soul itch. Chapter 2. The Boil. New Orleans hit them like a brass band at a funeral, noisy, joyful, and slightly rotten underneath. The sisters arrived in a rented sedan that smelled like shrimp gumbo and incense, the dashboard crucifix swinging to the rhythm of potholes and doubt. Gumbo had insisted they come. "Guatemala's ghosts migrated here," he'd said. "All the bad spirits stop for beignets before moving on." Dorothea's quiet rot. On the drive-in, Dorothea complained about how lively everyone looked for a Tuesday. Clotilde caught the edge in her tone, that brittle, polished prejudice Dorothea herself didn't hear. She spoke of their music, their food, their ways, always with that polite convent smile that had blessed 1,000 backhanded compliments. Gumbo only grinned. "Keep talking, sister. Every word just makes you shinier to me." Dorothea blushed crimson. "Don't be obscene." "I said shiny, not sinful," Gumbo laughed. "Same thing down here." A city of revelations. They checked into a decaying bed and breakfast run by a man named Darnell, who claimed to be the last surviving extra from Ricky Lake's pilot episode. He wore a feather boa and smelled faintly of lemon pledge and secrets. He told them he'd seen things float over the Mississippi that weren't barges and weren't prayers. That night, Darnell dragged them out for culture. Culture, it turned out, was a street parade that had started as a wedding and dissolved into what might have been a protest or a rave. No one knew for sure. A hot air balloon tethered near Jackson Square blazed above the crowd like a drunken moon. Someone was pumping air into it with a vacuum cleaner attached to a 3-liter bottle of Mountain Dew, improvising engineering with the desperation of the South. The soda sprayed into the air in sticky bursts, baptizing anyone too close. Darnell called it a Southern blessing. The night turns, music boiled. Clotilde danced for the first time in 20 years, badly. Gumbo climbed halfway into the balloon basket, shouting scripture that wasn't in any Bible. Dorothea laughed, an honest, ugly laugh, until someone in the crowd whispered Guatemala, 89, and everything inside her froze. Gumbo heard it too. He dropped back down, eyes wide, sticky green soda dripping down his arm. "They're here," he said. "The Orchard Girls." A masked woman stepped out from the crowd, veiled, trembling, holding a photograph. "Sisters," she whispered, "you left me there." Dorothea's mouth went dry. "That's impossible." But the woman handed her the photo. 3 nuns in a jungle, standing over a pit. One of them was Dorothea. The balloon ropes snapped then. A hiss, a shout, the sudden upward pull of chaos. The balloon tore free, and the night became a swirl of color and sirens. When the smoke cleared, Clotilde was gone. Gumbo and Dorothea stood in the sticky puddle of spilled Mountain Dew, clutching the photo, the air tasting of sugar and sin. "You wanted a sign," Gumbo said. "There it is, floating over Bourbon Street." And somewhere above the city, under the hot air balloon's flickering flame, someone was screaming her name. Chapter 3. The Orchard Blooms Again. Clotilde woke to the sound of cicadas. Except they weren't cicadas. They were people screaming in Spanish. And she wasn't in New Orleans anymore. She was back in Guatemala, 36 years ago. The air was wet and sticky with fruit rot. The Sisters of the Golden Orchard had been sent there on what the church called a mercy mission. That was the polite version. The real mission had smelled of money and smoke. They weren't feeding the poor. They were hiding something. Relics, maybe, or evidence. Nobody ever said. And the jungle didn't care. It swallowed prayers the way it swallowed light. She remembered Dorothea laughing under a mango tree, her habit rolled up, her skin slick with sweat and pride. "The Lord works in mysterious investments," Dorothea had said, tossing a gold coin into a bucket marked charity. That was the first lie. Then came the orchard. Acres of golden apples, genetically altered to end hunger. Instead, they burned the ground they grew on. The locals called it El Huerto del Diablo, the Devil's Garden. And on the last night, when the plantation went up in flames, Clotilde had seen something move in the fire. Child, maybe, or a shadow. She'd run, and she'd never told anyone. Back to New Orleans. Clotilde gasped awake, tangled in ropes. The balloon basket rocking beneath her. The city glittered below like spilled jewels. Next to her sat a stranger, a tall, muscular woman in a golden wig, applying eyeliner with monk-like precision. "You're safe, sugar," the stranger said. "Name's Sister Supreme. House of the Holy Rollers. You fell from heaven, literally, by the look of you." Clotilde blinked. "You're a nun?" "On Saturdays," Sister Supreme grinned. "Drag queen the rest of the week. The Lord don't mind as long as the lashes are symmetrical." She handed Clotilde a flask. "Drink. Lemon verbena water. Calms the nerves, covers the sin." Clotilde gulped. It burned like repentance and citrus. Below them, the balloon began to deflate, slowly, poetically, like a souffle of disaster. They were descending toward a rooftop jazz bar. Clotilde clutched the side, praying loudly and badly. Sister Supreme laughed. "You Catholics always pray when it's too late. You should try it for fun sometime." The balloon hit the roof with a comic thud, scattering patio chairs and martinis. The crowd cheered like it was part of the show. The quandary Clotilde staggered off, dizzy from altitude and memory. Sister Supreme followed, twirling the now empty lemon verbena bottle like a scepter. "You've got ghosts all over you, honey," she said. "Jungle ghosts, Catholic ghosts. Whatever happened down there in Guatemala, it's back." Clotilda's lips trembled. The Sisters of the Golden Orchard were crooks, Sister Supreme finished. "I know. My aunt was one of them. She disappeared after they smuggled something into the States. Something sacred, or cursed, depending on who you ask." Clotilda's knees gave out. "What did they smuggle?" Sister Supreme leaned in close, her perfume thick and floral. "Not what, darling? Who?" Before Clotilda could ask, the lemon verbena bottle slipped from her hand, rolled across the rooftop, and hit the edge, teetering between fall and flight. She lunged, caught it, and in that moment saw the reflection of something moving on the street below. A figure in a nun's habit, watching them. The balloon ropes above snapped loose again, billowing like wings. The wind howled. Clotilde closed her eyes, whispered, "Forgive us, orchard child." And when she opened them, Sister Supreme was gone. Only the empty bottle remained, glowing faintly green under the city lights. Back at the bed and breakfast hours later, Clotilde stumbled through the front door, barefoot and shaking. Dorothea and Gumbo were waiting in the dim hallway, smelling faintly of beignets and worry. "What happened to you?" Dorothea hissed. "I met an angel in drag," Clotilda said simply, "and I think we're all in deeper than we know." They climbed the stairs in silence. Darnell, the innkeeper, was asleep on the lobby couch, snoring into a feather boa. Their room was dark except for the moonlight seeping through lace curtains. Then Dorothea gasped. On the small table between their twin beds sat a carton of coleslaw, condensation dripping down the sides, lid slightly ajar, as if someone had just placed it there. No note, no footprints, just the smell of vinegar, cabbage, and inevitability. Gumbo picked it up, sniffed it, and said softly, "Told you, the dressing always finds its way home." The refrigerator hummed. The walls creaked. Somewhere outside, a gospel band played an off-key hymn that made the city sound like it was laughing at them. Chapter 4. The dressing turns sour. The coleslaw sat on the table like a dare. Gumbo, Dorothea, and Clotilde crowded around it in the weak morning light of the New Orleans bed and breakfast. The air smelled of coffee, mildew, and lemon furniture polish. The carton's lid pulsed ever so slightly, as if the cabbage itself were breathing. Dorothea crossed herself. "If this starts talking, I'm leaving the church." Gumbo chuckled, a deep, tired sound. "Sister, I done seen stranger things back home in Mississippi. Once watched a church deacon speak in tongues after eating bad catfish. Spirit moves in mysterious bacteria." He pried the lid off. Inside, the slaw shimmered faintly green. A folded piece of paper stuck out between shreds of cabbage, sealed in plastic. Clotilda gagged. "It's like a salad bar confession." Gumbo fished it out with the handle of a spoon. Written in smeared ink were 6 words. "Return to the orchard before harvest." Gumbo's memory. He felt the room tilt. For a second he wasn't in New Orleans. He was a barefoot boy again, standing outside a courthouse in 1964, while his mother whispered the Lord's Prayer, and men in white robes chanted different verses. He remembered running, always running, until the world turned to heat and humidity, and voices shouting about rights, freedom, and the price of both. "South taught me early," he muttered. "You can preach love all day, but hate's the louder choir." Dorothea, half listening, gave one of her tone-deaf comforts. "You people were so brave." Gumbo smiled without warmth. "We were, still are. But you don't gotta say you people, sister. Just say we. Makes the hymn go down easier." Dorothea blushed. "I didn't mean—" "I know," he said softly. "That's what makes it sting less and stick longer." Sister Clotilda's passed. Clotilde turned away, clutching her cup of instant coffee. The words "return to the orchard" had cracked something open inside her. She saw again the man she'd married before the convent. A mechanic with knuckles like hammers and moods that changed with the barometer. The night she left him, the radio had been playing Connie Francis singing "Who's Sorry Now?" He'd smashed the dial trying to shut her up. She could still hear the glass fall like rain. Dorothea had been the one who found her, years later, sitting on the back steps of St. Ignatius, wrapped in a thrift store shawl and shaking. Dorothea had offered her half a sandwich and a place to sleep. It was the first kind thing anyone had done for her that didn't require penance afterward. Gumbo's vision in vermilion light. Gumbo was 8 years old when the lightning came down, like God himself was trying to plug the world back in. The rain was fat, hot, and electric, a southern storm that made the chickens forget which way to run. The radio on his mama's kitchen counter had blown out in the first crack, but it didn't go silent. It hummed, low and mean, somewhere between static and hallelujah. That's when the voice came through the broken speaker. "You see more than most," it said. "You gon' pay for it, though." Gumbo didn't scream. He just stared at the puddle on the kitchen floor, the one shaped like a woman with wings, holding what looked like a bowl of coleslaw. When his mama came in, soaked and furious, she slipped, cursed the Lord, and kicked the radio so hard it coughed out a hymn. That's how Gumbo learned he was special. He carried that static all his life, through the marches, the megaphones, and the nights when fire hoses sang in the dark. He was 17 when he saw a man hang from a tree in Selma, and something inside him whispered, "You can stop what's coming, if you listen right." He tried to listen. The world was louder, so when the draft letter came, he went. Vietnam, 1969. The jungle smelled like hot pennies and despair. He'd been walking point that morning, his mind full of gospel songs and fried okra. That's when it happened. The flash, the scream, the world turning upside down. But instead of dying, Gumbo woke up under a mangled jeep, untouched, while everyone else burned. And on his chest, a single white feather. When he came home, no one called him prophet anymore. They called him crazy. By 2015, he was just Gumbo again, a half-broken old man with a limp, a grin, and a 1,000-yard stare that could peel paint. Now he was in New Orleans, sitting between Sister Dorothea and Sister Clotilde on a rattling cable car that looked like it had survived both hurricanes and hangovers. "You feel that?" Gumbo muttered, his hand twitching like a compass needle. Dorothea was reading a pamphlet about the Museum of Death and didn't look up. "Feel what?" "The storm comin'," Gumbo said. "Ain't a weather one neither." Clotilde sighed, gazing out the window where a man in drag strutted by in 6-inch heels and a rosary made of bottle caps. "Everything feels like a storm lately." That's when the cable car lurched. Violently. Sparks, screams, the sound of metal being torn open like a confession. The car careened off its line and slammed into the side of a beignet stand. Powdered sugar flew like snow in hell. Dorothea hit the floor first, clutching Clotilde's arm. Gumbo landed on his back, staring up at a ceiling fan still spinning wildly. And in that fan, he saw her again, the angel from the puddle, holding that bowl of coleslaw. The attacker came seconds later. A man, or maybe something worse, skinny, twitchy, with eyes like broken glass, and teeth that looked homemade. He was screaming about purity, God, and something he called the holy digestive. His shirt read, "Eat what you are." When he lunged, Gumbo threw himself in front of the sisters. Dorothea grabbed the nearest thing, a Mountain Dew bottle from the wreckage, and smashed it against the attacker's head. Clotilde screamed, half in terror, half in what sounded like religious ecstasy. The bottle didn't break. It just fizzed. Green foam sprayed everywhere. The attacker slipped on it and went down hard, mumbling something about salvation through excretion. Dorothea blinked. What the hell just happened? Gumbo, panting, said, "That's the smell of evil. And lemon verbena." They ran, through the quarter, past bars where drag queens preached like prophets, past a mural of Connie Francis painted over an abandoned pawn shop. A radio inside was playing Where the Boys Are, all warped and echoing. They ducked into a thrift store, gasping, sweating, terrified. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead, revealing a paradise of kitsch. Old wigs, crucifixes, broken snow globes, and a wedding dress once worn by a woman named Ivanka Carlo, according to the tag. "Hush," Gumbo whispered. "Hide deep." They crammed themselves into a rack of sequined blouses, breath held. The attacker's footsteps echoed past the window, then faded. Silence. Then a voice, soft and southern, from behind them. "You three look like hell's bouquet." They turned. Mother Supreme stood in the next aisle, wearing oversized sunglasses, a habit dusted with glitter, and holding a half-eaten moon pie. "Children," she said, smirking, "you think you're hiding, but heaven's been watching y'all run in circles." Dorothea, still trembling, whispered, "Mother Supreme, how—" But the lights flickered again. For a moment, her shadow didn't match her body. It grew taller. Wings, maybe, or tricks of the fluorescent light. Mother Supreme smiled wider. "Now, tell me, which one of you brought the coleslaw?" The hum returned. That same static Gumbo heard when he was 8. The smell of lemon verbena filled the air. And somewhere outside, a cable car bell rang. Even though no cars were running. The habit and the hypocrite. But Dorothea's kindness had teeth. A month later, when another nun, Sister Clarice, the one with the suspiciously fancy manicure, mocked Dorothea's newly issued black habit behind her back, Dorothea heard every word. "Looks like widow's weeds," Clarice had said. "Fitting for someone married to her own pride." That night, Dorothea wept in the chapel, furious at herself for caring. Clarice had no right to sneer. Everyone knew she'd come from the red light district before finding Jesus and an Instagram following. But hypocrisy is the convent's second language. Dorothea stayed up till dawn, polishing brass candlesticks, until she could see her swollen eyes reflected back at her. Back to the present. Gumbo laid the note flat. "Someone wants us back at that orchard. Question is, why now?" The TV in the corner crackled to life, uninvited. A daytime rerun of Vivian Vance on I Love Lucy filled the silence. Vivian was scolding Lucy, and somehow it fit the mood perfectly. Bright laughter over hidden panic. Clotilde stared at the screen. She stayed funny even when the jokes were cruel. Gumbo nodded. That's survival, sister. Comedy's the armor of the damned. Another clue. Dorothea poked the remaining slaw with a fork. Something hard clinked at the bottom. A small metal medallion engraved with the letters I.C. Ivanka Carlo, Clotilda whispered. She was head of the Golden Orchard mission. She disappeared after the fire. Gumbo pocketed the medallion. Guess she found us first. Thunder rolled outside, though the sky was clear. From the kitchen downstairs came Darnell's falsetto voice, singing, Connie Francis again, perfectly out of tune. The sisters looked at one another. We go back, Dorothea said finally, to Guatemala. Gumbo gave a low whistle. Lord, you women got a death wish or a calling. Hard to tell the difference. The last moment. He started to reseal the coleslaw container, but the cabbage had begun to wilt and darken, turning the color of old bruises. Beneath the plastic, words formed, condensation tracing letters across the lid. He never died. They stared until the letters faded. Then Darnell knocked on the door. Room service, he called. And y'all got it mail. No one moved. The smell of vinegar thickened. Gumbo's vision in vermilion light. Gumbo was 8 years old when the lightning came down like God himself was trying to plug the world back in. The rain was fat, hot, and electric. A southern storm that made the chickens forget which way to run. The radio on his mama's kitchen counter had blown out in the first crack, but it didn't go silent. It hummed, low and mean, somewhere between static and hallelujah. That's when the voice came through the broken speaker. You see more than most, it said. You gon' pay for it, though. Gumbo didn't scream. He just stared at the puddle on the kitchen floor, the one shaped like a woman with wings, holding what looked like a bowl of coleslaw. When his mama came in, soaked and furious, she slipped, cursed the Lord, and kicked the radio so hard it coughed out a hymn. That's how Gumbo learned he was special. He carried that static all his life, through the marches, the megaphones, and the nights when fire hoses sang in the dark. He was 17 when he saw a man hang from a tree in Selma, and something inside him whispered, You can stop what's coming if you listen right. He tried to listen. The world was louder. So when the draft letter came, he went. Vietnam, 1969. The jungle smelled like hot pennies and despair. He'd been walking point that morning, his mind full of gospel songs and fried okra. That's when it happened. The flash, the scream, the world turning upside down. But instead of dying, Gumbo woke up under a mangled jeep, untouched, while everyone else burned. And on his chest, a single white feather. When he came home, no one called him prophet anymore. They called him crazy. By 2015, he was just Gumbo again, a half-broken old man with a limp, a grin, and a 1,000-yard stare that could peel paint. Now he was in New Orleans, sitting between Sister Dorothea and Sister Clotilde on a rattling cable car that looked like it had survived both hurricanes and hangovers. You feel that? Gumbo muttered, his hand twitching like a compass needle. Dorothea was reading a pamphlet about the Museum of Death and didn't look up. Feel what? The storm comin', Gumbo said. Ain't a weather one neither. Clotilde sighed, gazing out the window where a man in drag strutted by in 6-inch heels and a rosary made of bottle caps. Everything feels like a storm lately. That's when the cable car lurched, violently. Sparks, screams. the sound of metal being torn open like a confession. The car careened off its line and slammed into the side of a beignet stand. Powdered sugar flew like snow in hell. Dorothea hit the floor first, clutching Clotilde's arm. Gumbo landed on his back, staring up at a ceiling fan still spinning wildly. And in that fan, he saw her again, the angel from the puddle, holding that bowl of coleslaw. The attacker came seconds later. A man, or maybe something worse, skinny, twitchy, with eyes like broken glass and teeth that looked homemade. He was screaming about purity geared and something he called the holy digestive. His shirt read, "Eat what you are." When he lunged, Gumbo threw himself in front of the sisters. Dorothea grabbed the nearest thing, a Mountain Dew bottle from the wreckage, and smashed it against the attacker's head. Clotilde screamed, half in terror, half in what sounded like religious ecstasy. The bottle didn't break. It just fizzed. Green foam sprayed everywhere. The attacker slipped on it and went down hard, mumbling something about salvation through excretion. Dorothea blinked. "What the hell just happened?" Gumbo, panting, said, "That's the smell of evil. And a lemon verbena." They ran, through the quarter, past bars where drag queens preached like prophets, past a mural of Connie Francis painted over an abandoned pawn shop. A radio inside was playing "Where the Boys Are," all warped and echoing. They ducked into a thrift store, gasping, sweating, terrified. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead, revealing a paradise of kitsch. Old wigs, crucifixes, broken snow globes, and a wedding dress once worn by a woman named Ivanka Carlo, according to the tag. Gumbo whispered. "Hide deep." They crammed themselves into a rack of sequined blouses, breath held. The attacker's footsteps echoed past the window, then faded. Silence. Then a voice, soft and southern from behind them, and, "You three look like hell's bouquet." They turned. Mother Supreme stood in the next aisle, wearing oversized sunglasses, a habit dusted with glitter, and holding a half-eaten moon pie. "Children," she said, smirking, "you think you're hiding, but heaven's been watching y'all run in circles." Dorothea, still trembling, whispered, "Mother Supreme, how—" But the lights flickered again. For a moment, her shadow didn't match her body. It grew taller, wings maybe, or tricks of the fluorescent light. Mother Supreme smiled wider. "Now tell me, which one of you brought the coleslaw?" The hum returned, that same static Gumbo heard when he was 8. The smell of lemon verbena filled the air. Chapter 5. The coleslaw in the satchel. For a long moment after the chaos in the thrift store, the world just hummed. The same static Gumbo had heard since boyhood, vibrating between the racks of polyester and shame. Mother Supreme stood there, hands clasped behind her back, as though she were presiding over some mad congregation of sequins and half-price rosaries. Dorothea leaned against a shelf of glass angels, nursing a cut on her palm. Clotilde, pale and trembling, looked like she was about to confess to murder, or worse, sincerity. That's when she said it, very softly. "I have something to show you." She reached into her satchel and drew out a small carton of coleslaw. Not a big one, not grocery store family size, just one of those extra small plastic single-serve kinds that gas stations sell beside the expired deviled eggs. The air changed. Dorothea blinked. "Clotilde, for the love of Saint Agnes, why are you carrying coal-damn slaw?" "It was in my bag when I woke up this morning," Clotilde said weakly. "I thought maybe I'd bought it last night." "Bought it? We were running for our lives, sister. You didn't have time to buy coleslaw. Mother Supreme watched, head cocked, like a cat, observing an argument between two parakeets. Gumbo scratched his beard. Looks fresh, though, he said. Ain't even turned. And that's when the carton began to hum. A low, strange sound, almost melodic, like a choir underwater. The plastic lid bulged slightly. Dorothea, thinking it was gas from the cabbage, smacked it with her palm. That was a mistake. The lid popped open with a hiss, spraying a few bits of shredded cabbage onto her habit. Dorothea flinched, not because of the mess, but because something moved inside the coleslaw. Just for a second, a shimmer, like a small flicker of light. Good Christ, Dorothea whispered. Clotilde covered her mouth. It breathed. Mother Supreme smiled, calm as a sunrise. Well, children, seems your supper's got a soul. The argument. Later, outside in the back alley behind the thrift store, Dorothea was furious. The kind of cold, tight fury that sounds polite, but can melt gold. I don't care what you think you saw, she hissed. You've been on edge ever since we got here. You're seeing saints inside dishes. Clotilde clutched her satchel, voice quivering. It's not that. I feel drawn to it. Every time I try to throw it away, I can't. Maybe it's a trauma bond with mayonnaise. That's cruel, Dorothea, and yet accurate. The two stared each other down, and for the first time since their vows, Clotilde struck first. Her voice rose, breaking. You think I don't know how you look at me? Like I'm some fragile ghost you're forced to drag through your faith. You don't love God, Dorothea. You love control. Dorothea's hand twitched, not to hit her, but to hide the tears burning behind her composure. She whispered, You don't know what I've had to control. And just like that, we were somewhere else. Flashback. Dorothea's first days at the convent. The light in the dormitory that first week had been merciless, too bright for the girls who'd come from shadows. Dorothea had arrived with her mother's reputation clinging to her like cigarette smoke. Lulu the love angel, the woman who'd blessed more truckers than St. Christopher himself. Every whisper in that convent had teeth. That's her, the nuns hissed, the whore's daughter. Dorothea had tried to scrub herself clean, prayer, fasting, charity. She'd even joined the choir, where her voice cracked like an apology halfway through every hymn. But she never fit in. And the day she caught one of the other sisters, Sister Mary Beth, self-appointed saint and former sex worker herself, mocking her black habit behind her back, pretending to hitch up her skirt, while the others laughed. Dorothea had fled to the chapel, dropped to her knees, and wept until she tasted blood. That's where Mother Supreme found her. The old woman had sat beside her, wordless, until Dorothea choked out, Why am I here? They'll never let me be holy. Mother Supreme had just smiled and said, Baby, holiness is the byproduct of surviving your own history. Back to the thrift store. Now, decades later, Mother Supreme stood before her again, older but untouched by time. Still thinking holiness comes from keeping clean? She asked. Dorothea looked away. Clotilde clutched the satchel tighter, as if afraid the coleslaw might whisper. And Gumbo was staring at something behind the wall. Door, he murmured. There's a door behind that velvet Elvis. Mother Supreme grinned. Well now, we're finally cooking. The hidden door. Behind the thrift store's gaudy velvet painting was indeed a door. Small, iron, half-rusted, with a handle shaped like a serpent swallowing its own tail. "Welcome," Mother Supreme said, "to the arteries of this city." She twisted the handle. The wall sighed open. A damp, heavy air rolled out, old earth and incense. Below them stretched a narrow stairway, spiraling down into the dark. Clotilde hesitated. "But how? We're below sea level. There shouldn't even be tunnels here." "Oh, child," Mother Supreme said, "New Orleans don't obey the laws of man nor nature. These tunnels were dug long before either, built by the sisters of the Golden Orchard to hide what shouldn't be seen, and what couldn't die." Dorothea crossed herself. "Hide what?" "You'll see soon enough." The lobby. Beneath the city, they descended into a chamber that looked half catacomb, half ballroom, chandeliers dripping wax, relics stacked beside filing cabinets. The floor was damp, the air trembling faintly like something alive was breathing just underfoot. At the center stood a fountain, long dry, its basin filled with broken porcelain baby dolls. From somewhere unseen, music played, a scratchy old record of Vivian Vance singing a forgotten jingle for dish soap. It warped and looped, ghostly sweet. Gumbo muttered, "Ain't no accident we found this place. The air's singin' again." Mother Supreme nodded. "This city hums when truth's nearby. Problem is, truth got terrible taste in company." Then the fountain began to drip. A single stream of water. Then two. Then the eyes of one doll blinked. Clotilde screamed. The sound echoed like bells through the tunnels. The coleslaw carton, still in her hands, trembled. And as the dolls began to sing, faint and childlike, Mother Supreme whispered, "They're waking up. The orchard remembers." The lights flickered, and the chapter closed in darkness. Chapter 6. The Doors Beneath the Orchard. The moment the lights went out, everything breathed, not human breathing, slower, heavier, like the tunnels themselves were exhaling something old and damp that had been waiting centuries to be noticed. Clotilde's first thought was that the baby dolls were still singing, only now without melody, just whispers in the dark. Gumbo muttered something about radio static and salvation, and Dorothea reached for Clotilde's hand, but her hand wasn't there. When the generator buzzed and flickered back to life a few minutes later, Dorothea was alone. She spun in place, flashlight shaking, shouting their names into the cavern's echo. "Clotilde? Gumbo? Where are you?" Silence answered. Then, faintly, a hiccup. A drunk hiccup. "Over here, sister," came Gumbo's voice from the next corridor. The maze of the orchard. When Dorothea found him, he was sitting against the wall of a long stone hallway, lined with dozens of doors, each marked by a small brass plaque, engraved with names she didn't recognize: Mercy, Eden, Fall, Confession, June Bug, Regret. Gumbo's ankle was twisted at an odd angle. "What happened?" Dorothea demanded. "I slipped," he slurred, holding an empty bottle of communion wine he'd found in one of the cabinets. "Jesus wept, and so did I." Dorothea crouched beside him, trying to brace his leg. "You're impossible," he grinned. "Ma'am, that's the nicest thing anyone said to me since Nam." Clotilde appeared at the far end of the corridor, pale, wide-eyed, clutching her satchel. "There are doors everywhere. I think they're showing us something." Mother Supreme was nowhere to be seen. The baby in the fire, Clotilde's knees nearly gave out when she saw one of the plaques. Incarnation. The moment her hand brushed the handle, a wave of heat rolled through her. Suddenly, she was somewhere else, not physically, but in that way memories can ambush the living. A room, fire, a baby crying. The nursery walls were painted a bright mint green. Smoke curled along the ceiling, soft as lace. A woman screamed her name, or maybe her mother's name. It was impossible to tell. And in the middle of the flames stood a cradle. The baby inside wasn't burning. It was glowing. Its tiny hand reached up toward her, clutching something white and wet. A shred of cabbage. When she gasped, the vision snapped away, leaving only the cool damp of the tunnels and Dorothea staring at her. "What did you see?" Dorothea asked. Clotilde could only whisper, "I think the coleslaw's connected to a child." The doors. They began opening doors. The first one led to a garden, sunlit, impossibly real, full of hydrangeas and bees. The scent of lemon verbena floated on the air. They stood at the threshold, speechless, watching a swing creak back and forth with no wind. None of them dared to enter. The next door opened to a jungle, thick and wet with heat. A distant parrot shrieked, "Mercy!" The same word engraved on one of the plaques. The smell was intoxicating, wicked, earthy, humid with life. Dorothea felt something stir deep inside her. Something old and unconfessed. Flashback. The jungle secret. Years ago, before she took her vows, Dorothea had done missionary work in Central America. Guatemala. The word still tasted like guilt. She'd met a man there, a local guide named Raphael, handsome, irreverent, with eyes like a storm. She'd told herself their nights together were about compassion, not lust. But she'd known better. When she left him, she carried the weight of something unspoken. 2 months later, she bled and bled, and the Mother Superior told her it was God's way of taking back what wasn't hers to keep. She never told anyone, not even Clotilde. And now, as she stared at that impossible jungle behind the door, she could smell Raphael's cologne, tobacco, sugarcane, rain. The third door they opened showed a desert, endless, silent, golden. At its center stood a single leafless tree. Beneath it lay a shadow, vaguely human-shaped, slowly rising and falling like breath. Clotilde clutched Dorothea's arm. "Do you see that?" Dorothea nodded. "Someone's under there." Then the shadow sat up and smiled. It had no face, just the smooth suggestion of one, like an unfinished painting. Yet somehow it looked directly at them. Gumbo moaned, "We should not be here." "Agreed," said Dorothea. But before she could shut the door, the shadow waved. The air around them rippled, and for a second, Dorothea smelled burning cabbage again. Something bizarre, something astonishing. They staggered backward, hearts racing. The tunnels were shifting, subtly, like the walls were breathing. From down one corridor came a soft humming, a tune Clotilde recognized instantly. "Where the bees are." Vivian Vance again, only this time, the voice was joined by another, higher, fainter. A baby's coo. Dorothea's flashlight flickered. It failed completely. The glow now came from the cracks in the doors themselves. Blues, greens, golds, as if the worlds behind them were leaking light. And then they saw it. A fourth door, newly appeared. No plaque, just a faint engraving that read, "Come in." Gumbo, limping, leaned against the wall. "I ain't going in there sober." "You're not sober now," Dorothea said flatly. "Then I guess I'm prepared." The final door. They approached it together, Dorothea, Clotilde, and Gumbo, bruised and trembling, each carrying more ghosts than they knew. The handle was cold as bone. The air smelled of fire and sugar. Behind them, the tunnel whispered. Voices, songs, laughter, something like crying. Ahead of them, silence waited like an open mouth. Dorothea looked at them both. "Whatever's in there," she said, "we face it together." Clotilde nodded. Gumbo smiled faintly. Then, with one deep breath, they stepped through. Chapter 7. The Mayonnaise Testament. When they stepped through the third door, the one rimmed with faint gold light and a smell like a sandwich shop in July, they found themselves knee-deep in mayonnaise. Not just any mayonnaise. This stuff shimmered faintly under its own eerie luminescence, like moonlight had melted into it. And the world was made of it. Streets, buildings, the soft hum of cars that squished instead of purred, people shaped of yolk and oil and lemon essence, smiling blandly as they walked about their emulsified lives. Sister Clotilde immediately gagged, one hand pressed to her rosary. Oh, sweet merciful Hellmans! Dorothea, ever the calm general, just surveyed the scene like she'd been expecting it all along.
"It's a test," she muttered. "I know it is. This ain't random. Nothing down here ever is."
Gumbo, however, was delighted. He scooped a dollop from the wall, sniffed it, and dabbed it on his cheek.
"Damn, this is real mayonnaise. You could live off this."
Then he slipped, landed hard, and yelped.
"Ow, my ankle!"
He tried to stand, but the joint twisted wrong,
bent like fate.
Clotilde knelt by him, her habit brushing against the mayonnaise pavement. "You fool! You're drunk again!" He grinned weakly. "Only a little. Just enough to keep the ghosts from talking louder than the livin'." Dorothea's jaw clenched. She hated when he got like this, when the wise old prophet turned back into the lonely boy from the Delta. "Sit still," she said, tearing a strip from her robe to bind his ankle. "We'll get through this, but not if you drown in condiments." A voice, cool and lilting, floated toward them. "You are guests here," it said, "and this is not your final destination." They turned. Before them stood a being, neither man nor woman, but something with a sheen like mayonnaise catching candlelight. Their eyes were white as boiled eggs, their smile sharp but kind. "I am Velveta," the figure said, "the custodian of the condiment realm." "Custodian?" Dorothea repeated. "Yes, every test beneath New Orleans leads through a flavor. Yours, it seems, is humility and preservation." Clotilde's heart rattled. "Preservation," she whispered, "like the Sisters of the Golden Orchard?" Velveta smiled. "Yes, Sister Clotilde, you remember. They preserved secrets the way the body preserves trauma, sealed tight, kept cool, never allowed to spoil." Clotilde froze. Those words, they were the same ones the jungle woman had told her years ago, before the fire, before she ran from the ceremony that had nearly burned her alive. Flashback. The jungle. It was the night of the offering. The air had been thick with chant and heat, torches blazing like the eyes of forgotten saints. Gumbo had been there too, younger, cleaner, wide-eyed. The woman leading the ritual, hair bound in vines, had pressed Clotilde's hand to the soil and whispered, Remember me when the world turns to white. And then the baby's cry had come, distant behind the flames, followed by silence. Clotilde never told anyone about that night, not even Dorothea, not even after she was taken in by the convent, not even when she'd done that naughty thing, sneaking into the vestry one night and replacing the communion wine with a splash of rum, whispering through a giggle, "If the blood of Christ must be drunk, it might as well be spirited." The next morning, when the entire convent had sung the hymns slightly off-key, she'd blamed the Holy Ghost. Back in the mayonnaise world, Gumbo was trying to stand again, leaning on a jar-shaped lamppost. "I remember now," he said softly, "the jungle, the night they told me I'd be a prophet. I was 14. They said I'd live to see the city buried in cream and born again in salt. Thought they was high." Velveeta nodded. Prophecy never makes sense until it's already past. Then, out of the gloppy crowd, a figure approached. Beautiful, luminous, and wholly human-looking. She had freckles, a guitar slung over her shoulder, and a gentle laugh that cut through the absurdity like a gospel melody. "My name's Maribel," she said. "You look lost." Gumbo blinked. "You real?" "As real as the ache you keep drinking to forget," she said, and touched his cheek. Clotilde and Dorothea exchanged a look. For a second, one shimmering second, they saw the mayonnaise melt around them, the city shimmering like an illusion breaking apart. Velveeta's voice echoed again. "Your purpose here is nearly done. Remember the baby. Remember the orchard. And remember, preservation is not salvation." The world began to quake, jars bursting, cars collapsing into oily rivers. The mayonnaise people screamed without sound. Dorothea shouted, "We have to go!" Clotilde grabbed Gumbo's hand, Maribel fading like a song. "Wait, what happens if we don't?" Velveeta's voice, distant now, "Then you'll spoil." They leapt through a doorway that shimmered open in the chaos, and everything went black. When the light returned, they were back in the tunnels. Clotilde was shaking. Dorothea had mayo in her hair. Gumbo clutched a single glass jar, sealed and glowing faintly, labeled "Property of the Golden Orchard." They stared at it, wordless. Somewhere in the dark, a whisper echoed, soft, amused, maternal. "You've come far, children. But the next door opens inward." And then, from the shadows, Mother Supreme herself stepped forward, half smiling, half terrified, holding a dripping paper bag. She dropped it to the floor. Inside was a carton of coleslaw, the same one from their room at the bed and breakfast, still cold. Chapter 8. The Saint of Perfumed Lies. Ivanka Carlo was a name whispered, not spoken. Even the air seemed to hesitate when it passed her lips. Once she'd been the darling of Havana's supper clubs, half singer, half sorceress, before her name went missing from the playbills and started showing up in dossiers. She could make an audience laugh until they wept, and then weep until they forgot why they'd laughed at all. She called herself a spiritual cosmetologist, said her job was to make the dead look alive and the living look forgiven. When the revolution burned too close, she drifted north with a suitcase full of stage costumes, a vial of lemon verbena oil, and rumors of a secret order of nuns in Louisiana who owed her their silence. The Sisters of the Golden Orchard. No one knew the debt, not until the day she showed up in the tunnels, still wearing her rhinestone headband and a mink stole that smelled faintly of mothballs and menace. When the door cracked open after the mayonnaise world dissolved, she was simply there, seated on an old chaise longue that couldn't possibly fit through the corridor, smoking a slim cigarillo and humming Where the Boys Are. "About time," she said, exhaling a ribbon of blue smoke. "You've been trespassing in my old pantry." Clotilde blinked. "Ivanka Carlo? The Ivanka Carlo? The one and only, and don't you forget it. I taught Mother Supreme how to curse like a duchess." Dorothea, trembling slightly, crossed herself. You were supposed to be dead." "Darling," Ivanka drawled, flicking ash, "I'm Cuban. We take death as a suggestion." The lemon verbena revelation. Ivanka reached into her coat and pulled out a tiny bottle, the same shade of green as swamp light. "This," she said, "is what you've been smelling all along. The tunnels, the mayonnaise, every illusion flavored with lemon verbena. It's the scent that binds the orchard's tests. You've been walking through my perfume." She dabbed a drop on Clotilde's wrist. "You, my timid dove, have been repressing memory under the pretense of devotion. The orchard doesn't like repression. It ferments." Then she turned to Dorothea. "And you, Sister Iron Spine, you carry a mortal sin like a locket." Dorothea's jaw clenched, eyes wet. "Don't." "Oh, but I must. Confession is the only currency worth a damn here." Dorothea trembled. "Fine, I'll say it." The others leaned in. "It was me," she whispered. "Years ago, the fire in Guatemala. I lit it." Clotilde gasped. Gumbo looked away. "I was supposed to burn the evidence. The ritual chamber, the child's remains. All of it. But the baby wasn't dead," he screamed. Her breath broke. "I ran. I left him there." Ivanka nodded slowly. "Then you'll understand why the tunnels tremble. They've been waiting for you to admit it." Gumbo's surprise. Before anyone could speak, Gumbo stood. His ankle miraculously healed. The jar he'd been carrying pulsed like a heartbeat. "I think it's time," he said softly. He unscrewed the lid. Instead of air, music poured out, low, brassy, electric. A trumpet riff, straight out of 1963 New Orleans. The sound filled the tunnels, and for an instant, the walls turned transparent, showing flashes of memories not their own. The marches, the tear gas, the gospel choirs that turned protest into prayer. In the middle of it all stood a teenage Gumbo, clean-shaven, terrified, shouting for peace with the sign that said, "Love is a weapon." Then the vision shifted to him in Vietnam, dragging a wounded man from a burning jungle. The wounded soldier turned his face toward them, and it was the same baby from the Guatemala fire. Everyone froze. "His name was Elijah," Gumbo said. "He found me years later, said he'd been reborn from ashes, said someone had left him to die, and someone else had found him. I didn't realize until just now. It was you, Dorothea. You lit the fire, and I was the one who saved him." The jar stopped glowing. Silence spread through the tunnels like fog. A new player enters. Then came the footsteps, slow, echoing, deliberate. From a side passage emerged a tall figure in a black velvet coat, their hair silver, their face beautiful in a dangerous way. Ivanka stiffened. "Oh no, not him." The figure smiled. "You should have burned the perfume, Ivanka." "Everyone," she hissed, "meet Father Pyre, the orchard's forgotten experiment." His voice was soft, but razor-edged. You've all trespassed into sacred ground. This maze was built beneath sea level to hold the memories that should never surface. Each of you belongs here now. Dorothea's hand went to her crucifix.
We don't belong anywhere. Not anymore.
Ah, Pyre said. But you do. You're the ones who lit the orchard's first fire. You're the ones who preserved its ashes. He opened his hand, and there, glowing faintly, was another jar. This one was labeled Elijah Carlo, property of the Golden Orchard. Ivanka gasped. He was my son. Gumbo dropped his jar. Dorothea fell to her knees, and Clotilde, trembling, whispered, Then who lit the second fire? Father Pyre smiled, slow, knowing, cruel. Let's find out together, he said. And with that, every door in the tunnel burst open at once. Desert wind, jungle steam, garden rain, flooding the corridor with light and sound and memory. Chapter 9. The Explanation of Smoke. When Sister Clotilde opened her eyes, she was staring into herself. At least it looked that way at first. Rows upon rows of mirrors curving around her like the inside of a giant pearl. Every mirror shimmered, its glass alive with tiny movements, the flicker of a Target aisle, the flash of a hot air balloon, a baby's crib painted mint green, a jar of mayonnaise sweating in sunlight. Where? She whispered. Where we were always headed, Dorothea answered, voice hoarse but steady. Gumbo sat between them, rubbing his ankle, looking more amused than alarmed. From the mirrors came a faint looping sound, the clink of a shopping cart wheel and someone humming Where the Boys Are. 1. The Chamber of Memory. A figure formed out of the shimmer. Ivanka Carlo, wrapped in her old mink and haloed by cigarette smoke, looked more hostess than ghost. Welcome back, my little catastrophes, she said. Time to tidy up your mess. She gestured, and the mirrors stilled into clearer scenes. The Target incident, Dorothea shoving coleslaw into her cart while the alarms screamed. The mayonnaise world, buildings collapsing like pudding. The fire in Guatemala. All that slapstick, Ivanka said, wasn't random. You've been inside the orchard's memory theater, each scene a test designed to tease out the rot you hid under your habits. Dorothea frowned. And the coleslaw? Preservation, Ivanka said. You tried to keep what should have spoiled. Truth, faith, race, love. That's what coleslaw is. Salvation drowned in dressing. Clotilde almost laughed, then didn't. The mirrors around her warmed, glowing faintly lemon. Two, the orchard's purpose. Ivanka turned toward a large mirror framed in rust. Inside it, New Orleans spread like a map, honeycombed with tunnels. During the Cold War, she said, the church sanctioned the Sisters of the Golden Orchard. We studied guilt, the way belief could bend reality. When the Americans started building underground flood control vaults here, we moved in. We were told the city was sinking. We discovered instead that guilt floats. The lower we went, the more the world bent to match our lies. She smiled wistfully. Below sea level, sins ferment instead of drown. Gumbo whistled low. So all that mayonnaise, a purgatory for bland souls, Ivanka said. A joke and a warning. The orchard loves its irony. Of the fire and the child. The next mirror brightened. The flames in Guatemala rose again, but now the picture held. The screaming baby's face, Elijah, came into focus. Dorothea bowed her head. I did it. I set the blaze. Ivanka nodded, and Gumbo pulled the child out years later, without knowing who he was. You were two halves of one mercy.
Clotilde felt her knees weaken. And me? Why am I here? The mirror answered for her. A young Clotilde, sneaking into the convent pantry, tasting the communion wine, whispering to the darkness that she didn't believe in God, only in stories. The mirror dimmed again. Ivanka's voice softened. That doubt bound you to them. The orchard harvests unbelief as fertilizer. 4. Father Pyre explained smoke thickened near the floor and rose, shaping itself into the black-coated priest. Pyre, Ivanka said evenly, was our caretaker. He stayed when the rest of us fled. When the experiments turned inward, he became the orchard's echo. Pyre's eyes glowed faint gold. I'm what happens when confession never ends, he said. Every lie you've told became a room in my house. He pointed to the doors surrounding them. Behind each is a world built from your evasions. You've already seen the mayonnaise, the jungle, the desert. They were yours, not mine. Gumbo squinted. Then what now? Now, Pyre said, you choose which truth you can live with. The 3 confessions. They stood before the mirrors, one by one. Dorothea, I burned that room because I was told the child was evil. I did it out of obedience. I have hated myself for obeying. The mirror cleared to show the baby asleep, unhurt. The fire shifted into sunlight. Clotilde, I joined the convent to hide from my husband, from pain, from wanting. I pretended devotion until I almost believed it. Her mirror showed her younger self laughing at a call center desk, headset askew, lipstick bright. She hadn't been holy. She'd been alive. Gumbo, I carried prophecy like a drunk carries a secret. I saw too much and did too little. His mirror showed the marches again, the music jar glowing, Elijah beside him holding the same sign. Love is a weapon. Ivanka stepped forward and touched each mirror. They melted into mist. Now you're caught up, she said, every loose thread tied. The orchard doesn't need you to wander anymore. It needs you to surface. 6. The surface. The floor quivered. The mirrors folded inward until only one remained, a narrow oval shaped like a door. Beyond it was daylight and the muted sound of traffic. You'll wake in New Orleans, Ivanka said. Year 2015. Time has moved on without you. Above ground, something's spreading. Something born from the quick guilt we buried here. Clotilde reached for her hand. Will we see you again? Ivanka smiled. Whenever someone opens a jar of coleslaw and wonders why it smells like lemon verbena. She blew them a kiss. The smoke swallowed her. 7. The step forward. They passed through the door. The brightness stung. They were standing in the French Quarter at dawn, a jazz funeral turning the corner, brass horns bright and defiant. A newspaper blew past their feet, with a headline that read, Mysterious Order of Nuns Linked to Underground Vaults. City officials investigate. Gumbo looked at the sisters. Looks like we're late to our own resurrection. Dorothea laughed, a rough, honest sound. Then let's make it count this time. Clotilde nodded. No more lies. As the sun climbed over the river, smoke curled from the manhole beside them, sweet, faintly citrus, like lemon verbena. And beneath the city, far below sea level, a single mirror cracked, releasing a whisper that sounded almost like applause. End of Part 1.
Everything before this now connects. The coleslaw equals preservation and denial. The mayonnaise world equals a purgatory built from uniform guilt. The tunnels equals the orchard's underground experiments. Ivanka Carlo equals founder of the order. Father Pyre equal their living echo. The fire and the baby ix the original sin, linking all three. They're now free to move forward, out of the labyrinth and into a new mystery above ground. Chapter 10. The Quiet Between Storms. It was early evening in New Orleans, that strange hour when the light turns lavender and the world holds its breath, unsure whether to pray or sin. The convent had grown still, save for the hum of Sister Clotilda's small desk fan and the faint crackle of cicadas outside the cracked window. She was 53 now, though her eyes had that worn brightness that comes from surviving things twice her size, men, memories, and miracles alike. Sister Dorothea, 46, leaned against the window frame in her room 2 doors down. The air smelled faintly of Gumbo's cologne, something cheap, woodsy, and oddly comforting, like a hardware store at sunset. He was 61, though he carried his age like an old guitar. Beat up, loved, still in tune. The chaos of the tunnels, the mayonnaise world, and that haunting vision of the baby in the fire, all that had folded itself into silence. Life had drifted back into its usual rhythm. Or at least, that's what they told themselves. Clotilde had taken a job, of all things, at the call center next door to the convent. The irony wasn't lost on her. From vows to voicemails, she muttered her first day on the job, pinning her visitor badge to her black habit. She'd been hired as a supervisor, mostly because she had a patient tone and a way of sounding polite even when she was boiling inside. The place reeked of burnt coffee and industrial carpet. Young people with headsets hunched over monitors, selling things no one needed. She treated them kindly, even the ones who came in late and smelled like last night's regrets. And every afternoon, at break time, she'd slip out the back door where the employees went to smoke. That alley had its own confessional air, cigarette smoke, gossip, and the faint sound of someone's Bluetooth speaker playing Connie Francis, Who's Sorry Now, as though the song had been looping since 1958. It was there one dusky Wednesday that the air changed. Clotilde was alone, thumbing her rosary beads, whispering prayers for strength and for forgiveness she no longer believed she deserved. Then the air shimmered faintly, as if heat rose from invisible pavement. Mother Supreme appeared beside the dumpster, not like an apparition, but as though she had simply walked out of the smoke itself. The same witty, brash, maddeningly calm woman, eyes like mercury and voice like mischief. "Still smoking your prayers, Clotilde?" she teased. Clotilde froze. "Mother, you've been gone for—" "Gone," Mother Supreme grinned, her voice a melodic rasp. "Child, saints don't go. They just get louder in quieter places." She stepped closer, her presence warm and electric. "You've done well, Clotilde. You've carried your guilt long enough. The time's coming when you'll need to forgive yourself before the others can. And when that door opens, the real one, you'll know it by the smell of lemon and smoke." Clotilde blinked, and the alley was empty again. But the air smelled faintly of lemon polish and faint perfume, like old church pews and rebellion. She smiled for the first time in months, small but real. Meanwhile, back in the convent courtyard, Gumbo had set up his latest experiment. "Dorothea, I got a little game for us," he said, eyes twinkling. "Gonna help you loosen up, shake off some of that holy tension." Dorothea, skeptical as ever, crossed her arms. "You're impossible, Gumbo, and I don't have tension." He grinned, laying out his bizarre assortment: a cactus, a box of matches, a see and say toy, and a half-empty bottle of whiskey. "Lesson number 1, he said, striking a match. "Never trust a man with this much imagination and this little sense." Dorothea tried to stifle a laugh, but failed. "What's the purpose of this?" she asked. "It's called the empathy game," he said, serious now. "You hold something sharp, like this cactus, while you listen to something that reminds you of someone you judged too quick. Then you drink. The match burns down, and when it's out, you say what you learned before you say what you lost." He turned the see and say. It landed on a cow. "The cow says moo," the toy crooned in its mechanical cheer. Dorothea burst out laughing. "You're ridiculous." "Yeah," he said softly, "but I'm also right." They played until dusk deepened into velvet. By the time the bottle was empty, she was telling him about her first days at the convent, about the baby she'd dreamed in the fire, and about her anger. Not at him, but at herself, at the world that made her hate before it let her love. He listened, really listened, eyes bright with the kind of warmth that heals even as it aches. "Dorothea," he said at last, voice rough with something tender, "ain't no sin greater than thinking you can't change, and you're changin'. Don't fight it." She leaned into him then, not quite a kiss, but something heavier, more honest, a trembling kind of peace. Later that night, back in her call center cubicle, Clotilde typed up the weekly schedule, humming a little under her breath. From somewhere, faint but clear, she could swear she heard a see and say toy echoing, "The cow says moo," followed by distant laughter. She smiled, shook her head, and whispered, "Mother Supreme, whatever you're planning, I hope it's kind this time." Outside, thunder rolled across the city, low and promising, and the convent lights flickered once, twice, like the wink of a ghost who wasn't done yet. Chapter 11. The Quiet Between Storms. It was early evening in New Orleans, that strange hour when the light turns lavender and the world holds its breath, unsure whether to pray or sin. The convent had grown still, save for the hum of Sister Clotilde's small desk fan and the faint crackle of cicadas outside the cracked window. She was 53 now, though her eyes had that worn brightness that comes from surviving things twice her size, men, memories, and miracles alike. Sister Dorothea, 46, leaned against the window frame in her room 2 doors down. The air smelled faintly of Gumbo's cologne, something cheap, woodsy, and oddly comforting, like a hardware store at sunset. He was 61, though he carried his age like an old guitar, beat up, loved, still in tune. The chaos of the tunnels, the mayonnaise world, and that haunting vision of the baby in the fire, all that had folded itself into silence. Life had drifted back into its usual rhythm. Or, at least, that's what they told themselves. Clotilde had taken a job, of all things, at the call center next door to the convent. The irony wasn't lost on her. From vows to voicemails, she muttered her first day on the job, pinning her visitor badge to her black habit. She'd been hired as a supervisor, mostly because she had a patient tone and a way of sounding polite even when she was boiling inside. The place reeked of burnt coffee and industrial carpet. Young people with headsets hunched over monitors, selling things no one needed. She treated them kindly, even the ones who came in late and smelled like last night's regrets. And every afternoon, at break time, she'd slip out the back door where the employees went to smoke.
That alley had its own confessional air, cigarette smoke, gossip, and the faint sound of someone's Bluetooth speaker playing Connie Francis, Who's Sorry Now, as though the song had been looping since 1958. It was there, one dusky Wednesday, that the air changed. Clotilde was alone, thumbing her rosary beads, whispering prayers for strength, and for forgiveness she no longer believed she deserved. Then the air shimmered faintly, as if heat rose from invisible pavement. Mother Supreme appeared beside the dumpster, not like an apparition, but as though she had simply walked out of the smoke itself. The same witty, brash, maddeningly calm woman, eyes like mercury and voice like mischief. "Still smoking your prayers, Clotilde?" she teased. Clotilde froze. "Mother, you've been gone for... gone?" Mother Supreme grinned, her voice a melodic rasp. "Child, saints don't go. They just get louder in quieter places." She stepped closer, her presence warm and electric. "You've done well, Clotilde. You've carried your guilt long enough. The time's coming when you'll need to forgive yourself before the others can. And when that door opens, the real one, you'll know it by the smell of lemon and smoke." Clotilde blinked, and the alley was empty again. But the air smelled faintly of lemon polish and faint perfume, like old church pews and rebellion. She smiled for the first time in months, small but real. Meanwhile, back in the convent courtyard, Gumbo had set up his latest experiment. "Dorothea, I got a little game for us," he said, eyes twinkling. "Gonna help you loosen up, shake off some of that holy tension." Dorothea, skeptical as ever, crossed her arms. "You're impossible, Gumbo, and I don't have tension." He grinned, laying out his bizarre assortment: a cactus, a box of matches, a see and say toy, and a half-empty bottle of whiskey. "Lesson number 1, he said, striking a match. "Never trust a man with this much imagination and this little sense." Dorothea tried to stifle a laugh, but failed. "What's the purpose of this?" she asked. "It's called the empathy game," he said, serious now. "You hold something sharp, like this cactus, while you listen to something that reminds you of someone you judged too quick. Then you drink. The match burns down, and when it's out, you say what you learned before you say what you lost." He turned the see and say. It landed on a cow. "The cow says moo," the toy crooned in its mechanical cheer. Dorothea burst out laughing. "You're ridiculous." "Yeah," he said softly, "but I'm also right." They played until dusk deepened into velvet. By the time the bottle was empty, she was telling him about her first days at the convent, about the baby she'd dreamed in the fire, and about her anger, not at him, but at herself, at the world that made her hate before it let her love. He listened, really listened, eyes bright with the kind of warmth that heals even as it aches. "Dorothea," he said at last, voice rough with something tender, "ain't no sin greater than thinking you can't change, and you're changin', don't fight it." She leaned into him then, not quite a kiss, but something heavier, more honest, a trembling kind of peace. Later that night, back in her call center cubicle, Clotilde typed up the weekly schedule, humming a little under her breath. From somewhere, faint but clear, she could swear she heard a see and say toy echoing, "The cow says moo," followed by distant laughter. She smiled, shook her head, and whispered, "Mother Supreme, whatever you're planning, I hope it's kind this time." Outside, thunder rolled across the city, low and promising.
and the convent lights flickered, once, twice, like the wink of a ghost who wasn't done yet. Chapter 12. The Door of Lemon and Smoke. It rained that Thursday, the kind of steady, melancholic rain that seemed to fall out of habit. The convent's garden glistened like a memory, beads of water trembling on the iron fence, magnolias drooping as if they'd heard bad news. The air was heavy, metallic, and faintly sweet. Sister Clotilde arrived at the call center early that morning, clutching a thermos of coffee and a paper bag of stale beignets. The night before, she'd dreamed of Mother Supreme, standing in the convent courtyard, her habit swirling like dark water. She'd whispered one line before vanishing. "When you smell the lemon and smoke, don't look for a door. Listen for one." The words had burrowed into Clotilda's waking hours like a bee in her ear. Now, as she sat behind her computer, she could swear she smelled it faintly. Lemon polish, cigarette smoke, and something else. Memory. At noon, during her break, she stepped out into the alley again. The rain had lightened to mist. The same dumpster stood there, the same faint hum of the city behind her. She fingered her rosary, breathing deep. And then she saw it. A small, almost invisible shimmer on the brick wall, like heat bending air. She leaned closer. The scent hit her square in the chest. Bright lemon, sharp and clean, cut through with a whisper of wood smoke. She blinked, and it was gone. Just a wall again. But she smiled, a strange, secret smile that spoke of both wonder and dread. "The first clue," she murmured. "All right, Mother, I'm listening." Meanwhile, Sister Dorothea sat across from Gumbo at a small table in the convent kitchen, the afternoon light slicing through the blinds like confession stripes. He was sipping coffee, humming "Where the Boys Are" under his breath, a tune that always made her think of innocence, of something unreachable and soft. She watched him. His hands were big and scarred, his nails rough, his eyes deep brown with that wet glass gleam of someone who had seen too much. He was 61, homeless for years, a Vietnam vet who carried his ghosts in his left shoulder and his right knee. And yet, he made her laugh. That deep, shaking, undignified laugh she hadn't let herself feel since before her vows. But now, the boundaries were blurring. She poured herself more coffee, not looking at him. "You ever think it's wrong, Gumbo? What's that, sugar?"
Us, whatever this is, you and me sitting here like this. He smiled faintly. "Dorothea, if it's wrong, it sure feel right." She sighed, leaning back. "I've taken vows, poverty, chastity, obedience. You've taken none. You sleep under bridges, you curse, you drink whiskey from paper cups. He grinned, sounding like a list of reasons to stay away. "I'm serious." "So am I," he said softly. "I ain't asking you to fall in love with me. I'm asking you to stop pretending you already didn't." Her heart stuttered. She looked away, blinking hard. She thought of her life before, of the fire, of the baby in the dream, of the ache she'd buried under 1,000 rosaries. She thought of how his laughter filled the convent like sunlight in a tomb. Pros and cons, she told herself. Pros. He was kind. He made her feel human again. He reminded her that holiness without heart is hollow. Cons. Everything else. And yet, she smiled. "You're impossible." "Yeah," he said, "but so's Grace." That same evening, a stranger arrived at the convent gate. Tall, slim, with slick hair the color of crow's, and a mouth that curved like a knife. His name was Lysander Coyle, and his credentials were perfectly ordinary. Temp worker from the diocesan office, assigned to help with groundskeeping and maintenance while the regular staff was away. But there was something serpentine about him, smooth, deliberate, his eyes too bright, his smile too measured. Sister Clotilde met him at the door, wiping her hands on her apron. "Welcome, Mr. Coyle. You'll be staying in the East guest room. Supper's at 6. He nodded politely, setting his duffel bag down. Thank you, sister. I'm honored to be here. As he passed her, she caught a faint scent on him, lemon and smoke. Her blood went cold. That night, as the nuns gathered for compline, the wind howled through the convent halls. The candles flickered though there was no draught. Down in the kitchen, Gumbo poured himself a glass of water, humming low. Dorothea sat across from him, her eyes distant, her hand half reaching for his without quite touching. Upstairs, Clotilde stared out her window toward the alley behind the call center. The shimmer, the scent, the whisper of something coming. And from somewhere deep within the convent, perhaps the basement, perhaps below even that, came a faint metallic sound, a door hinge creaking open. Then a man's voice, low and silken. It's time. Clotilde froze. Gumbo straightened. Dorothea's hand slipped into his. Outside, lightning split the sky. For a moment, the entire convent glowed, lemon bright, smoke gray. And then the lights went out. Chapter 12. The dog that remembered gold morning came soft and gray over the convent, like a damp quilt draped over too many sins. Sister Dorothea woke to the sound of her own heart, a heavy, rhythmic pulse, like the echo of distant drums. It wasn't the first morning she'd woken that way lately. Ever since Gumbo. Ever since the fruit truck and the night that hummed like the inside of a confession booth. She sat at the small desk in her cell and lit one of her forbidden Saratoga 120s, their elegant length making her feel almost like a movie star from a past life she might have dreamed. Smoke curled up, ghostly and delicate, painting the air with old memories. Her wrist still ached from the fall 2 nights before, when the crate of peaches she'd been moving slipped, and she tried to catch it, and her wrist bent the wrong way with an audible little song of pain. Gumbo had been there, laughing softly, his eyes full of that kind, stupid love men have when they want to fix things that can't be fixed. The basket of gold sat on her dresser, small and absurd. Not real gold, chocolate coins wrapped in foil, left there by someone who knew her humor, or her longing, or both. She didn't know. She hadn't asked. Maybe it was Clotilde. Maybe it was the Virgin herself, with her own brand of irony. She thought about Clotilde then. How years ago, when they were both novices, the world had seemed simpler. But the nights were longer. It had been one of those nights, summer thick and smelling of lemon oil and loneliness, that Clotilde had crept into her cell after lights out. They'd sat on the bed, whispering about saints and sinners, and somehow their knees had touched. A strange electric thing had moved between them. Dorothea remembered how she'd wanted to lean in, not to sin, but to feel known, to be known. They hadn't kissed, not quite. Clotilde had brushed a strand of hair from Dorothea's face, their breaths meeting halfway, and Dorothea had laughed, too loud. And that laughter had saved them both from something beautiful and dangerous. They never spoke of it again. But sometimes when Dorothea saw Clotilde tilt her head or light a cigarette, she felt a ghost stirring in her chest. Something that hummed and waited. The stray dog appeared that afternoon, small, wiry, the color of old coffee and road dust. Nobody knew where it came from, but when Dorothea saw it limping along the gravel path, she swore it looked right at her like it knew her name. There'd been a dog like that before, back when the children disappeared from the orphanage. That same orphanage now connected to the cult's dark branches. That first dog had vanished the same night the moon had bled a strange orange, and Gumbo had said something about the jungle remembering. This new one had the same eyes, and in its mouth a small gold coin, bitten and tarnished. Dorothea followed it behind the convent, through the rosemary bushes, where the air smelled faintly of smoke and creme brulee, an odd scent, out of place, like a bakery dream leaking through the veil of reality. There, by the cracked fountain, the dog dropped the coin at her feet and stared. She crouched down slowly, her broken wrist twinging. "What do you want me to see?" she whispered. And then she saw it. The faint carving on the old stone wall, newly exposed by fallen ivy. A circle, a keyhole, and a single word scrawled beneath in a trembling hand. Lemon. Her breath caught. The door of lemon and smoke. It wasn't just a myth. It was real. And if lemon was the key, smoke must be the lock. She took a slow drag on her cigarette and exhaled toward the carving. The smoke curled in, not away. The wall seemed to breathe. Then the dog barked once, a warning, sharp and human-like, and darted off toward the cemetery. She followed, heart hammering. By the time she reached the edge of the graveyard, she saw him, a thin, snake-like man, his long hair tied back, his smile too wide for any honest business. He carried a clipboard and wore a visitor's badge that read, "Temporary Grounds Maintenance." He looked at her as though he'd been waiting years. "Afternoon, sister," he said. "You dropped something." He held out her basket of gold. She hadn't brought it with her. Before she could speak, a noise split the sky, something between thunder and machinery, and the clouds above twisted into spirals of light. A flash of cold electric blue spread across the horizon, and for an instant Dorothea thought she saw the outline of a colossal shape descending behind the convent. Too symmetrical, too smooth, too wrong to be natural. The man smiled wider. "Looks like the test has begun," he said softly. Dorothea turned, but the dog was gone. And when she looked back, so was the man. Chapter 13. The Lemon Test. 2 days after the blackout, New Orleans still hummed as if the city itself were recovering from a hangover. Streetlights flickered in rhythm, and the river carried faint echoes of laughter no one could remember making. The convent was quiet, except for the faint smell of lemon polish and cigarette smoke curling through the halls, the same signature scent that had been following Clotilde, Dorothea, and Gumbo, like a soft warning. Dorothea woke to the rain pattering against the dormitory windows. She traced her fingers over the small scar left by her broken wrist. It throbbed faintly, a reminder of the fruit truck incident that had been both absurd and intimate in its own way. A part of her still shivered thinking of it, the wet, cold air, the bruised peaches rolling across the cab floor, and the laughter they had shared in that narrow, vibrating space. Gumbo, ever the patient prophet and weary, slightly bent man, was snoring beside her, his harmonica case clutched like a lifeline. His dreams were restless, the kind that tugged at his childhood memories in the segregated South, when he learned he was special, gifted with visions the other children didn't understand. He'd grown to believe that God, or something like God, moved through his left shoulder and whispered in his right knee, and maybe that had prepared him for this world of absurd tests and divine pranks. Clotilde, meanwhile, was at the call center, pacing slowly behind her desk as the neon lights buzzed faintly overhead. The stray dog had returned, small, wiry, staring at her with a gaze that made her feel like she'd known it forever. It carried another small gold coin in its mouth, this one shinier, heavier than the last, and dropped it at her feet with an air of quiet judgment. "Not you, too," she muttered. But the dog ignored her and padded toward the back exit, as if beckoning her somewhere. The new trio arrived that morning, like three flames in the storm. Concepcion, 30, Nicaraguan, with eyes sharp as broken glass, and hands that had labored through kitchens, gardens, and sweat, stepped cautiously into the convent yard. She had come for temporary work at the call center, but somehow carried the weight of destiny with her, though she didn't know it yet. Cora, mid-30s, painted like a carnival, lips red as blood, hair teased into defiance, laughed before she spoke, and everyone around her either adored or feared her. She carried chaos like perfume. Sparky, tangled in Cora's orbit, was the junkie who somehow survived on wit, caffeine, and Cora's chaos, a partner, parasite, and shadow all at once. He had a habit of whispering dark truths to the wrong people at the wrong time, and Cora found it hilarious. The trio immediately sensed something odd about the convent. Lemon and smoke lingered in the air like the residue of a spell. Clotilde introduced them, hesitating slightly, the dog circling her legs like a small guardian. "I don't know why you're here," Clotilde said softly, "but you'll need to follow me if you want to understand." They went down the narrow stone stairs beneath the convent, where the faint glow of candlelight revealed the door of lemon and smoke, faintly etched into the brick wall, shimmering as though breathing. Concepcion tilted her head, sniffing the air like a cat. "That smell?" she said. "It's alive." Dorothea knelt beside the door, fingertips hovering, thinking about her newfound desire. The way Gumbo had stirred her, a mixture of awe, longing, and guilt she couldn't fully name. Memories cascaded, childhood of strict convent walls, the almost kiss with Clotilde, the early awareness that men of color, gentle, soulful, alive, called something in her she had tried to bury. The door creaked open, the scent of lemon and smoke spiraling into the room. Behind it, a maze of tunnels, a relic of the sisters' secret past, their tests for those deemed worthy or cursed. The walls hummed faintly, vibrating with the history of the orphanage, the missing children, and the strange alien-adjacent events that had been stirring above ground. The stray dog bounded ahead, leading the way, paws splashing in shallow water that reflected the eerie greenish-blue glow of the tunnel walls. Clotilde's chest tightened. The dog had been here before, when the orphanage first vanished from the city's collective memory. Somehow, this dog was the key to the past she hadn't solved. They navigated the labyrinth, doors popping into view. One revealed a lush jungle, another a desert with a single tree, another a walled garden. Each space hummed with faint life, memories bleeding through like watercolors. Dorothea touched a leaf in the jungle and remembered the night she had whispered almost words to Clotilde. Her chest fluttered, a pang of guilt and desire wrapped tightly around her ribs. Sparky stumbled on a loose stone, cursing, while Cora laughed like a songbird on fire, clapping her hands at the absurdity. Concepcion guided them, quietly, carefully, sensing the old magic and the tests embedded in each threshold. A basket of gold appeared suddenly at the base of a tree in the jungle door. Not chocolate coins this time, but real, glinting, impossibly heavy. Each person glanced at it differently, Dorothea with reverence, Gumbo with suspicion, Cora with delight, Sparky with greed, and Concepcion with cautious awe. Then a creme brulee, inexplicably warm, appeared on a flat rock nearby. Dorothea bit into it, the sweetness grounding her in the midst of the surreal. She passed a spoonful to Gumbo, who smiled, his old bones singing with something like childlike wonder. Somewhere, above them, a faint hum. The voice of the test, or the city itself, whispering in electric breath. Dorothea finally understood. The door of lemon and smoke, the maze, the orphanage, the tunnels, the stray dog, all were connected. It was a test of humanity, desire, memory, and courage. And yet, the maze was not finished with them. Through a side passage, a faint glow revealed a small toddler playing with a box of matches left behind by someone else in the maze. The child of prophecy, perhaps, a link to the orphanage, perhaps something new. Gumbo and Dorothea's eyes met. Their new life was already demanding action, care, and impossible courage. They all froze as the dog barked sharply, tail straight as a rod. A sound, metallic, alien, and yet somehow organic, echoed through the tunnel. Concepcion whispered, "It's not done. It's waiting." And the chapter closed, not with fear, but with possibility. The next adventure waiting for Gumbo, Dorothea, their child, and the strange cohort of Cora, Sparky, and Concepcion. A maze of doors, a test of love and courage, and the first glimmer of what it meant to be human, magical, and absurd all at once. Chapter 14. Gumbo, Dorothea, and the Toddler of Doom. It was 2 weeks past the door of lemon and smoke incident, and Dorothea still couldn't believe she was married to Gumbo, homeless Vietnam vet, prophet, and occasional fruit truck chauffeur. The city buzzed on, unaware that a nun had abandoned celibacy, embraced middle age with reckless abandon, and somehow produced a toddler that was part miracle, part chaos agent. The repercussions were immediate and hilarious. At the convent, the remaining sisters whispered in the hallways. Sister Dorothea has abandoned the sacred order for, what? They asked. A homeless man, no less. A man whose last known address was a tangle of cardboard boxes and civil rights memories. Dorothea shrugged. Gumbo, of course, leaned against the kitchen doorframe with his harmonica, smiling like a man who knew he had won something without understanding why. People love to judge, he said, lighting a Saratoga 120. But they forget that love isn't about rules. It's about survival. And maybe a little jazz. Dorothea pinched the bridge of her nose. The toddler, whom they had immediately nicknamed Chaos because no one else would dare, had discovered the sugar bowl, emptied it across the floor, and stomped in it with tiny socked feet. Gumbo laughed. Better them than us, he said. Mess is temporary. Judgment is eternal. They tried to have a round-table discussion about parenting in the old dining room, which smelled faintly of lemon polish, sage, and something suspiciously like cat urine. Clotilde, visiting to offer counsel, wrinkled her nose. Really, Dorothea? She asked. You're raising a toddler in here? Better here than the street, Dorothea snapped, equally exhausted and defiant. The discussion was interrupted by a mirage of a cat, suddenly materializing on the table, tail high, walking as though it owned not just the room, but the very concept of domestic order. The cat spoke, explaining, in perfect, clipped diction, how to treat urine stains. It recommended vinegar, baking soda, and a touch of lemon oil, because apparently, even cats had opinions about cleanliness. Dorothea blinked. Gumbo laughed until he cried. The toddler tried to grab the cat's tail. The cat vanished. A VHS copy of The Wizard of Oz started playing on its own in the corner, the flickering image of Dorothy and her companions eerily mirroring their own motley family. Chaos toddled toward the screen, laughing, while Gumbo shook his head. I don't care if the tornado's coming, he said. We'll rebuild. Meanwhile, Concepcion, Cora, and Sparky had become semi-permanent fixtures in the convent's orbit. Concepcion, practical and intense, scowled as she watched Cora apply. More lipstick than blood cells in her body had ever produced. Sparky leaned against a wall, jittery, whispering observations only he and Cora found funny. The absurdity escalated when Concepcion, a tall, imposing lesbian with a scarlet streak in her hair, confronted them mid-argument. She wanted her friends to follow her plan, a chaotic, vaguely criminal scheme, but Dorothea, brash and unapologetic, refused. Concepcion's anger rose faster than a souffle in an earthquake. She swung a fist, nearly bashing Sparky's head, but slipped on a puddle of spilled creme brulee. The toddler, standing nearby, clapped in delight. I swear, Cora shouted, this kid's already more competent than any of us. He's got Gumbo's survival instincts, Dorothea said. And my stubbornness. Perfect combination. Through all this, Dorothea realized something unnerving. Her attraction to Gumbo, to his presence, to the way he carried the weight of history without letting it crush him, was deeper than lust or rebellion. It was a fixation, a recognition of something primal. She traced it back to her convent years, her awareness that the world was divided along color and caste, and her curiosity about what it meant to truly trust someone so unlike her. Gumbo, laughing and wheezing, didn't care. In fact, he found her old prejudices oddly compelling, sometimes teasing her with games involving a box of matches, a cactus, a see-and-say, and a bottle of whiskey. The child, chaos incarnate, tripped over Sparky's junky shoes and rolled into the pea-smelling room, somehow leaving more urine behind. Dorothea groaned, but the cat from the mirage reappeared, brushing against her ankles, mewing with pointed instruction. "Vinegar," it said. "Baking soda, lemon oil, repeat as necessary." And Dorothea smiled, realizing the world could be absurd, disgusting, miraculous, and hilarious all at once. By nightfall, the round-table discussion had descended into a story session about Gumbo's childhood in the segregated South, tales of fire hoses, picket lines, and small victories over cruelty, and his brief, bizarre stint in Vietnam, where he'd somehow managed to scare a sergeant into believing he could predict the weather with harmonica notes. "I've always been special," he said, rocking the toddler on his knee. "I just didn't know until the world caught up with me." Outside, the streets of New Orleans shimmered with another strange light. Lemon and smoke swirled in the breeze. The doors beneath the city, the ones Dorothea had once feared, hummed faintly, as if aware that their tests were only just beginning. And somewhere, in the shadows of the convent, Conception muttered, "Next time, I won't miss." The chapter closed with the family, Dorothea, Gumbo, and the toddler, perched on the back steps, eating creme brulee straight from the ramekin, watching the sky and knowing the next adventure was waiting for them. A race through the streets of New Orleans, a maze of doors, and the uncanny, surreal, unpredictable trials that awaited them just beyond the horizon. Chapter 15. The Toddler, the Trolley, and the Turmoil. The sun rose over New Orleans like a stage prop, bright, artificial, and slightly off-kilter. Gumbo squinted through it, toddler on hip, Dorothea balancing a tote bag of mismatched groceries and a small basket of gold coins. She had refused to explain. The city hummed with the sound of trolley clanks, jazz spilling from alleyways, and a faint, unplaceable smell of lemon and smoke. "You ready for this, little man?" Gumbo asked, rocking the toddler. Chaos, true to his name, waved his tiny fists at pigeons, a street musician, and a stray cat wandering by. Dorothea snorted. "If you survive 2 blocks without smearing mustard on your forehead, I'll be impressed." They were already running late, because toddlers, unlike adults, have a profound disregard for linear time. Chaos had discovered he could climb trolleys as easily as chairs, leap over trash cans, and scream in a way that disrupted entire brunches. Their first stop was the round-table meeting of local oddities, held in a back room of a cafe that smelled faintly of pee and forgotten espresso. Concepcion, Cora, and Sparky were there, each juggling their own chaos. Cora reapplying lipstick, Sparky twitching, Concepcion muttering to herself about city ordinances and what the maze beneath New Orleans might require next. Dorothea set the toddler down. He immediately bolted, tumbling into Sparky, who yelled something that sounded like a curse in at least 3 languages. Gumbo, unbothered, followed with quiet, amused steps, balancing the gold basket and a bag of Saratoga 120s. "You know," Dorothea said, "having a child at my age might be illegal in some states, socially inadvisable everywhere else. Spiritually, let's not go there." "Spiritually?" Gumbo laughed, harmonica tucked under his arm. "Baby's fine." "You're fine. Society will have to write a strongly worded letter or something." They discussed the repercussions of interracial marriage, the social judgment, the raised eyebrows of nuns and neighbors alike. Dorothea recounted her convent days, the late-night whispers, the almost kiss with Clotilde, the subtle guilt about her attraction, while Gumbo listened, nodding and occasionally adding, "Yeah, love's messy. Let's not make it messier." Chaos discovered a pea-smelling room on the 2nd floor of the cafe. Dorothea groaned. Concepcion groaned louder. Cora, however, found it hilarious and immediately began inventing games involving buckets, lemon oil, and vague threats toward Sparky if he didn't help clean up. A mirage of a cat appeared again, this time perched atop the counter, tail swishing. It stared directly at Chaos, then Dorothea, then Gumbo, and proceeded to lecture them on treating urine stains in excruciating detail, citing vinegar to baking soda ratios and applying metaphors involving the moon, jazz, and patience. The toddler clapped in fascination, apparently taking notes. Somewhere nearby, a VHS copy of The Wizard of Oz played spontaneously. Dorothea stared at Dorothy spinning in Technicolor, realizing the parallels. A family of misfits navigating impossible challenges, guided by voices that sometimes made sense, sometimes didn't. Toto's got nothing on this kid, Dorothea muttered. And then came Conception, fuming. She had tracked Cora and Sparky to this meeting, and when she saw chaos running circles around the room, she lost her temper completely. She swung her fist at a stack of papers, nearly hitting Sparky's head, only for chaos to step aside, the papers scattering like confetti. Concepcion intervened, pulling Conception back. "We are not solving anything by bashing people's heads in," she shouted. Conception glared, clearly considering ignoring her, but then a stray balloon drifted into her face. She tripped over it, landing in a heap while chaos patted her on the shoulder, like a tiny, judgmental guru. Gumbo laughed so hard he nearly dropped the basket of gold. Dorothea, smoke curling from her Saratoga, shook her head in equal parts exasperation and amusement. By evening, the toddler had discovered the city trolley system and declared it his personal racetrack. Gumbo and Dorothea chased him, hopping on and off, accidentally picking up an elderly jazz musician who decided the chaos was performance art and joined in with a clarinet. They paused at a corner where the street smelled faintly of cat urine and lemon oil, chaos at their feet, Concepcion consulting a city map, Cora laughing at everyone, Sparky hiding behind a lamppost, and Gumbo panting. Dorothea lit a cigarette and muttered, "We are officially a circus that even the angels would pay admission to." And the VHS of The Wizard of Oz flickered in her mind again, and she realized, the city, the toddler, Gumbo, the maze beneath the streets, the door of lemon and smoke, they were all part of one long test, not just of courage or love or chaos, but of family, human weirdness, and survival. Above them, a light shimmered in the sky, a faint pulse of green and violet. Something waiting, something watching. Chapter 16. The Barbecue of Omens and Confessions. The phone rang just as Gumbo was flipping a sausage with the precision of a man who had survived both Vietnam and toddler chaos. Dorothea snatched it, sweat and mustard on her hands, toddler tugging at her pant leg. "Hello? Dorothea, it's Clotilde," came the familiar, serene but slightly frantic voice. "We need to talk. It's about the door of lemon and smoke." Dorothea groaned and rolled her eyes. "Now?" "Yes, now," Clotilde insisted. "And, well, there's something I've never told you. It's disturbing, and I don't want to keep it from you any longer." 2 hours later, sitting on the couch with popcorn and a half-finished Amy Grant album playing in the background, Clotilde revealed a secret that made Dorothea blink hard enough to see double, a hidden legacy of the Sisters of the Golden Orchard, tied to a centuries-old prophecy involving children born under unusual circumstances. And worse, a disturbing, almost embarrassing detail about Clotilde herself, still cloaked in her habit. She had once, while praying in the convent garden, witnessed and accidentally caused a minor yet inexplicable supernatural occurrence, the memory of which made her cheeks flush even in adulthood. Dorothea, mouth slightly open, tried to form words. Gumbo, who had wandered in, leaned on the doorway, harmonica at his side, watching. "So basically," Dorothea said finally, "we're still in the middle of a cosmic test. Nish. Yes. And you've been hiding your own... What? Spellcasting abilities?" "Not spellcasting," Clotilde said primly, "but the universe seems to have favored me with minor interventions." Dorothea smirked. Gumbo whistled a low note. "Well, at least you're honest now." A few days later, the yard behind their quaint New Orleans home was alive with the smell of charcoal, lemon oil, and whatever miraculous scent chaos had somehow developed. It was Dorothea's birthday, and Gumbo had orchestrated a barbecue worthy of the absurd and the cosmic. Guests milled about. Concepcion, meticulously guarding her salad and notes. Cora, lipstick smudged already, laughing too loudly. Sparky, jittering with energy. And even a washed-up actor who had wandered in, holding a vibrating device he claimed was part of a method exercise, though no one questioned him. As the toddler toddled around, something incredible began to happen. He raised his tiny hand, fingers pointing at a stray napkin on the picnic table, and the napkin lifted into the air, twirling like a leaf caught in a sunbeam. Dorothea and Gumbo froze, jaws slack. Chaos giggled. He's inherited your prophetic abilities," Gumbo whispered. "And more. He's affecting matter directly." Before anyone could recover, chaos pointed again, this time at a bag of popcorn, which cascaded upwards, popping mid-air, raining buttery kernels over a shrieking, laughing crowd. Then, with a sideways flick of his wrist, something stranger occurred. The neighbor's cat, which had been stalking the yard like a feline specter, suddenly spoke. Not in words, but in an inexplicable mental projection that made everyone see images of forgotten events, past crimes, and unsolved mysteries. Concepcion blinked. "The child is..."
"Unique," Dorothea said, voice tight with awe. Completely unique. Meanwhile, Concepcion's backstory wove into the chaos. She had been simultaneously attending anger management classes and trying to reconcile her past behaviors, running with Cora and Sparky, participating in minor criminal shenanigans, and holding herself to a code of honesty she rarely adhered to. At the meeting, fueled by an earnest need for closure, she confessed to everyone, "I'm not a lesbian, I'm intersex." Gasps echoed through the yard. Cora laughed uncontrollably. Sparky dropped a hot dog. Dorothea blinked. Gumbo raised an eyebrow. "Born with both genitals," Concepcion clarified. "It's complicated, but I'm done hiding." The toddler clapped, possibly in approval, possibly trying to make popcorn float again. Then came the moment of Clotilde's late arrival. She pulled into the driveway in her ancient Prius, which squeaked and groaned as though it had heard of the toddler's powers and decided to protest. She held a party favor, a tiny, glittery, wind-up mouse, which squeaked annoyingly as she climbed out. The moment she hit the ground, a tremendous event occurred. The skies seemed to pulse, the BBQ smoke swirled into impossible spirals, the popcorn levitated and spun like satellites, and chaos pointed, giggling uncontrollably, at a glimmering object hovering near the trees, something no one had seen before, otherworldly and alien-adjacent, faintly humming like a distant cathedral organ. Dorothea grabbed Gumbo's arm. Concepcion gaped. Cora screamed in delighted terror. Even the vibrating method device in the washed-up actor's hand began to levitate. And in that precise, chaotic moment, the chapter ended, on a cliffhanger of absolute, glorious, absurd wonder. And as chaos crawled into Gumbo's arms, pointing toward the shimmer with glee, Dorothea realized the next phase of their adventure was beginning, whether they liked it or not. Chapter 17. Supernatural Toddlers, Woodland Escapades, and Tacos in West Texas. Dorothea was 47 and Gumbo was 72, with the resilience and eccentric energy that allowed him to chase toddlers, harmonica in hand, while dodging existential dread and occasional bad habits from his younger days. Chaos, their miraculous toddler, had already begun testing the limits of reality. Objects floated, animals appeared to communicate telepathically, and even the clouds seemed to bend slightly when he giggled. It was early morning in New Orleans, and Dorothea and Gumbo had just wrestled chaos away from levitating the bag of Saratoga 120s again. But today, the adventure would be different. A trip to the woods, ostensibly for fresh air and survival training. But secretly, Dorothea and Clotilde had a private and very important task to accomplish. Only Cora and Sparky knew where they were going. The rest of the crew, Gumbo, Chaos, Concepcion, were left to their own devices, blissfully unaware. "We'll be back before you even notice we're gone," Dorothea promised, tying her sneakers with a blend of nervous energy and excitement. The trip became increasingly urgent because Dorothea needed to perform a ritual only she and Clotilde could conduct, tied to the door of lemon and smoke, the tunnels beneath the city, and the inexplicable cosmic energy now channeled through their child. The ritual required isolation, concentration, and oddly, the silent presence of a ballerina they had recruited for reasons even Dorothea would only explain vaguely later. Meanwhile, back in the city, Cora and Sparky were left to manage chaos, the yard, and the surreal implications of a toddler manipulating matter. Chaos levitated a chair mid-air, pointing and laughing, while Gumbo tried to feed him a waffle. The old man's stamina was impressive, but cracks were starting to show. He had been dodging health problems, high blood pressure, early signs of arthritis and fatigue, with a mixture of stubbornness, humor, and coffee. Cora paced nervously. Sparky, jittery, lit a cigarette, eyeing the empty woods trail. "They've been gone too long," Cora said, exhaling smoke. "Something's off." Sparky leaned against a lamppost, flicking a lighter. "Relax. They always do this. You know our deal. We've been symbiotic since the bar." The story spilled out. Years ago, Sparky had been shooting up in a dimly lit bar, trying to dodge debt collectors, while Cora had been performing as a stripper, high heels, glitter, lipstick thick enough to write manifestos on walls. She had been sardonic, wild, free, and completely fearless. When Sparky stumbled into her life, half addicted, half lost, she had dragged him into mischief and survival, creating a bond so unbreakable it had survived arrests, overdoses, and an improbable cosmic alignment now implicating a toddler and a former nun. "You saved me," Sparky muttered. "We saved each other," Cora replied. Back in the woods, Dorothea and Clotilde reached a clearing, trees bending slightly as though bowing to the ritual's gravity. The ballerina, mid-pirouette, seemed to float over a patch of moss as Dorothea whispered instructions. Clotilde, ever cautious, hesitated, but the task was urgent. A lock within the tunnel network had to be reset, a key hidden in the subconscious minds of the Sisters of the Golden Orchard. Chaos powers, if harnessed correctly, would stabilize the energy for months. The ritual was bizarre, involving precise gestures, whispered incantations, and tiny symbolic offerings. Dorothea glanced at Clotilde, worried. This child of hers, this miraculous, chaotic, floating force of nature toddler, was the linchpin. One misstep could bend reality in ways none of them were prepared to manage. By mid-afternoon, Gumbo began to show signs of his age catching up with him. Knees creaked, stamina faltered, and he started losing his balance chasing chaos over uneven ground. Dorothea noticed, concern flickering through her otherwise chaotic calm. "You're 72, she said, handing him water. "You can't outrun a toddler forever." "I can outrun anything," Gumbo said, laughing, though the laughter was shakier now. "Except maybe old age, and debt collectors, and that damn Mirage cat." Meanwhile, back in New Orleans, the toddler's influence continued to manifest. Forks floated, a small shrub bowed as though in prayer, and a particularly smug squirrel ran acrobatics across the fence. Concepcion, Cora, and Sparky grew increasingly concerned, and the cosmic absurdity of the moment reminded them of the old city tunnels and the door of lemon and smoke. Hours passed. Dorothea and Clotilde returned, triumphant but exhausted. Chaos had been used as an anchor for the ritual, his abilities honed, focused, somehow amplifying the magical resonance of the woods. The toddler's supernatural powers now had new, more precise limits. He could lift objects, influence small animals, and temporarily bend probability around him, but only for short bursts. By dusk, the family, Gumbo, Dorothea, Chaos, along with Concepcion, Cora, and Sparky, packed into a borrowed van for a detour to West Texas, where an abandoned taco stand had somehow become the nexus for the next stage of their adventure. Dorothea drove, Gumbo navigated, using a mix of intuition, harmonica vibrations, and half-remembered Vietnam-era maps. Chaos pointing directions from his booster seat. The taco stand was dark, strangely quiet, with flickering neon lights. They arrived under circumstances so bizarre, a random thunderstorm, a tumbleweed bouncing past, and a stray dog carrying a gold coin, that even Gumbo had to pause, harmonica in hand, and mutter, "Well, this is new." Chapter 18. The Cat's Shadow. The message came 3 days ago, buzzing through the cracked old Garmin GPS that Gumbo had fished out of a thrift bin years ago in Galveston. No SIM card, no service. Yet somehow it lit up on its own, voice rasping through static. "Go west. Follow the cat's shadow. Stop where the tacos are cold." No name, no coordinates they recognized, just that gravelly whisper, like it came from somewhere between the living and the lost. Now it was 2015, the West Texas sun bleeding down like hot syrup, and Dorothea's little blue station wagon pulled into what used to be a taco stand off a forgotten stretch of Highway 90. The paint peeled off the Taco Galaxy sign, and the stars around it had all burnt out. They parked under the dying neon, Cora, Sparky, Dorothea, Clotilde, old Gumbo, and the toddler, sleepy-eyed and unaware that the desert itself seemed to be holding its breath. Cora lit a cigarette that wasn't even lit. Just muscle memory. "This is it?" she muttered. "A ghost stand and no tacos?" Sparky shrugged. "Maybe it's like a test or something. Maybe they're watching to see who loses their cool first." Dorothea stood stiff in the heat, hair pinned high, looking like a woman from another century accidentally dropped into this one. "It said we'd meet someone here. It said this place was important." "Yeah," Gumbo rasped, his voice gravel dragged through whiskey and age. "So's the bathroom at a Greyhound station. Don't mean we should stay long." He was 70 now, his face carved deep with the kind of wrinkles that told stories the mouth couldn't. He'd fought in the jungles of Vietnam, though sometimes, when he drifted off mid-sentence, you'd swear he was still there. His hands trembled not from fear, but from memory. And Dorothea, 55, fierce as a hawk and round-bellied with late-life motherhood, watched him like a woman watching a candle she knows is burning its last wick. By sundown, no one had come. The desert buzzed with insects and disappointment. Gumbo's breathing turned ragged, each inhale like it was wrestling his ribs. His eyes went glassy. "Not again," Clotilde whispered, clutching the toddler tight. Then Gumbo snapped. The rage came fast and uninvited, like lightning with a grudge. He cursed the sky, the stand, the ghostly voice that led them here. Dorothea tried to calm him, but it was like talking to a storm. When he started smashing the car's hood with his cane, Dorothea knew it was time. She grabbed the child and vanished into the brush, finding an old tourist cabin a quarter mile off the road. "I'll keep the baby quiet," she told Clotilde. You check on the others. Tell Cora to stay away from him till he comes down. Clotilde nodded and left, barefoot in the dust. Back at the taco stand, Cora and Sparky sat on the curb, silent except for the buzzing of the lone streetlight above them. The tension hung heavy and sour. Guess we could wait it out, Sparky said, eyes darting. Or find a place to cool off. There's that restroom across the lot. Cora snorted. Yeah, sure. Real classy joint. They went anyway. The restroom door creaked open like it was sighing. Inside, the air was thick with mildew and secrets. The mirror over the sink had split down the middle, giving two different versions of whoever looked in. Sparky flicked on his lighter, not for what it used to mean, but for light. The flame reflected 100 ways off the shards, and for a moment, the two of them looked like ghosts meeting themselves halfway back to life. Remember the bar in Beaumont? Cora said softly. That's where you first saw me dance. He grinned, worn but real. I was just looking for a drink. Ended up finding trouble. Trouble looked good that night. They both laughed, too loudly, because laughter was better than fear. The walls around them seemed to pulse. The cracks in the mirror stretched wider until each reflection showed a different year. Sparky on a bathroom floor, Cora on a stage with glittered knees, both of them half dead and pretending it was art. It wasn't drugs anymore. It was confession. They stared until the mirror gave them back something new, two people who'd done the worst to themselves and somehow still made it to this moment. Maybe this is what we came here for, Sparky whispered. To remember. Maybe, Cora said, looking at the broken mirror. But I still want tacos. Outside, thunder rolled somewhere far off, the kind that takes a long time to arrive. Dorothea's phone buzzed in the cabin. No number, just text. You were early. Wait for midnight. She froze. Then another vibration, this time on the GPS screen in Gumbo's car. Same message, same voice, same chill. Sparky peeked through the restroom's cracked window and saw a figure crouched on the roof of the taco stand. Small, wiry, unmoving. Cora, he whispered. We ain't alone. And in the glow of the flickering O from the taco sign, the figure smiled, just barely, before fading into the heat shimmer like smoke in reverse. Chapter 19. The desert cracks open. The wind was a dry whisper sliding across the sand. Dorothea pressed her back against the cabin wall, the toddler asleep on her chest, his tiny fingers twitching like he was dreaming a storm into being. The place smelled of wood rot and something metallic, old blood maybe, or rust dreaming of blood. Clotilde sat near the window, rosary in one hand, a meat cleaver in the other. Your boy, she murmured. He hums when he sleeps. He hums in his waking, too, Dorothea said. Maybe he's keeping the world tuned. Outside, Gumbo's fury hadn't cooled. He paced the desert like a wounded bull, shouting at invisible sergeants and ghosts of jungle leaves. Each curse seemed to warp the air around him. The sand rose in thin spirals, as if gravity itself was reconsidering its loyalties. Lightning flickered with no clouds to justify it. Dorothea felt it in her bones, the same vibration she'd felt the day the child was born, when every clock in the hospital stopped for 43 seconds. Something's riding his anger, she whispered. Clotilde crossed herself. Or someone. Meanwhile, in the restroom across the lot, Cora and Sparky had turned the broken mirror room into a cathedral of nostalgia. They'd strung a flashlight up with dental floss, turned the cracked sink into an altar. Glitter from Cora's old dance bag still clung to the floor, and each sparkle became a miniature galaxy when the light hit it right. Remember that night in Shreveport? She asked, tapping the needle against her vein but not using it. We swore the bartender was Elvis reincarnated. He was, till we sobered up, Sparky said. Then he was just some guy named Keith. They laughed until the laughter bent back on itself, and suddenly they were standing in two timelines at once, their bodies in this ruin, their spirits back in that smoky bar. The mirror caught both scenes and mixed them like paint. Then came a sound from the stall behind them, a skittering, like claws dragging across porcelain. The flashlight swung. The stall door was ajar. Something gleamed inside, something wet and furred. Sparky froze. You see that? Cora's voice dropped. Don't move. A shape unfolded itself. Too many legs for a cat, too much spine for a spider. It blinked with eyes that weren't paired but clustered. Yet it wasn't threatening, not yet. It simply watched them, curious as sin. Concepcion arrives. Headlights knifed through the dusk. A battered Subaru coughed to a stop near the taco stand, and Concepcion stepped out. Jeans, leather jacket, eyes full of unfinished confessions. She'd followed the same phantom message that brought the rest. The air felt charged, like the world was plugged into some cosmic socket. She spotted Gumbo yelling at the sky and knew this wasn't going to be an ordinary reunion. "Gumbo!" she called. He turned, eyes blazing, not at her, but through her. "They said come west. You hear that voice too? You hear the cat's damn shadow talking?" "I heard it," she said softly. "That's why I'm here." He collapsed to his knees. The rage broke into sobs. The sand around him pulsed once, twice, and then a crack opened beneath his boots, a fissure glowing faint blue, like moonlight trapped underground. Concepcion backed away, whispering prayers she didn't believe. Back in the cabin, the toddler woke. His eyes were pale silver in the dark. He pointed toward the window, and every nail in the wall began to hum. Clotilde's rosary beads floated an inch above her palm. Dorothea's voice trembled. "Baby, what are you doing?" He smiled. A baby's smile, innocent, merciless, and the humming stopped. Outside, Gumbo slumped forward, asleep in the sand, the fissure sealing beneath him as if nothing had happened. Clotilde exhaled shakily. "That wasn't God," she said. "No," Dorothea agreed. "That was family." Restroom revelation. Sparky edged closer to the half-cat, half-spider thing. "You hungry, buddy?" he asked. Cora smacked his arm. "Don't feed it. We don't even know what it eats." But Concepcion burst through the door just then, panting. "There's a crack in the ground out there glowing like an angel's grave," she said. Then she saw the creature, and the words died. It tilted its head, too human now, its mouth shaping something that sounded like Dorothea. Cora's heart dropped. "It knows her name." The creature extended one trembling limb and placed it against the mirror. The glass melted into liquid silver, showing scenes that hadn't happened yet. Dorothea clutching the toddler, running through a canyon of wind. Gumbo's hand reaching out from a hospital bed. Clotilde kneeling before a shape of fire wearing a nun's habit. The vision shattered, spraying glitter across the filthy tiles. Sparky whispered, "We just got drafted into something big." Back outside. Midnight bled across the desert. The taco stand's sign flickered. Taco Galaxy. Co-gal. Letters died. Light went thin. Dorothea stepped out of the cabin with the child in her arms. The air tasted of copper and storm. From far off, she could see the others gathered near the restroom, small silhouettes against the desert's electric veins. The GPS on the dashboard lit again, voice low, almost tender now. "You've arrived at your destination." The toddler pointed toward the stand. The ground trembled once more, and something beneath it purred. The night held its breath. Somewhere between the stars and the sand, the half-cat, half-spider thing began to sing, a sound like static and lullabies, calling them all toward the next impossible truth. Chapter 16. The Song Beneath the Dust. The morning came in sideways, light crawling over the dunes like a cat too smart for its own hunger. The taco stand, once bright with neon and fry oil laughter, now leaned at an impossible angle, a busted halo of chrome and signage. Dorothea crouched behind an overturned cooler, pressing the toddler to her chest. The boy's small hand reached upward, twitching toward the sky as though it remembered a tune older than language. "Don't," she whispered. "Don't listen." But the hum, God, the hum, was inside everything. It vibrated through the sand, through the rusted nails, through the little bones in her ears. And she knew, with a sort of calm panic, that the thing beneath the dunes wasn't done yet. Somewhere behind the stand, Concepcion picked her way through the rubble, calling for anyone who could still answer. She'd followed the coordinates sent 3 nights ago, expecting some secret meeting. Now all she found was wreckage, a sandpit that seemed to breathe, and a smell like singed sugar. "Madre de Dios," she murmured. "What have they called down?" A wind stirred. Beneath it, a faint cry, almost human, almost music. Clotilde woke in a motel miles away, unsure how she'd gotten there. Her wrist was bandaged. Her mind flickered between dreams and warnings. In one dream, the sisters of the Golden Orchard stood around a table that smoked like incense, their faces blank, but for the mouths that whispered, "The child is the hinge." When she opened her eyes, the words were written in condensation on the mirror. "The child is the hinge." She stumbled to the window. In the distance, heat shimmered like a handprint across the horizon. Under the broken sign of Tacos del Sol, Gumbo stirred. Sand fell from his beard as he blinked at the sky. Alive somehow, though his pulse was slow as thunder. He heard the hum too, but to him it was a voice he half remembered from childhood, when his grandmother in Mississippi told him he'd been born under 2 moons. He sat up, looked at his trembling hands, and saw faint light pulsing through the veins like candlelight through paper. Not dead yet, he muttered, and not done neither. He looked around for Dorothea. No sign, only footprints leading into the dunes, and a few child-sized prints beside hers. The air tasted like lemon and smoke. Farther off, Cora and Sparky wandered the desert's edge. They were pale ghosts against the horizon, arguing about whether the thing they'd seen was real. It had eyes, Cora said. Too many eyes to be a blessing. Sparky laughed the way scared people laugh, high and sharp. Maybe it was the rapture. We're just the leftovers. Behind them, something moved beneath the sand, tracking them with the patience of a tide. By midday, Dorothea found a small, collapsed shrine built from stones and cactus spines. She placed the child inside the hollow, covering him with a shawl that still smelled faintly of their kitchen, beans, bleach, and bread. The boy's eyes opened, bright as bottled light. "Hide," she said. He nodded, though he couldn't possibly understand. Then she turned toward the song. It was calling her by name now, syllables stretching like honey, like warning. She took one step, then another. If she could draw it away, if she could keep it from the child. The hum became melody, a low chant, a promise that didn't sound entirely unkind. Miles away, Concepcion found Clotilde at the motel. "They're missing," she said. "All of them. But the child, someone's looking for him." "Who? Something that shouldn't have crossed over." Clotilde pressed her unsteady hand against the bandage on her wrist. "Then we'd better find him first." Back at the dunes, Gumbo staggered toward the place where the sand shimmered brightest. He could see the outline now, a huge, jointed thing, almost human but not quite, its body rippling as if underwater. It paused, tilted its head, and from deep inside came a sound halfway between a purr and a sermon. He whispered a prayer that turned into a curse halfway through. The ground cracked open again, spilling light like milk. And from far off, faint but unmistakable, a child's voice rose in response, singing the same tune. Then, silence. Chapter 20. The Awakening of Dust and Honey. The desert trembled again. Clotilde and Concepcion reached the taco stand ruins just as a bright column of light flared up from the sand. Inside that light stood Gumbo, his coat flapping like a flag in slow motion, staring down the creature that had haunted them all. It was vast now, its body part shadow, part shimmer, and behind it, half swallowed by its moving shape, the baby reached tiny arms toward Gumbo. Dorothea's scream ripped across the wind. "Get him out!" she cried. Gumbo raised his hands, whispering something low and rhythmic, half prayer, half blues. The words bent the air. Each syllable seemed to shake color loose from the sky. The creature froze, then cracked, like ice splitting under heat. A sound like bells and thunder filled the desert. The creature convulsed once, twice, and collapsed inward, folding like paper into itself until all that remained was a faint smell of lemon and dust. Silence, only wind. And then the child crying, safe, covered in the strange, shimmering powder that glittered like sugar. Dorothea ran forward, scooping him up, sobbing. Gumbo dropped to one knee, exhausted. Clotilde crossed herself and whispered, "A miracle, or a warning." Across the broken asphalt, Cora and Sparky appeared out of nowhere, laughing, playing hopscotch on a cracked stretch of road drawn with chalk made from crushed stone. "I'm pregnant!" Cora shouted suddenly, grinning wild. "Again?" Sparky said. "Don't ask questions, baby. It's a sign." Everyone laughed, half from relief, half from disbelief. The light began to fade. The desert went still. And then, everything tilted. Dorothea blinked. The world shifted. The sky turned from gold to ceiling white. She was sitting at the kitchen table of their tiny house, a half-empty bowl of coleslaw in front of her and the faint hum of the refrigerator like the desert still breathing. Her heart raced. She looked around. No sand, no creature, no taco stand. Just Gumbo, alive and well, flipping pancakes at the stove. And the toddler, safe, giggling at cartoons. Outside, the sound of lawn sprinklers. Dorothea pressed her palm to her forehead and felt sweat. The taste of soil still clung to her tongue. She looked down and saw an open container of sautéed mushrooms, half-eaten. "Gumbo," she whispered. "Where'd these come from?" He turned, smiling. "Neighbor dropped 'em off yesterday, said they were fancy, foraged," she said. "You okay, baby?" She stared, then laughed a shaky laugh. All of it, the creature, the baby's powers, the desert fisher, had been one long hallucination. Except there was a knock on the door. Concepcion stood outside, clutching a newspaper. On the front page, strange lights over West Texas desert, local witnesses describe song in the sky. Dorothea's stomach twisted. In the background, she saw the neighbor who'd given them the mushrooms standing by her car, staring straight at her, smiling faintly. That same neighbor from the old convent's garden, the one who never aged, the one with the eyes too bright to be human. Dorothea whispered, "Clotilde?" The neighbor smiled wider. "Oh, you remember me now." And the air in the kitchen began to hum again. Chapter 21. The honey in the hymnal. Dorothea woke to a smell that wasn't hers. Not the lavender soap from the convent, not the tobacco-sweet musk of old Gumbo's shirts. This was chemical, like someone had soaked the air in fear and bleach. Her hands trembled as she reached for the cracked ceramic cup beside the bed. The water inside shimmered oddly, like it was breathing. She didn't drink it. She remembered something about drinking. And the forest, the child crying, the spider thing singing her name in a voice like Amy Grant on helium. Then the radio switched on by itself. "Baby, baby, I'm taken with the notion." Chapter 18. Coma, Chaos, and a Carousel of Misfortune. The psychiatric hospital smelled like antiseptic, burnt coffee, and despair mixed with the faint hint of bleach-drenched laundry. Dorothea sat on the stiff vinyl chair in the intake room, rocking slightly, humming Baby Baby under her breath, though she didn't know why. She was 58 now, pale and frayed at the edges, and the world felt thinner than usual, as if someone had pressed deflate on reality itself. The nurses in navy blue uniforms moved like choreographed extras in a low-budget musical. One tripped over a cord, landed in the recycling bin with a squawk, and somehow this made Dorothea laugh so hard she almost passed out. In her mind, everything was a jumble of visions. Gumbo as a disco cowboy in a glitter storm, Cora and Sparky performing hopscotch in slow motion across the Beaumont, Texas highway, and the neighbor's eyes still glowing through the misty memory of the desert. She couldn't untangle the hallucinations from reality. 3 days ago, she had believed she'd saved the baby. Last night, she had been hypnotized, poisoned, transported to some impossible kaleidoscopic desert. And yet here she was, staring at a clock that ticked backwards. Meanwhile, in Port Arthur, Cora and Sparky were mid-crisis. They'd left the toddler in the car while rushing into a convenience store for emergency gummy bears. What should have been a 5-minute errand turned into a circus of sirens, neighbors, and concerned citizens gawking at a locked hatchback. Cora flailed dramatically, Sparky shouted incomprehensible apologies, and a trio of mall walkers recorded the whole spectacle on their phones. And the baby? Snug as a bug in the air-conditioned laundromat next door, oblivious to the chaos. When the authorities finally arrived, Cora and Sparky were collapsed on the asphalt in shame, dusted with chalk from a hopscotch attempt that had gone awry. They laughed hysterically, gasping, "We've just invented the world's most stressful comedy show." It became the talk of Beaumont and Port Arthur for days. Headlines blared, "Local pair causes panic over infant, claim it's art. Witnesses unsure if performance or panic." Back at the hospital, Dorothea's breakdown escalated. A freak accident occurred while she was being wheeled to a new wing. A laundry cart collided with her bed, sending a stack of medical charts flying like giant paper airplanes. Dorothea screamed, half-laughed, and nearly fainted. The nurses, now convinced she was both a genius and a lunatic, decided to induce a medically controlled coma to protect her. She slipped under with her eyes open in her mind, seeing everything at once. The desert, the taco stand, Gumbo's face, the glowing baby, Cora and Sparky hopscotching, Beaumont traffic lights blinking like tiny percussion instruments. Her last coherent thought before drifting was, "If this is a dream, it's the best nightmare I've ever had." In the haze of Dorothea's dream coma, the world unfolded like a kaleidoscope musical number. The hospital hallways became a Broadway stage. Dorothea watched as nurses and doctors performed a complicated choreography, moving IV poles like jazz hands, dancing on slippery floors, and singing every line of Baby Baby with eerie precision. Cora and Sparky appeared in the hallway, chalk still smeared on their clothes, skipping through the corridors as though it were hopscotch ballet. Cora twirled dramatically, raising her arms. "I'm pregnant," she announced, spinning like a misfiring pinwheel. Sparky fell over laughing, then scrambled up to join her, performing an interpretive dance that resembled both a frog and a fire alarm going off. Dorothea could only watch, her heart simultaneously breaking and delighted. The absurdity was as complete as any desert hallucination she'd endured. Through it all, Gumbo's presence hovered. In the dream coma, he was older and younger at once, a Vietnam-era soldier wearing sunglasses made of starlight. He whispered to Dorothea that the universe was testing them all, that nothing was ever fully lost, and that the baby, safe, real, and untouchable, was a hinge connecting the hallucination and reality, the living and the dreamed. The neighbor's presence remained, a shadow in the corner. Dorothea didn't dare move. She had no idea if this figure was human, supernatural, or a judgment rendered from some forgotten part of her past. And she didn't want to know. Reporting them felt more terrifying than remaining silent. As night fell on the hospital, Dorothea drifted deeper. She could see Beaumont and Port Arthur at once, city lights glinting off puddles, the air thick with memory and ozone. She felt the laughter, the panic, the glitter, and the shadows of the half-remembered desert. And just as the musical crescendo hit its absurd peak, everyone mid-leap in a perfectly coordinated baby-baby chorus. Dorothea whispered in her dream, "Let me wake, let me wake, let me wake." Her eyelids fluttered. The music faded into hums, the desert dissolved into hospital walls, and the stage of her subconscious collapsed like origami. Outside, Cora and Sparky nursed ice cream cones, the toddler giggling innocently, unaware that the adult world had collapsed around them. Dorothea's fate, the mystery of the neighbor, the effects of the poisoning, the blurred line between reality and dream, all hung in suspended question, waiting for her awakening. Dorothea froze. The sound came from somewhere near the kitchen window, right where the neighbor's trailer light burned through the night like a watchful, unblinking eye. Her heart slammed against her ribs. The neighbor. That thing she'd pretended didn't exist except for the polite "mornin', ma'am" across the fence. A woman, or something wearing a woman's shape, with eyes too black and a smile too knowing. Dorothea's pulse skipped as she remembered the pie that woman had brought 3 nights ago. Apple, cinnamon, and mushrooms. Not the kind you sauté, the kind that unwrap reality like paper. She felt her stomach twist. Was that when it started? The hallucinations, the baby crying somewhere far away, the image of Gumbo and the monster in the clearing? Or was this another layer of the same dream? She didn't know. She couldn't know. That morning, she dressed in one of her old nun dresses, faded, frayed, relic of a life she barely remembered. She found Clotilde on the porch, chain-smoking and thumbing through a rosary like she was praying to keep from vanishing. "Do you remember?" Dorothea whispered. "Why we left the convent?" Clotilde didn't answer at first. She blew out smoke in the shape of a question mark. "I think," she finally said, "we didn't leave. I think it left us." Later that day, the others arrived, Cora still radiant and raw, with Sparky at her side looking like a man halfway between heaven and relapse. They carried a portable speaker and a box of donuts from the Beaumont Shipleys. "Y'all ain't gonna believe this," Sparky grinned. "We got booked to perform for the parish festival. Guess what song?" Dorothea already knew. The music swelled before he even said it. "Baby, baby, I'm taken with the notion." And suddenly, the old convent choir robes were back. The stage was lit by neon pink crosses. The toddlers from the dream danced with ribbons made of sunlight. Even Gumbo appeared, standing tall, younger, glowing, like Vietnam had never touched him. They sang like salvation depended on it. Sparky played bass, Cora twirled like a human disco candle, and Dorothea, Lord help her, felt her soul open like stained glass cracking in the heat. But just as the crowd cheered, something shifted. The microphone hissed, the stage lights flickered, and in the back of the crowd, by the Port Arthur taco stand parked under a flickering Exxon sign, stood her neighbor, smiling, holding the baby that Dorothea was sure she'd hidden. Gumbo's voice thundered from somewhere unseen. "Don't look at her, Dottie, don't you look." Too late. Dorothea looked, and the world tilted again, spiraling, kaleidoscopic, shimmering like swamp water under moonlight. She was back in the woods. The creature was there, crumpled, dying. Gumbo on his knees beside it, whispering some old Cajun prayer that bent the air around him. The baby, their baby, cooed behind the beast, untouched. Cora and Sparky were off to the side, drawing hopscotch squares in the dirt with heroin needles, giggling about reincarnation. "You ever think," Sparky slurred, "that we've been here before? Like we're the same souls just passing around new bodies?" Cora laughed, tossed her hair, and said, "If that's true, I'm keeping you next time, too." "Oh, and Sparky?" "Yeah? I'm pregnant." And then everything cracked. Light, sound, thought, like thunder tearing through a church ceiling. Dorothea came to in her bed, alone. The TV was playing static, the radio was silent. Outside, the neighbor's light still burned, steady and malicious. She crawled to the window, trembling. The pie plate still sat on the porch, covered in ants, and scratched into the wood beside it, faint, hurried, almost human, were the words, "You were supposed to remember." Dorothea sank to her knees. Was it real? Was any of it? The singing, the baby, the monster? Was Gumbo still alive? Was she still the woman who'd once worn a habit and believed in God's mercy? She pressed her forehead against the cold glass and whispered, "Lord, if this is a test, I've failed it." Then, from the direction of Beaumont, a faint, familiar tune drifted through the static. "Baby, baby," and the lights went out. Chapter 22. Coma, Chaos, and a Carousel of Misfortune. The psychiatric hospital smelled like antiseptic, burnt coffee, and despair mixed with the faint hint of bleach-drenched laundry. Dorothea sat on the stiff vinyl chair in the intake room, rocking slightly, humming Baby Baby under her breath, though she didn't know why. She was 58 now, pale and frayed at the edges, and the world felt thinner than usual, as if someone had pressed deflate on reality itself. The nurses in navy blue uniforms moved like choreographed extras in a low-budget musical. One tripped over a cord, landed in the recycling bin with a squawk, and somehow this made Dorothea laugh so hard she almost passed out. In her mind, everything was a jumble of visions. Gumbo as a disco cowboy in a glitter storm, Cora and Sparky performing hopscotch in slow motion across the Beaumont, Texas highway, and the neighbor's eyes still glowing through the misty memory of the desert. She couldn't untangle the hallucinations from reality. 3 days ago she had believed she'd saved the baby. Last night she had been hypnotized, poisoned, transported to some impossible kaleidoscopic desert, and yet here she was, staring at a clock that ticked backwards. Meanwhile, in Port Arthur, Cora and Sparky were mid-crisis. They'd left the toddler in the car while rushing into a convenience store for emergency gummy bears. What should have been a 5-minute errand turned into a circus of sirens, neighbors, and concerned citizens gawking at a locked hatchback. Cora flailed dramatically, Sparky shouted incomprehensible apologies, and a trio of mall walkers recorded the whole spectacle on their phones. And the baby? Snug as a bug in the air-conditioned laundromat next door, oblivious to the chaos. When the authorities finally arrived, Cora and Sparky were collapsed on the asphalt in shame, dusted with chalk from a hopscotch attempt that had gone awry. They laughed hysterically, gasping, "We've just invented the world's most stressful comedy show." It became the talk of Beaumont and Port Arthur for days. Headlines blared, "Local pair causes panic over infant. Claim it's art. Witnesses unsure if performance or panic." Back at the hospital, Dorothea's breakdown escalated. A freak accident occurred while she was being wheeled to a new wing. A laundry cart collided with her bed, sending a stack of medical charts flying like giant paper airplanes. Dorothea screamed, half-laughed, and nearly fainted. The nurses, now convinced she was both a genius and a lunatic, decided to induce a medically controlled coma to protect her.
She slipped under with her eyes open in her mind, seeing everything at once. The desert, the taco stand, Gumbo's face, the glowing baby, Cora and Sparky hopscotching, Beaumont, traffic lights blinking like tiny percussion instruments. Her last coherent thought before drifting was, "If this is a dream, it's the best nightmare I've ever had." In the haze of Dorothea's dream coma, the world unfolded like a kaleidoscope musical number. The hospital hallways became a Broadway stage. Dorothea watched as nurses and doctors performed a complicated choreography, moving IV poles like jazz hands, dancing on slippery floors, and singing every line of Baby Baby with eerie precision. Cora and Sparky appeared in the hallway, chalk still smeared on their clothes, skipping through the corridors as though it were hopscotch ballet. Cora twirled dramatically, raising her arms. "I'm pregnant," she announced, spinning like a misfiring pinwheel. Sparky fell over laughing, then scrambled up to join her, performing an interpretive dance that resembled both a frog and a fire alarm going off. Dorothea could only watch, her heart simultaneously breaking and delighted. The absurdity was as complete as any desert hallucination she'd endured. Through it all, Gumbo's presence hovered. In the dream coma, he was older and younger at once. A Vietnam-era soldier wearing sunglasses made of starlight. He whispered to Dorothea that the universe was testing them all, that nothing was ever fully lost, and that the baby, safe, real, and untouchable, was a hinge connecting the hallucination and reality, the living and the dreamed. The neighbor's presence remained, a shadow in the corner. Dorothea didn't dare move. She had no idea if this figure was human, supernatural, or a judgment rendered from some forgotten part of her past. And she didn't want to know. Reporting them felt more terrifying than remaining silent. As night fell on the hospital, Dorothea drifted deeper. She could see Beaumont and Port Arthur at once. City lights glinting off puddles, the air thick with memory and ozone. She felt the laughter, the panic, the glitter, and the shadows of the half-remembered desert. And just as the musical crescendo hit its absurd peak, everyone mid-leap in a perfectly coordinated baby chorus, Dorothea whispered in her dream, "Let me wake, let me wake, let me wake." Her eyelids fluttered. The music faded into hums, the desert dissolved into hospital walls, and the stage of her subconscious collapsed like origami. Outside, Cora and Sparky nursed ice cream cones, the toddler giggling innocently, unaware that the adult world had collapsed around them. Dorothea's fate, the mystery of the neighbor, the effects of the poisoning, the blurred line between reality and dream, all hung in suspended question, waiting for her awakening. Chapter 19. Webs, Memories, and Tentative Bonds. Clotilde sat cross-legged on the faded rug of the convent's parlor, the air thick with the scent of lemon polish and faint smoke from the last night's fire pit. She was 58 now, still wearing her habit half as armor, half as comfort, but no longer fully unapproachable. Her gaze lingered on Cora and Sparky, who bickered quietly over a jigsaw puzzle on the coffee table. Pieces scattered like the fragments of their collective pasts. Cora, mid-30s, leaned back, dramatically fanning herself with a stray puzzle box lid. "Sparky, if you put that corner piece anywhere near that edge, I swear." Sparky, pale with a history written in years of reckless improvisation, grinned, shaking his dark mop of hair. "You're just mad 'cause I survived school." "Survived school?" Cora snorted. "You mean embarrassed yourself for a full semester while flunking algebra?" Sparky winced. He had never forgotten the time in 7th grade when a biology experiment went awry. A jar of pond snails had leaked into his backpack, and by the time he reached homeroom, the smell had attracted half the school, including the vice principal, who declared him a walking olfactory offense against civilization. Clotilde stifled a laugh, her eyes warm as she imagined the scene, and yet a pang of sympathy made her heart tighten. There was something tender about Sparky, fragile, yet stubbornly alive. Cora's story was more perilous. She had once been a dancer in a small, shabby bar in Port Arthur, a place where the lights flickered like the heartbeat of a dying town. One night, a fire started backstage, and she had nearly been trapped behind a collapsing set of wooden crates. She had escaped, of course, but the memory still made her shiver in a way she tried to hide under her flamboyant makeup and bravado. Clotilde noticed the tension in her jaw and the way she bit the inside of her cheek whenever that memory brushed too close to the surface. Concepcion entered the picture quietly but decisively. A 30-year-old Nicaraguan with the air of someone who had survived far more than she revealed, she had always moved like a measured shadow, reserved and polite, in stark contrast to Clotilde's newfound boldness in her companionship. She and Sparky had met by chance. A mutual friend at an art exhibit in Beaumont, Texas, had introduced them, and the spark of recognition, almost cosmic in nature, had ignited immediately. Concepcion and Cora had already been friends for years, a trio of chaotic energy and muted, sharp-edged humor that somehow fit. Clotilde found herself drawn to Concepcion in ways she didn't yet understand. The admiration was natural at first, Concepcion's grace, negotiates her quiet command of space, her old-fashioned manners under a modern rough edge. But soon it flickered into something more intimate, more charged. A slight heat in her chest whenever Concepcion laughed. A tendency to linger near her, to notice small gestures others overlooked.
And though Clotilde was aware of the age gap, she in her late 50s, Concepcion in her early 30s, it didn't diminish the stirrings of possibility. Meanwhile, Sparky's past loomed larger than even he liked to admit. His teenage years had been a spiral of curiosity, chemicals, and reckless attempts to escape the boredom of Beaumont's edges. There was a near-tragic incident in which he had almost been electrocuted while experimenting with a busted television set in a neighbor's garage. It had left him shaken, and though he never spoke of it much, Cora had been there, a steady presence, coaxing him back into the sunlight with sarcasm, wit, and occasional shoves when necessary. Their bond was symbiotic, wild and protective, each knowing the other's limits and breaking them anyway with a sense of safety. Clotilde watched all this quietly at first, but slowly the web of attachments drew her in. She found herself laughing at Cora's antics, teasing Sparky about his snails-in-the-backpack incident, and feeling the soft tug of her own heart toward Concepcion. She wasn't sure if it was friendship, curiosity, or something more, but she felt undeniably alive in their presence. One afternoon, as the group lounged on the back porch overlooking the quiet street where the convent met the outskirts of Beaumont, Cora turned suddenly. "You know, Clotilde," she said, smirking, "you could actually join in some of our chaos. You don't have to hide behind the old habits all the time." Clotilde tilted her head, considering. I'm not sure I can. I mean, I still have obligations, and You mean you've never felt like this?" Concepcion interjected softly. "And maybe it scares you a little." Clotilde swallowed. Her heart beat fast. Concepcion's words felt like a mirror, reflecting parts of herself she had tried to forget. And in that moment, something shifted. She leaned just a fraction closer, not daring to meet Concepcion's eyes directly, and felt her pulse spike. It was, perhaps, the beginning of something new, the realization that bonds weren't always about age, roles, or history, but about shared presence, trust, and the courage to let someone see the hidden parts of your soul. By evening, the trio, Clotilde, Cora, and Sparky, had convened on the porch steps. The air smelled faintly of roses from the convent garden, mixed with the humidity of Beaumont summers and the faint, lingering odor of Sparky's last mishap in a chemistry lab years ago. "I'm telling you," Cora said, tossing her hair, "this group is weirdly perfect." "And dangerous," Sparky added, smirking. Clotilde laughed quietly, the sound mingling with the cicadas. She felt for the first time that she wasn't just a relic of her old convent life. She belonged, in some tenuous, beautiful, terrifying way, to this motley family of lost, wandering souls. And as she watched Concepcion's calm, dark gaze sweep across the lawn, Clotilde realized that her heart, long cloistered, was beginning to reach. Chapter 24. Heatherbrook and Other Hauntings. Concepcion had an afro that seemed to defy physics, a soft, dark halo haloed further by the fluorescent lights of the convent's hallway, and a constellation of tiny skin tags that dappled her neck like strange, delicate punctuation marks. Clotilde sometimes caught herself staring at them mid-conversation, mesmerized in that peculiar way you can only be by something you both admire and don't understand. The Vigil. At St. Mary's Medical Center, the hum of the monitors was a strange lullaby.
Gumbo sat by Dorothea's bedside, one hand clasped around hers, the same hand that had once, in a different lifetime, held a rifle and a cross with equal uncertainty. He hadn't shaved in days, his eyes red-rimmed but resolute. The TV in the corner flickered silently with Little House on the Prairie reruns. He stared at it absently, the old prairie moralities flickering across his grief. Dorothea's chest rose and fell in fragile rhythm beneath the hospital sheets, and every so often Gumbo muttered something under his breath, a prayer, a plea, or maybe just the half-conscious ramble of a man who had seen too much.
"Don't you leave me yet, baby," he whispered. "You ain't done what the Lord told you to do." Outside the room, a nurse hummed "Baby, Baby" by Amy Grant, faint, off-key, but hauntingly gentle, as she pushed a cart past. It was the only sound in the corridor other than the rhythmic drip of saline. Gumbo's gaze flicked toward the sound, then back to Dorothea's motionless face. Somewhere between exhaustion and faith, he thought he saw her eyelids tremble. The babysitters. Meanwhile, across town, chaos had assumed corporeal form in the small apartment Cora and Sparky had borrowed from a friend to babysit the toddler. The child, curly-haired and blessed, or cursed, with that unsettling calm only prophetic children possess, had spent the morning stacking saltine crackers into geometric towers, humming tunelessly. Cora tossed her cigarette into an empty coffee cup. "We can't keep him here forever. Kids need supervision. Or at least snacks." Sparky shrugged. "He's supernatural. Snacks are beneath him." Concepcion, leaning against the counter, gave them both the kind of look reserved for idiots and American tourists. "We'll leave him with Mrs. Alvarez down the street. She owes me from that time I saved her from the raccoon in her pantry." 5 minutes later, the toddler was happily ensconced in Mrs. Alvarez's living room, watching Finding Nemo and eating Fruit Loops with solemn concentration. Lake Charles. The glitter dive. By nightfall, they were on the road. Clotilde, Cora, Sparky, and Concepcion, crammed into Sparky's dented pickup, heading east toward Lake Charles, Louisiana. The air was heavy with cigarette smoke and anticipation. Clotilde clutched her rosary, muttering about missions and divine errands, while Cora reapplied eyeliner in the side mirror. The gay bar was called Club Apocrypha, a glitter-drenched, low-ceilinged dive with sticky floors and a sign that read, "We serve spirits," literally. Inside, a drag queen dressed as the Virgin Mary lip-synced to El Shaddai, while a group of college students passed around glow sticks and bottles of cheap vodka. Clotilde tried to keep her composure. "This is not what I expected." "Then you need to expect better," Cora laughed, ordering tequila shots. Things went sideways when a fight broke out near the bar. A tattooed man accused another of spiking his drink with cyanide, which turned out to be glitter. But before the confusion cleared, Clotilde, bless her guilty conscience, had somehow wound up with the bottle in her hand, the bartender screaming, and 2 off-duty cops storming in. The next thing she knew, she was in handcuffs, muttering Hail Marys, while Sparky filmed the ordeal for posterity. The old Chinese man. At the police station, Concepcion handled the bail paperwork, her afro slightly deflated, but her composure unshaken. A quiet old Chinese man sat in the corner, watching the scene. His face was unreadable, carved from age and knowing, and his long fingers tapped against his knee in a slow, deliberate rhythm. When Clotilde was released, he approached. "You must be careful," he said softly. "The woman in the coma. She dreams things that become real." Clotilde froze. How do you know about Dorothea? He smiled faintly. Because I helped her before she fell asleep. And then, just as suddenly, he turned and walked away into the night. They rode home. They left Lake Charles at dawn, the car heavy with exhaustion and the acrid smell of Marlboro Special Blend 100s. Sparky chain-smoked as he drove. Cora sang off-key to an old Amy Grant cassette she'd found under the seat, and Clotilde sat silent in the back seat, her wrists still sore from the cuffs, her mind replaying the old man's words. They hit the Texas state line by mid-morning, the sun low and mean. But as they neared Beaumont, Sparky's engine sputtered, and Cora groaned. Pit stop. We're out of gas. They coasted into Heatherbrook Apartments in Mid-County, a weather-beaten complex with faded teal shutters and the smell of fried fish hanging in the humid air. And that's where they met Brian, a 47-year-old man sitting on a lawn chair outside his apartment, guitar in hand, playing a slow, mournful tune. His shirt read Port Arthur Strong, and a tabby cat lay sprawled at his feet. "You look like hell," he said cheerfully as they piled out of the truck. "Y'all coming from Mardi Gras or an exorcism?" Clotilde looked him dead in the eye. "A bit of both." Brian chuckled, setting the guitar aside. "Well then, you're in the right neighborhood. We specialize in both kinds of trouble here." And for a moment, in that sticky morning silence, in that strange convergence of stories, everything felt like it was about to mean something. They didn't know it yet, but Heatherbrook was where everything would start unraveling again. And the old Chinese man had already been there. Chapter 25, Apartment 301. Brian's apartment, number 301, third floor, last door on the left, always smelled faintly of rain, cigarette smoke, and the electricity that builds up right before a thunderstorm. Inside, every inch of the place was a contradiction. A glowing synthesizer sat beneath a painting of the Virgin of Guadalupe wearing mirrored sunglasses. Mason jars lined the counter, each labeled in Sharpie, buttons, cat hair, and most ominously, teeth assorted. On the couch sat Sassy, a glossy black cat, with eyes like twin searchlights. She flicked her tail and said in a perfect East Texas drawl, "Y'all better close that door. This humidity's oppressing my fur and my freedom." Cora froze. Sparky blinked. Clotilde crossed herself. Brian just laughed. "Don't mind her. She's got opinions about everything, especially the government." "And Michelle Branch," the cat added. "That girl never got the recognition she deserved. Everywhere was a protest song if you listen right." Brian nodded solemnly. "She's right. They think she's singing about love, but it's really about surveillance capitalism." The old Chinese man, before anyone could process the talking cat or the political Michelle Branch analysis, a soft knock came at the door. Brian opened it, and there stood the old Chinese man from Lake Charles, holding a paper bag that smelled faintly of cinnamon and ozone. "Mr. Liang," Brian said, "I was wondering when you'd show up again." The man bowed slightly. "I told you the storm would find you, and here it comes." Outside, the wind had picked up. Clouds were twisting low and fast, like they were trying to remember how to dance. Mr. Liang stepped inside, placed the bag on the table, and pulled from it a small, perfectly round stone that shimmered between colors. "She's dreaming again," he said quietly. "Dorothea, her coma is thinning the wall. You must play the song tonight." The song. Brian sat at his synthesizer, fingers trembling slightly. He hit a single key, a low, humming note that seemed to vibrate the bones of the room. The cat perked up.
Concepcion's afro bristled with static. Sparky whispered, "What the hell is that?" "It's called The Dream in F minor," Brian said. "I wrote it after Dorothea's accident. Mr. Liang said the melody came from her, straight out of the coma. I just translated it." The synth swelled, eerie and beautiful, a sound like church bells underwater. And as he played, the apartment began to change. The walls shimmered, then peeled back like stage curtains, revealing another layer of light. The air tasted metallic. The jar of teeth began rattling on the counter. Then, suddenly, a roar outside. The tornado had arrived. The tornado and the carpet. The wind howled through the open window, sending papers and cigarette ash into chaos. Cora screamed, clutching Sassy to her chest as the black cat hissed, "You're all idiots. Close your chakras before it finds them." Mr. Liang was calm. "It's not a tornado," he said softly. "It's her mind, spinning." At that moment, a rug on Brian's floor, an old Persian number with coffee stains and cat hair, began to levitate. Slowly at first, then confidently, as if remembering its true purpose. "Oh, hell no," Sparky whispered. "Oh, hell yes," Brian corrected, hopping onto it. "It's the only way out." The carpet surged toward the ceiling, the others grabbing on in panic. They shot upward, through the air vent, through the ceiling, and into a corridor of blue light that hummed with energy. The secret entrance. When the wind died and the sound faded, they found themselves standing in a vast underground space, glowing gently, warm, like the inside of a living thing. In the center was a massive circular doorway, carved with symbols no one recognized except Mr. Liang. "This," he said, "is what connects her dream to your world. It's been hidden for decades, and it can only be reached through apartment 301. Sassy trotted forward, tail high. "About time you people got the memo. Now, listen up. Those two weird, unresolved things y'all been scratching your heads over?" Everyone stared at her. "Number one," she said, "the black feathers that kept showing up in your soup bowls 3 chapters ago. Those weren't from birds. They were dream fragments Dorothea was trying to send you. Breadcrumbs through the coma." Cora gasped. "So she's alive in there? Aware?" "Alive, aware, and getting ticked off," the cat confirmed. "And number two," she continued, pausing dramatically, "that business with the mysterious phone calls from the number 999. Yeah, that was Mr. Liang. But not this version of him. The one that lives in her head." Everyone turned to Mr. Liang, whose expression didn't change. "There are many of me," he said simply. "Dreams don't need to choose just one." The revelation. A deep hum began to rise from the stone doorway. Brian's synthesizer, still upstairs, was somehow playing itself, the melody echoing faintly through the floor. Sassy hopped onto a rock and meowed softly. "That's the bridge," she said. "She's calling you." "Who?" asked Clotilde. "Dorothea," said Mr. Liang. "And she wants you to decide whether to wake her or join her." The hum grew louder, and somewhere outside, in a reality that might have been miles or minutes away, the tornado dissolved into gentle rain. Brian exhaled, cigarette trembling between his fingers. "Well," he said, "guess it's time we find out where this road really leads." The cat purred. The stone door began to open, and the light that spilled out was blinding. Chapter 19. The Dream Door. The air in apartment 301 tasted like ozone and fruit punch the moment Brian's keyboard lit up. The others, Concepcion, Clotilde, Sparky, and Cora, sat on milk crates and thrifted cushions as he tinkered with the synth's patch cables like a priest of sound, muttering something about resonant frequencies and open portals. "Now, y'all might feel a little funny," Brian said, flicking on a cheap strobe light. "I just rewired this thing with an old toaster cord and some copper I stripped off my fan. It's gonna hum the same frequency as a dream." They laughed, thinking he was joking. Then the light pulsed, slow, hypnotic, like a heartbeat underwater, and the carpet under them began to ripple. Concepcion's afro shimmered like a halo of static. Sparky said, "Bro, I think your rug's breathing." Cora slapped him. "That's not his rug, dummy. That's a portal." And it was. The Heatherbrook apartment dissolved into a syrupy mirage of colors, and they fell, not down, but through. They landed in a meadow of clouds. The ground puffed when they stepped, and there was music, a haunting doo-wop harmony coming from a giant rock shaped like a mouth. "Welcome to the place between," the rock sang in a baritone voice that sounded suspiciously like Louis Armstrong after 3 espressos. "You brought your baggage, kids. Time to unpack." Clotilde looked around, dazed. "Oh, dear Lord, this is one of those drug dreams, isn't it?" "No, honey," said Concepcion, patting her on the back. "It's worse. It's meaningful." Sparky bent over, whispering to Cora. "Man, I'm sweating in places I didn't know had sweat glands. Brian's synth did this?" Cora smirked. "Everything that boy touches ends up weirdly spiritual. Probably even his laundry." They started walking, and that's when they saw it. A creature in the fog, half human, half something else. Part feline, part antelope, with eyes like mirrors, and a soft, purring hum that made the air shimmer. It wasn't threatening. It was beautiful, in a way that made you feel embarrassed for looking too long. Clotilde whispered a prayer. The creature smiled. "No prayers needed. I only guard what you refuse to see." And that's when the sky flickered, like an old VHS, and a memory began to play above them. A young Dorothea appeared, maybe 19, wearing her novice veil and clutching a violin. It was the convent garden, the night of her acceptance ceremony. She was playing a soft, trembling song, the melody of Baby Baby by Amy Grant, but slow and aching, like a hymn rewritten by loneliness. Then, out of the shadows, another figure, a woman, stepped forward. It was Clotilde, years younger. Their hands brushed, their eyes met. The scene blurred, trembling with emotion and unsaid things. Older Clotilde gasped. "Oh my God!" Sparky blinked. "Wait, y'all had a thing?" Clotilde stammered. "We did not. It was temptation. A test." Concepcion grinned. "Girl, you failed it with honors." And then came the sound, a low, thunderous growl. The memory twisted. The sky cracked open. A shadow lunged from the horizon, shaped like guilt, singing the same Amy Grant refrain, but backwards. Cora screamed, clutching Sparky's arm. "That thing's coming right for us." The half-cat guardian stepped forward, its fur glowing gold. "This is her fear," it said. "Not yours. But fear is contagious." Suddenly the dream flipped again, this time to a middle school hallway, smeared with graffiti and laughter. Sparky was there, 12 years old, trying to impress a girl by doing a handstand during gym class, only to split his pants open and reveal Spider-Man underwear. The class howled. No! Sparky yelled. Not this memory. Anything but this one. Cora doubled over laughing. It's okay, baby. Everyone's gotta have an origin story. But the humor didn't last. The dream world began to crumble, colors draining like melting crayons. Clotilde clutched her rosary. Something's wrong. I feel him. She meant the old Chinese man, the one Brian had known. His presence flickered like smoke in their minds, whispering words in an unknown language. Concepcion suddenly shuddered. He's near. He's trying to keep us here. Then a flash, the image of apartment 301 again. Brian sitting at his synth, playing softly, while Sassy the cat circled his ankles, muttering something about politics of the other side. Brian looked up toward them, his voice echoing through the dream. Y'all, the portal's closing. I can't hold it open forever. The sky turned magenta. The cat creatures sang one final, haunting note. And just as they began to fade back into the waking world, Sparky looked around, eyes wide and watery, and whispered, I think I love Brian. The others turned to stare. Cora rolled her eyes. Figures. You picked the only man who's not even here. And with that, the floor gave way. They fell through pink clouds, laughter, screams, and one faint echo of Amy Grant's voice before they slammed back into reality. Cora sat up first, covered in glitter. Sparky was upside down in a laundry basket. Clotilde was sobbing with laughter and confusion. And Concepcion? She just lit a cigarette, blew a smoke ring, and said, Well, I guess God has a sense of humor after all. Outside, thunder rolled. A tornado warning blared faintly in the distance. And somewhere, in the swirl of clouds, the faint outline of a feline shadow shimmered, waiting. Chapter 27. The sound of water running, the steady hiss of a tap, the tub draining, was like a chant. From deep in the drain, the group stirred. Concepcion, Sparky, Cora, Clotilde. Their forms blurred, mirror-thin, shimmering with the humidity of dreams. They rose, silent as steam, through the porcelain grate. As Brian scrubbed foam from the tub's walls, he did not sense them at first. But they were there. They floated upward, dripping with phantom droplets, their shapes flickering between human, animal, memory. Concepcion's afro haloed like a nebula. Cora's silhouette danced with mascara drips. Sparky's eyes glowed with desire. Clotilde's lips trembled. They hovered behind Brian's reflection. He raised sponges, scrubbing at soap scum, humming a tune he half remembered. In the mirror, the drain pipe cracked open as a ghostly blossom. From it spilled fruit, pears, figs, grapes, but in shapes odd and uncanny, elongated, twisted, with veins that glinted under the bathroom light. Not gore, but suggestion. Beauty in disquiet. Sparky floated forward, reaching toward Brian, voice a whisper in Brian's ear, though Brian faced the tub. Brian. Concepcion caught him, gently holding him back, whispering, Not now, love. Let him not see too much. Cora drifted next to Clotilde, gazing at her with softened longing. Clotilde's eyes flicked down to her hands, trembling. The fruit glowed faintly. From one fig cracked a watery sap that ran down the tub rim like melted silver. It smelled of lemon, mildew, and something mournful. Brian looked up, startled. The mirror fogged. One by one, they retreated, drifting back toward the drain, into its invisible mouth.
But Clotilde lingered, face inches from Brian's back, voice a breath behind him.
We are here. We see you. We wait for you to wake. Then they vanished, dissolved in vapor, plumbing, reflection. Brian turned. No one was there. The tub drained quietly. The bathroom was still. A drop of water fell from the faucet. He stared at his reflection. Was the fruit in the sink real? Its skin puckered slightly. He leaned forward, fingers trembling. In the mirror behind him, a flash.
Clotilde's face, eyes wet, lips mouthing a word he couldn't catch. Then, nothing. From somewhere deep, below the pipes, beneath the hum of the apartment's air, a voice echoed, not a voice that could be heard, but remembered. It said, "When the drain births the unseen, and the fruit gleams without sun, the circle will close. The three who wandered and the one who watched shall converge in reflection." That was the prophecy, one spoken once, long ago, when Gumbo first saw a cross-shaped light in the bayou mud. No one had understood it then, but now, through porcelain and plumbing, it had come to pass. The four, Concepcion, Clotilde, Sparky, and Cora, had merged into the reflections world. Brian was the one who watched, and though he didn't know it, his bathtub had become the mirror that sealed a rift. Back in apartment 301, Brian rubbed his temples. The air still shimmered faintly, like someone had sprayed invisible glitter. He turned off the faucet, leaned over the drain, and whispered, half laughing, half terrified, "Well, y'all could have at least helped with the soap scum." Then he noticed it, the smallest thing, ridiculous and holy all at once. On the rim of the tub sat a single grape. Not real, not plastic. Something in between. It pulsed once, like a heartbeat. Brian reached for it carefully. The grape's surface was cool, slick, alive, and when he pressed it, a sound, soft, musical, filled the bathroom. A single note, like a child's voice humming "Baby, Baby" off-key. The mirror fogged again, this time in words. "Don't forget the door of lemon and smoke." Brian stepped back, heart thudding. "Oh, hell," he said, "we're doing this again." Outside, thunder rolled, the lights flickered, and from somewhere far below, the pipes began to sing. Brian stood in the bathroom doorway, towel draped over one shoulder, the faint scent of lemon cleaner hanging in the air. The drain still hummed faintly, a secret it didn't want to keep. The others, Concepcion, Sparky, Clotilde, and Cora, hovered like specters made of breath and memory, their reflections sliding across tile and mirror like oil on water. He gave a small, crooked smile, half sadness, half acceptance. "Guess this is goodbye again," he said softly. "You've got somewhere to be, and I've got therapy in 20 minutes. Story of my damn life." Sparky looked at him, eyes too full, hands trembling like static. "I'll see you in the static, Brian," he whispered, before the floor swallowed his reflection. Then one by one, the others stepped into the glass, not through it, but into it, dissolving into ripples of silver light. The air sighed once, and then they were gone. Inside the mirrored world, the four found themselves in a vast hall of reflections. Endless Brians, endless selves, some crying, some laughing, some mouthing words that had no sound. Concepcion pressed her hand to a mirrored wall. It was warm, pulsing faintly.
Feels like we're inside a heartbeat, she murmured. And then came the sound, a tiny whinny. From behind a curve of silver glass trotted a small orange horse, no bigger than a cat. Its hooves made no sound, and when it looked at them, its eyes reflected entire galaxies. Beside it stood an Egyptian mummy, bandaged but impeccably accessorized, wearing aviator sunglasses and holding a half-empty bottle of Big Blue soda. He offered it to them. "Hydration," he rasped, "is the key to resurrection." The horse nodded gravely. Further ahead, on a pedestal, sat a lone box of Tampax, glowing faintly pink. From within came a strange lullaby, part church hymn, part disco anthem. Then the music swelled, because descending from the mirrored sky, wings of sequins unfurled, was Sister Supreme, the drag queen guardian angel from earlier chapters, back and brighter than ever. Her halo was a ring light. Her gown shimmered with glitter and gospel. Hovering behind her was Mother Supreme, taller, calmer, a celestial matriarch, whose very gaze could iron out a wrinkle in your soul. "Children," Sister Supreme said, voice echoing like a sermon in a nightclub, "you've been wandering through reflections too long. The maze don't end till you stop looking for exits." And then, as if the world itself inhaled, a figure began to form in the distance. A man, naked but glowing faintly, kneeling, gasping, in the act of giving birth. His face flickered between agony and revelation, beauty and madness. "He's new," Mother Supreme whispered, "and he's yours." The mirrored world trembled. The orange horse neighed. Sister Supreme blew them a kiss that turned into confetti. And just like that, the maze began to twist. Chapter 29. The long ride back to the sacred and the sick. They came spilling out of the mirror in Brian's apartment like toothpaste from a tube, a single heave, and there they were, blinking in the fluorescent light, surrounded by the smell of pine sol and anxiety.
Sparky hit the tile first, groaning. Concepcion followed, landing in a half-split that made her grunt like a rusty hinge. Sister Clotilde came out third, cross-swinging, muttering something about, "This is why mirrors are the devil's Snapchat." The last thing any of them wanted was to face Brian. He was humming in the next room, probably talking to Sassy the cat about Prozac and politics. So, without a word, they slipped out, shoes squeaking on linoleum and into the Beaumont humidity that felt like a mouth breathing on their necks. Cora clutched the toddler tighter. "Let's go," she said, "before this gets any more existential." Sparky, still buzzing from mirror static and regret, climbed into the passenger seat of the van that still smelled faintly of Fritos and holy water. Concepcion took the wheel, because she was the only one sober enough to recognize traffic lights as more than mood signals. Sister Clotilde sat in the back, looking at a rosary like she was considering using it as a jump rope. They drove, out of Beaumont, over the bridge where seagulls hung like paper decorations, down toward Pleasure Island, which wasn't so much pleasure as it was a swamp with a marketing problem. They stopped at a gas station that sold both fried pickles and ammo. Sparky bought a pack of Marlboro Special Blend 100s and smoked 2 at once, while Concepcion adjusted her afro in the side mirror and asked if anyone else smelled the ozone of sin. They all did. The air was charged, wrong, thick, watching. Back in the van, they said little. Sister Clotilde prayed. Cora hummed "Baby, Baby,"
by Amy Grant under her breath. Maybe out of nostalgia. Maybe out of nervous habit. By the time they reached the convent, night had fallen like a wet towel. Inside, the convent felt changed. The walls were still there, but they felt thinner, as if someone had breathed too hard and stretched the place. They gathered in the refectory around a rickety card table that still bore scorch marks from last year's candle experiment. The toddler slept in a crib nearby, snoring softly, cheeks sticky with juice. They played cards, Sister Clotilde dealing like a Vegas hustler. Each hand, it became with a confession.
"The horse wasn't a hallucination," said Concepcion. "Neither was the mummy," said Sparky. "He winked at me."
"That's because you're bisexual and everything with eye sockets winks at you," said Clotilde. Laughter broke the tension, cheap but warm. They sipped cold coffee, chain-smoked, threw cards like sinners at bingo. For a moment, just a heartbeat, the chaos turned human again. Then the phone rang. Gumbo had suffered a heart attack. Chairs scraped, cards fell. Cora scooped the toddler into her arms and they ran, habits flying, rosaries clattering like hail. At the hospital, fluorescent light turned everyone into ghosts. Dorothea lay still, unresponsive now. A machine whispering beside her. Gumbo was down the hall, surrounded by nurses who moved like exhausted angels. "He's alive," a nurse said, "but barely." No one spoke. Cora's lip trembled. Sparky muttered something about the prophecy and the drain. Concepcion rubbed her temples like she was trying to squeeze out a vision. Then, the scream. The toddler was gone. Cora turned. Empty stroller. Just a juice box on the floor, leaking slowly, like time itself had sprung a leak. Security rushed in. Nurses yelled. Clotilde fainted. Outside, the sky rolled black, the smell of sulfur and magnolia mixing in the wind. "There have been rumors," said a man in the waiting room, voice low. "White hoods near the refinery. People looking for mixed blood." The words hung there, heavy, ugly, true. Cora staggered back against the wall, hand over her mouth. "They took my baby." No one answered, because somewhere, far beyond the hospital, thunder rumbled, and somewhere else, maybe under the bayou, maybe through the mirror, something old and eight-legged stirred. Chapter 30. Bloodlines, Broken Spirits, and Bad Decisions. The morning sun hit the convent like a sarcastic spotlight, catching dust motes in the air and illuminating the smell of burnt toast from the cafeteria downstairs. Cora sat on the edge of the garden fountain, cradling a small bundle that wasn't hers, in the way people think of yours. The toddler, once thought safe, now squirmed and babbled like the embodiment of a small universe. It wasn't just any child. It was Sister Dorothea's child, biologically speaking, but not because of any miracle or barren reasoning. No, Dorothea had been, well, she had always been a man. The secret, carefully, meticulously hidden behind veils of habit and habit-forming lies, had never been meant for anyone to know. Yet here it was, a tiny human spinning the gravity of the convent around him, while everyone else tried to piece together who they were and why. Gumbo, older than most men have the right to be, had recovered his health after the heart attack, like a ghost who'd flirted with death and come back with a better punchline. Dorothea, regaining strength in parallel, began to whisper grandly about a new order. Not exactly religious, not exactly secular. A cult of truth, absurdity, and unrelenting chaos. We'll call it "The golden masquerade," she said, pacing like a general in sequined armor. Gumbo nodded sagely, tapping a cane that suddenly seemed more ceremonial than necessary. Meanwhile, Sparky, still haunted by the toddler's disappearance and feeling adrift without Brian around, had wandered into a bar from his past, the kind of bar where the jukebox sang songs you had only heard in shameful memories. There, someone from his youth appeared, a tall, greasy-haired man named Marcus, who had a long history with Sparky in high school. Past rivalries, petty crushes, and humiliating bets rose like ghosts over the sticky floor. One drink too many, and a misunderstanding later, Marcus got violent. Cora, attempting to protect Sparky's honor, was struck. The trauma triggered a miscarriage of the new baby she was carrying, the one that had been conceived in the last round of chaos. A child she had briefly hoped would tie her life back together. She crumpled to the floor, screaming a sound that was equal parts grief and furious laughter. Concepcion, who had been waiting outside to cool down from a previous argument about car seat placement and prophetic toddler behavior, heard the chaos and burst in. She moved like a force of nature, her anger now uncontrollable. Shouting, yelling, throwing punches, the bar erupted in a symphony of chaos. Broken chairs, spilled drinks, and shattered mirrors. One misstep, a shove too hard, and a man collapsed, dead before anyone fully understood it. The sirens came. Concepcion was cuffed, sputtering, still flailing. Sparky tried to plead. Cora was crying and muttering about babies that would never be. And Clotilde stood back, silently horrified, but oddly exhilarated by the absurdity of it all. Back at the convent, Gumbo and Dorothea, now co-leaders of their newly formed Golden Masquerade, surveyed the aftermath. Their cult, half serious, half fantastical, had gained a new depth of understanding. Humans were fragile, absurd, resilient, and prone to catastrophic laughter. Dorothea adjusted her habit, now less about hiding and more about dramatics, and whispered, "We move forward, always forward, and if the world tries to catch us, we laugh harder." Gumbo smiled, cane tapping the floor rhythmically, a sound that could almost pass for music. But in the shadows, the convent felt it. The whispers of the law, the echoes of the bar, the rumors of intensified KKK activity in the surrounding counties. And somewhere beyond their walls, the missing toddler's fate remained uncertain, a tiny, pulsing center of tension, hope, and terror. Chapter 31. We begin in the dim light of the Pink Possum Lounge, somewhere between Beaumont and the edge of nowhere. The air smells like fryer grease and broken dreams. Cora's in a metallic halter top, slouched on a bar stool beside Sparky, who's nursing a beer that looks older than the jukebox. Concepcion leans against the wall, brooding, puffing on a Marlboro Special Blend 100, her skin tags glinting faintly in the neon glow. The house band's playing a sloppy cover of a German sea shanty translated badly into English. Something about rowing the soul toward redemption with schnitzel in the heart. Nobody claps. Cora laughs too loud at something that wasn't funny. She's pregnant again, but she hasn't told anyone except Sparky. There's a faint panic in her eyes, like she's waiting for the universe to play its next cruel joke. Then he walks in, a man she recognizes instantly. Ronnie Mayfield, her first pimp, her first heartbreak, and the reason she ever learned to lie with a smile. He looks worse for wear, gray and swollen around the eyes, like a pork roast left out overnight. He spots her and sneers. "Didn't expect to see you crawl back, Cora. Guess the convent let out early." Something in her snaps. Before anyone can stop her, Cora hurls her drink. The glass shatters. The band falters. Ronnie lunges. Concepcion dives between them. She's strong, fast, but her rage takes over. There's a blur of fists and screams, a bar stool flying like a halo on fire. Sparky tries to help, but he's uselessly sentimental, yelling, "Cora, baby," like he's in a soap opera. A table crashes. Someone's nachos ignite. The pink possum turns into a wrestling ring for divine misfits. By the time the cops show up, Cora's bleeding from her nose, Concepcion's eyes are wild and unfocused, and Sparky's crying and laughing at once. And in the aftermath, Cora's body gives way. The stress, the trauma, the shock, she loses the baby. The chapter pauses there for a breath. The tone shifts. The wild noise drains into silence. Sparky's beside her in a hospital room, white walls humming like bad hymns. He holds her hand. He doesn't know how to be gentle, but he tries. "This place smells like regret," he mutters. "And bleach." Cora chuckles faintly. "Same as me." Now we pivot back to the convent, where word travels fast and distortions travel faster. Sister Clotilde, now semi-retired but still wearing her half-habit like a badge of irony, arrives with Gumbo in a wheelchair, looking like a resurrected blues saint. Dorothea's walking beside him, sturdy, defiant, and radiant, healed but changed. They've started something new, the Order of Divine Disobedience, part prayer circle, part funk review. Their services involve tambourines, glitter, and sermons that sound suspiciously like stand-up routines. The cult's motto, painted on a banner in the chapel: "We sin with style, we repent in rhythm." Gumbo grins at Cora and Sparky. "You two look like you could use some divine rhythm." The humor breaks the ice. Laughter ripples through the pews. But underneath, the air's thick with tension. That's when the news report hits. What everyone thought was the KKK turns out to be the Knights of Karmic Cleansing, a local fringe movement led by a deranged yoga instructor from Nederland. They wear white robes because they think color blocks the aura flow, and they've been targeting people who vibrate below the 5th frequency. Cora, still bruised but defiant, snorts. "So basically they're racist hippies?" Dorothea nods, with a sound bath. The room erupts in laughter. Dark, bitter, needed laughter. Then, the emotional gut punch. Concepcion, trembling and glassy-eyed, confesses to Clotilde in private. I killed him, Ronnie, after the cops let him go. I found him behind the bar. He called Cora a slur. I didn't even think, I just kept hitting." Clotilde's face softens. The old nun in her wants to condemn. The new woman in her understands too much. "My child," she says, "we've all murdered something to feel alive." The line hangs like incense smoke. Outside, a crowd gathers for the first public service of the Order of Divine Disobedience. There's a band, Gumbo on harmonica, Dorothea on tambourine, Sparky trying to play synthesizer like Brian taught him. They break into a raucous tune that somehow turns into a German sea shanty remix with gospel undertones. The audience claps off-beat, beer cans clinking in rhythm. Dorothea, glowing, takes the mic. "This ain't about purity," she says. "This is about surviving your own reflection." The crowd roars. In that moment, it almost feels like hope. But then, as the last notes fade, sirens wail in the distance. Concepcion's being led away in handcuffs, head high, humming El Condor Pasa. Cora stands beside Sparky, one arm in a sling, eyes wet but fierce. Dorothea looks at Gumbo, old, wheezing, smiling like a man who's already halfway to heaven. And from somewhere beyond the chapel, a faint echo rises. That old German sea shanty, warped, reversed, almost mechanical now. Row, row, row your sin, gently down the stream, fade to black. Chapter 32. The Miracle of the Missing Child. Blessed are the confused, for they shall invent their own truth. From the Book of Unholy Refractions, Chapter 4. The convent clock tower struck 13. Nobody knew why. It had only been built to go up to 12, but after everything that had happened, time itself seemed ready to lie just to keep up with this group. The nuns and near nuns, sinners and saints, all stumbled out of the van that smelled faintly of incense and armpit. Sparky clutched the toddler's empty baby seat like it was the Holy Grail, trembling. Cora, pale and damp from tears and fever, swayed in her heels. The headlights carved halos through the convent courtyard fog as Gumbo, miraculously recovered from his heart attack, barked orders like a man resurrected. "We called it the KKK," Cora said softly, almost to herself. But it wasn't. Not really. Dorothea, half lucid and fever-bright, turned to her with that terrible, serene smile she'd perfected from years of leading morning prayer. "No," she whispered. "It was something older. They called themselves the Choir of the Third Kingdom. All in robes, all humming. They sang sea shanties, German ones. And suddenly, everyone remembered the humming. That eerie, nasal melody that had followed them ever since the child went missing. Inside the convent, they gathered around the chipped card table again. The same one where Dorothea had once confessed she was a man. The same one where Sparky had once spilled his heart and his gin. A flickering candle guttered beside the deck. Cora was the first to speak. "He wasn't ours," she said, meaning the baby. "Dorothea paid me. She said she couldn't bear a child because she'd got a surprise under the habit," Sparky interrupted, trying to make light of it, though his voice cracked like old vinyl. Dorothea didn't deny it. She only nodded. "I needed a miracle," she said, "and Cora gave me one. Gumbo did too. That child was made of mercy." Sparky's voice was a broken whisper. "Then why'd he vanish?" And that's when the convent walls began to hum, low, vibrating, almost like the start of a song. The sound rose through the floorboards, through their bones, through their very teeth. From somewhere beneath them came a strange blue glow. Dorothea fell to her knees, muttering in a language that no one knew, but everyone suddenly understood. "The child," she gasped. "He's opening the door again." The table split in two with a thunderclap, and a spiral of light burst out from the cracks. For a moment, they saw him, the toddler, floating in a shaft of blue luminescence, his eyes completely white, holding a rosary made of glass teeth. Each tooth was glowing. Each tooth was whispering. They found themselves outside, though it wasn't the convent anymore. It was the other place. The place the mirrors had hinted at. Above them, the sky looked like shattered stained glass, clouds twisting like ribbons of smoke. Statues wept honey. The choir of the Third Kingdom sang somewhere unseen, voices sharp and discordant. Cora turned to Dorothea. "What did we do?" Dorothea smiled. "We fulfilled the prophecy. The child is the bridge." And at that, all hell broke loose. The cult, which had started as a ragtag prayer circle and evolved into something like a holy drag show mixed with a tax scam, began to convulse under its own madness. The choir appeared at the convent gates, their robes now crawling with symbols that moved like worms. But when Dorothea stepped forward, in her male form now, the secret made flesh, they bowed. He raised his hand, and the ground trembled. A sound like the ocean filled the air, not water, but the roar of voices, laughter, pain, memory. Cora clutched her stomach. "Something's wrong," she whispered, and then doubled over. The miscarriage hit her like a lightning strike. Sparky caught her, and his scream was the kind that rips something open in the world. But even through the chaos, something miraculous happened. The light around the toddler, the floating child they had all mistaken for, gone, burst outward, and for a moment they saw every version of him, the child born of guilt, of lust, of longing, of faith. He smiled, not cruelly, but knowingly, and vanished into pure color. The ground went silent. The choir vanished. Dorothea collapsed. And when they looked again, the convent was whole. The baby seat was empty. The rosary of teeth lay on the floor, humming faintly. Later that night, in a small candle-lit cell, Concepcion sat beside Sister Clotilde. They didn't speak much, just touched hands, the way you do when you've both seen the impossible and survived it. Concepcion's anger had burned itself out in her time behind bars, replaced by a strange calm. "Do you think it's over?" Clotilde asked. Concepcion smiled. "No, I think it's just found another verse." Outside in the courtyard, the wind carried a faint tune, something that sounded suspiciously like a German sea shanty, warped by laughter and thunder. And in the reflection of the chapel window, just for a heartbeat, there was the toddler again, smiling, bathed in blue light, holding out one small hand, as if beckoning them all back inside. Chapter 33. The Door That Chaos Drew. For 3 nights, the convent refused to sleep. Every candle flickered, as if gossiping. The corridors were thick with incense and paranoia. The baby seat sat in the corner like a haunted relic, still humming faintly, still rocking, though no wind dared touch it. Cora was in the chapel again, wrapped in a blanket of guilt. Sparky snored across the pews, one shoe off, mumbling Brian's name like it was a lullaby. Concepcion had been asked to take sedatives, but she said the pills made her feel too Catholic, whatever that meant, so she poured them into the holy water font and watched them fizz. Then the sound came again, not from the walls this time, from beneath them, a rhythmic pulsing, deep as a heartbeat, soft as a lullaby. The rosary of teeth that had been lying on the table began to rise, bead by bead, stringing itself mid-air into a circle of ghost light. Cora whispered, "He's back." It started small, a blue shimmer in the air, the faint smell of ozone and baby powder. Then the shimmer widened until it formed a perfect doorway. A rip in the world framed by light that looked like melted mirrors. And there he was. Chaos. The toddler floated inches above the floor, barefoot, wearing a little shirt that said "World's Best Accident." His eyes were white as candle smoke, and when he giggled, you could hear it echo through everyone's chest at once. Dorothea, now in full androgynous glory, half habit, half man's shirt, the divine contradiction made flesh, fell to his knees. "My child," he breathed, "you came back." Chaos tilted his head. "No," he said softly, voice like wind chimes. "You came forward." And then the light surged. The convent peeled away like wallpaper in a flood. The pews dissolved. The crucifixes melted into rivers of gold. The night sky bent into a spiral, and suddenly they were falling. Through the doorway, through their memories, through something that felt like sleep, but smelled like lavender and lightning. When they landed, it was in a place that was neither heaven nor hell, but something like a carnival built by dreams that refused to die. Pleasure Island, they realized. But wrong. The carousel spun backward. The popcorn smelled like burnt sugar and roses. The funhouse mirrors whispered prayers instead of reflecting faces. Sister Clotilde gasped. "Is this the other side?" Chaos only smiled. "It's the middle," he said. "Where stories go when nobody finishes them." Cora was the first to see it. A field of mirrors arranged like tombstones, each reflecting a different moment from their lives. In one, she saw herself giving birth, crying not from pain but confusion. In another, Dorothea stood at the altar as a boy, weeping into his own reflection. Sparky saw Brian at his synthesizer, laughing, alive, playing a song that felt like sunlight through dirty glass. And in the center of it all was a spiral staircase made of light. At its top floated the same jar of teeth they'd seen before, glowing, humming, orbiting the child like a crown of stars. "What is this place?" Cora asked. Chaos looked at her solemnly. "It's what you made when you lied to each other." That hit everyone like a punch. The silence afterward could have been sliced and served at communion. From behind them came the sound of something massive stirring. Gears grinding, wind howling, a kind of cosmic plumbing. The mirrors began to crack, one by one, spilling out fragments of other worlds. The convent hallway, Brian's apartment, a karaoke bar, the ocean, the smell of wet fur and incense. Sparky whispered, "We gotta get out." But Chaos shook his head. "You can't go back until the truth has a name." Then he lifted his tiny hand, and the mirrors joined into one enormous reflection, showing them all together in the real world, sitting at the convent table, alive, unaware that they'd ever left. Cora gasped. "That's not us." Chaos nodded. "Not yet." Dorothea stepped forward. "Then show us. Show us what we must do." The child smiled, and the air shimmered again. The mirrors rippled into a living painting, the image of a storm gathering over the convent. Inside the storm's eye was a shape, the choir of the Third Kingdom, their robes turning to feathers, their song becoming a warning. "Something's coming," Clotilde whispered. "It's already here," said Concepcion, because out of the light, descending slow as spilled oil, came a figure, a man-shaped silhouette with a pregnant belly, veins of gold running under translucent skin. His eyes glowed violet. He was both beautiful and hideous, like a secret nobody should have to keep. Chaos ran toward him. Everyone else froze. Dorothea tried to grab the child, but the light burned through his fingers. "Papa," Chaos whispered. And that's when they all understood. The man wasn't a stranger. He was the other half of Dorothea, the piece that had been missing since she became him. The unspoken truth the body had forgotten how to hold. The sky above cracked open with a sound like shattering glass. Colors spilled everywhere, bending gravity, rewriting the laws of story. Dorothea's male and female selves began to blur, merge, twist, until only a single figure stood, radiant, neither man nor woman, both divine and broken, eyes wide with the terror of seeing everything at once. Chaos floated between them, arms outstretched. "I drew the door," he said, "so you'd walk through yourselves." The world began to fold inward, mirrors closing, lights dimming, the carnival dissolving into quiet. When it was over, they were back in the convent. Everything seemed untouched, except the baby seat. It was still rocking, still warm, and on the floor beside it lay a single glass tooth, pulsing with a soft blue light. Cora reached down to touch it, and the moment her fingers brushed the glow, she saw them all. Every choice, every lie, every miracle. And she laughed, not out of joy, but understanding. She turned to the others, eyes full of something vast. "He's not gone," she said. "He's just rearranging the story." Sparky blinked. "Like editing?" "Exactly," she smiled. "We're the rough draft. He's the rewrite." That night, nobody slept. Sparky sat by the window humming to himself. Concepcion drew little stars on Clotilde's arm with a marker. Dorothea stared at the moon as if it owed her an explanation. And, in the mirror above the sink, faint, flickering, but unmistakably real, the reflection of a child grinned, holding the jar of teeth, whispering, "See you in the next chapter." Chapter 34. The Limbs of Smoke. The first thing Scott noticed was the taste of honeysuckle and static. The air buzzed like a radio between stations, and in that dizzy frequency he hovered, no arms, no legs, no problem, just drifting over a stretch of cracked Louisiana blacktop that shimmered like spilled mercury. He was 46, maybe older, maybe eternal. His voice came from nowhere and everywhere, low, southern, and full of cigarette burns and Sunday school shame. He'd been told once that he used to be someone else, but that was before he woke up in this mirror world where the laws of nature bent politely and then curtsied themselves out the door. Beside him floated Brenda, a towering woman, 8 feet of angles and oddities, her skull long as a crescent moon, and her ears like pale sails catching the light. Her Fu Manchu goatee was waxed sharp as a promise. She had once been a teacher, she said, of cosmic etiquette, though what that meant no one ever pinned down. And then there was Sadie. Sadie was the kind of woman who could order a martini in a tornado and never spill a drop. Leather corset, bubblegum laugh, and eyes like gunmetal dipped in honey. She kept a whip coiled at her hip, not for violence, she claimed, but for punctuation. The 3 of them lived, or maybe dreamed, in an abandoned gas station just outside a place that didn't exist on any map, though the locals, who weren't technically alive, called it Echo County. At night, the air filled with the hum of ghost insects, and the moon flickered like a dying bulb. Scott had hung wind chimes made of bottle caps and baby teeth. They clinked and whispered his thoughts before he could say them aloud. "World's End tastes like Dr. Pepper," he murmured one night. "Only if you're lucky," said Sadie, twirling her whip. Brenda was painting the floorboards with chalk symbols that looked half Egyptian, half algebra.
Chaos is stirring again,
She said. Scott tilted his invisible head. The baby, the child, the door. The reason you've got no arms, no legs, and too much conscience. They all went quiet for a while. Outside, a low hum started up, and the shadows thickened until they almost dripped. From the distance, a glowing doorway shimmered into view. Same shape and texture as the one little chaos used to draw in crayon back in the other world. It pulsed like a heartbeat. And in its glow they could see them. Dorothea, Gumbo, Cora, Clotilde, all walking backward, as though time itself was trying to rewind them. Sadie was the first to speak. "Y'all seeing this, right? Or did Brenda put peyote in the moonshine again?" Brenda shrugged, her alien head catching a green reflection. "Could be peyote. Could be prophecy." Scott felt it then. A pull, magnetic and ancient, like being called home by something that didn't quite love him. His floating body trembled. "That's the door of lemon and smoke," he whispered. "That's where I came from." "Then maybe it's time to go back," said Brenda, "before chaos forgets who his parents are." But before they could move, the ground cracked open beneath them, revealing a pit full of glass, each shard reflecting a different version of their world. In one, Dorothea was still a nun. In another, Gumbo was preaching to a crowd of headless angels. In yet another, Scott himself had arms and legs, and was holding a baby that looked suspiciously like chaos. Sadie laughed a low, wicked laugh. "Well, honey, looks like somebody's due for a redemption arc." Scott swallowed, metaphorically, and began to descend into the glass, his body stretching into smoke. As he vanished, he could still hear Brenda singing an old sea shanty, but the words had changed. "Oh, chaos opened up the door, and all our lies came flooding ashore. With limbs or none, we'll float and spin, till smoke turns flesh, and flesh turns sin." Somewhere, in another mirror, a baby laughed, and somewhere else something laughed back. Chapter 35. The Glass Door at Aisle 9. By the time the sun had finished coughing itself into the horizon, Scott, Sadie, and Brenda were already halfway to town, floating, or in Brenda's case, lumbering, down the highway in a rust-red shopping cart they'd stolen from a defunct Piggly Wiggly. The wheels squeaked like a chorus of rats. Sadie was driving, somehow. She leaned forward in her leather jacket, whip looped over one shoulder, hollering into the wind, "All right, floaty boy, you better keep your bubbles to yourself back there. I don't need you mistin' my perm." Scott blushed, or he would have if he had cheeks. "I wasn't mistin' nobody," he said. "I was thinking about Mozart." "Sure you were," Sadie muttered. "Everybody thinks about Mozart right before they tinkle themselves." Brenda, pale and gray-skinned in the twilight, looked skyward. "We must find the glass door," she said in that slow, unearthly voice of hers, each syllable floating like helium. "It is the portal that will return balance. Chaos is calling us home." Sadie snorted. "Balance, my extraterrestrial butt. We're stopping at Target first. I need chorizo, beans, and deodorant that can handle interdimensional sweat." The Target in Echo County was a fluorescent cathedral. The sliding doors hissed open with a whoosh of artificial grace. Music poured from unseen speakers, something halfway between R. Kelly's "I Believe I Can Fly" and the Facts of Life theme song. Scott hummed along nervously as they drifted past the dollar bins. In produce, Brenda trailed her long fingers over a pile of avocados,
eyes wide with reverence. "Such symmetry," she murmured. "Earth's young still grow miracles." Sadie rolled her eyes. "They grow bruises, sugar. Pick 2 good ones before the sale ends." Scott floated behind them, holding the list in his mind. Chorizo, beans, seltzer, baby wipes, and trying not to think about how badly he needed to, well, go. His stomach gurgled like an off-key tuba. Y'all, where's the men's room?" "Floating bodies don't need restrooms," Sadie said, smirking. "You're fine." He wasn't. Somewhere between the canned goods and frozen foods, he lost the battle. A quiet, tragic accident, more emotional than physical, spilled out in invisible shame. He pretended it hadn't happened, hovering an inch higher to avoid the evidence. Then Brenda froze. Her gray eyes widened, reflecting something down the main aisle. Across from them, beyond the rows of red shopping carts, 3 familiar figures stood in the detergent section. Sister Clotilde, Sister Dorothea, Gumbo. They looked exactly as they had in the very first moment of the story, the supermarket scene, but quieter, like ghosts behind a pane of soundproof glass. Their mouths moved, but no sound came through. The light around them shimmered with static, the air thick as old film. Scott felt his breath hitch, even though technically he didn't have lungs. "Is that us?" Sadie's eyes narrowed. "No, that's a rerun, a cosmic rerun. Lord, I told you all this was some facts of life nonsense." Brenda reached toward them, her fingers trembling. The air rippled. For a split second, Scott swore he heard Dorothea whisper something about the door, and then the vision flickered out like a bad VHS tracking line. The 3 stood there in silence, surrounded by the hum of refrigerators and the smell of microwavable burritos. "Well," Sadie said finally, snapping her gum, "guess we ain't the only freaks shopping interdimensionally today." At checkout, things got stranger. A man in a torn tuxedo approached Sadie near the self-checkout lanes. His eyes were wild, full of late-night confessions and cheap vodka. "Sadie?" he asked. "Sadie Monroe? From the Nell Carter Tribute Review at the Ramada?" Sadie's smirk faltered. "Lord have mercy," she whispered. "Terry Davenport. I thought you were dead. Or married." "Same thing," Terry said, grinning crookedly. "You still got that whip?" "Always," she purred. Then, softer, "You still got that rash?" Their laughter echoed like breaking glass. Scott pretended to study the candy rack, while Brenda glided up with the cart, holding a bean can like a chalice. "I found the first clue," she said. "This label. It shows the sigil of the glass door." Sadie peered at it. "Honey, that's just the Target logo." "Exactly," Brenda murmured. "Targets are portals, the red ring, the center, the aim." Scott wasn't sure if she was joking or prophesying. Maybe both. Outside, the night had thickened into stormlight. Lightning stuttered across the parking lot, flickering in time with the automatic doors. For one heartbeat, the storm froze mid-air, and in its glow, Scott thought he saw a reflection of chaos. The toddler, standing by the carts, holding a glowing crayon. He blinked, and the child was gone. Sadie threw the bags into the cart, hair whipping in the wind. "All right, float boy, alien lady, and formerly famous me. We got chorizo, beans, and the apocalypse. Let's go find this damn glass door." As thunder cracked, Brenda looked at them both with solemn alien calm. "The door is near, but the cost of opening it will be heavy." Sadie flicked her whip, smiled sideways. "Honey, I been paying heavy since '98.
Scott floated a little lower, the shame of his earlier accident still clinging to him like humidity. But as they rolled away into the storm, the target's red bullseye glowed behind them, pulsing once, twice, like a warning, or a heartbeat. Chapter 36. The Ritual of the Glass Door. They left target under a flicker of lightning and red fluorescence, the kind that makes the world look digitized and half-decayed. Brenda clutched the can of beans like it was scripture. Sadie's whip hung limp in the damp wind. Scott floated a few inches higher, still mortified, still glowing faintly around the edges. "Where are we going now?" he asked, voice small and hopeful, like a helium balloon asking for directions. Sadie was about to answer when a familiar voice slithered from the storm. It was low, melodious, and soaked in perfume and gospel. "Well, well, well," it said, "if it isn't my favorite trio of tragic pilgrims." From behind a stack of abandoned shopping carts rose Sister Supreme, 7 feet tall in silver stilettos, hair a pyramid of lavender curls, gown glimmering like oil on water. Her false lashes fluttered like bats. Lightning bowed politely around her. "Y'all looking for the glass door?" she asked, as if she'd been waiting for this cue her entire life. Brenda nodded gravely. "We were told it was the only way." "The only way what, baby?" "To understand," Sister Supreme cackled. "Ain't nobody ever understood anything. But if you want through, you're gonna follow directions precisely. I don't care if one of you's made of fog and the other's a cosmic raisin." She beckoned them to follow. Down the cracked highway they went, past the neon crucifix of a burned-out strip club, through the misty woods where cicadas screamed like broken violins, until they came to a clearing lit by glowing stones, each humming a note of Mozart's Requiem. There, in the center, was the glass door. It wasn't a door at all, just a wall of liquid light, bending like a heat mirage. Within it shimmered the faint silhouettes of Clotilde, Dorothea, Gumbo, and Little Chaos, their world beyond, waiting. Sister Supreme stretched out her arms. Her nails sparked blue. "The ritual," she said, "requires 3 offerings, something sweet, something sacred, and something you should have let go of long ago." Sadie pulled a cherry lip gloss from her pocket. "Sweet." Brenda tore a silver fragment from her own alien skin. It pulsed in her palm. "Sacred." Scott blinked. I guess my shame," he said softly. "That'll do," said Sister Supreme. "Now step forward and chant what I tell you." They joined hands, or hand equivalents, and followed her in rhythm as the air thickened with ozone and glitter, by starch and sweat, by wound and wine, through red-eyed moons and tangled time. Let glass be gate and breath be key. Unlock what hides in mystery. As the last word rang out, the stones around them exploded into color. Ruby, emerald, amethyst, topaz, spinning upward in a cyclone of holy disco. The ground shuddered. The air screamed. And from somewhere unseen, Sister Supreme began to sing a warped mashup of I Believe I Can Fly and the Facts of Life theme. Her voice impossibly huge. Scott felt his body expand, his edges blurred. "I think it's workin'," he shouted. Then chaos. A wind like liquid glass ripped through them. Sadie held fast to Brenda, screaming for Scott to hang on. But the light caught him. He spun upward, weightless, helpless, radiant. Through the spinning lights he saw faces from his life, his grandmother, his dog, That man who once told him he had kind eyes, each face etched into floating stones like stained glass memories. A voice slipped into his mind. Not his own, low, kind, and terrifyingly familiar. You weren't supposed to come alone. Who are you? He thought back. Someone who remembers you before you were funny. And then, impact. He landed not with a thud, but with a soft boing, like a parade balloon finding gravity for the first time. He was in the convent call center bonsai garden, a place that smelled of lavender, printer ink, and holy confusion. Rows of nuns in Bluetooth headsets pruned miniature trees while chanting slogans like, "Thank you for calling the Sacred Solutions hotline." The floor gleamed like sugar glass. And in the corner, feeding a koi pond with one hand and cradling a toddler with the other, was Sister Dorothea. She turned, saw the massive, bobbing 300-pound blimp of Scott, and screamed so loud that even the bonsai trembled. "Oh, sweet mother of gumbo," she yelled. "Cora! Concepcion! Get in here! Something just arrived." Cora appeared, holding pruning shears. Concepcion followed, her rosary glowing faintly. The toddler pointed at Scott and laughed with cosmic delight. "Is it alive?" Concepcion whispered. "I think it's him," Dorothea said. "From the other side." They all looked at one another, realizing the impossible. The door had been breached. "What do we do with him?" Cora asked. And there, just as the light began to flicker, just as the toddler's eyes turned the color of molten honey, came a distant, echoing sound from somewhere unseen. "You weren't supposed to come alone." The women froze. Outside, the sky cracked open in hues of violet and coral. Then, Blackout, Chapter 37. The blimp and the door. Scott floated down like a parade balloon nobody remembered ordering. The sky around him glimmered in 1,000 tones of soap bubble color, and the air smelled faintly of library books and orange peels. When he landed, it was right in the middle of what looked like a convent that had taken a side hustle as both a bonsai garden and a call center. The nuns wore headsets and answered phones between watering trees. Sister Clotilde was the first to notice. "Good heavens," she whispered, dropping her watering can. "It's a man. Or possibly a dirigible with opinions." Scott blinked, clueless and happy. "Aye," he said, his voice like an old vinyl record spinning too slow. "Anybody know where the glass door went?" Before anyone could respond, a faint hum filled the air, like the soundtrack to a mystery show. Gumbo stumbled in, clutching a stack of canasta cards, and muttering about divine interruptions. He stopped cold when he saw Scott hovering 3 feet above the marble floor. "Well, I'll be dipped in motor oil," Gumbo said. "Somebody call Cora before I lose my religion." Within minutes, everyone had gathered: Cora, Sparky, Concepcion, and Sister Dorothea, each trying to figure out if Scott was a miracle, a hallucination, or a new intern. They took him to the main hall, where an enormous oil painting of the Virgin Mary wearing Bluetooth earbuds hung beside a smaller painting titled "The Black Dandy of New Orleans, 1907. Beneath it was an old treasure chest, filled not with anything sinister, but with relics of the past. Typewriter keys, faded Polaroids, lost earrings, and a stack of vintage Care Bears coloring books. Cora brushed off one of the bears. "This was mine," she said softly, "when things were simpler, before the phone trees." Dorothea nodded, her eyes glassy. "Before the world split into too many channels, Scott drifted closer, absorbing it all with that naive wonder of his. "I had a Care Bear once," he said proudly. "It told me about the Kennedy thing." "Which Kennedy thing?" asked Sparky, arching a brow. "All of them," Scott said, like it was obvious. "Turns out it was about love and bad aim." Concepcion snorted and nearly dropped her headset. The group couldn't help it. They laughed, the kind of laughter that happens when you've been through too much to cry. Later that evening, under the bonsai lights, they gathered around a canasta table. It wasn't about cards anymore. It was about grounding themselves in something human, something routine. The Monday blues hummed through the room like a melancholy jazz riff. Sister Clotilde shuffled the deck. "I dreamed last night of a new world," she said, "where even the sicknesses were polite. Nobody caught syphilis without first being asked how their day was." That got another round of laughter, easing the tension that hung over them like fog. Scott listened, smiling dimly. He didn't fully understand the jokes or the stakes, but he could feel that he was in the right place. Maybe that was enough. Then, as the last round of cards fell, something subtle shifted. The faint shimmer of the glass door flickered across the bonsai leaves. A wind whispered through the hall, and everyone froze. Dorothea looked at Scott. "You brought something with you," she said, not accusing, not afraid. Scott looked back, confused. "I didn't mean to. It just followed." And somewhere beyond the door, a light began to pulse. The decision loomed: open it, or let it vanish again into the folds of their tangled realities. Chapter 37. The Gospel According to Scott. The sky above the city was a bruised kind of lavender, the sort of color you'd only get after a storm that changed its mind halfway through. Sadie and Brenda floated, not walked, down a cracked sidewalk that shimmered like it was remembering better days. Brenda's head, all bulbous and gray, and a little too large for any reasonable species, tilted toward Sadie with the patience of a saint who'd run out of nicotine. "You're impossible," Sadie snapped, twirling the end of her crop like it was punctuation. "We've been lost for an hour, and your GPS keeps trying to take us to the nearest UFO convention." "Maybe it's just trying to take me home," Brenda replied with a deadpan so dry it could light a match. Her voice sounded like the sigh of a tired machine, ancient and half-sweet. "Besides, you're the one who said we needed more chorizo." "Yeah, but not cosmic chorizo, Brenda. I meant Target chorizo," Sadie yelled, drawing stares from a passing couple made entirely of fog. They entered the glowing red doors of Target, each one hissing open like the mouth of a polite demon. The place smelled of popcorn and bleach, and the broken dreams of suburban weekenders. Scott floated beside them, round and buoyant, humming to himself. He had no arms, no legs, no shoes, no worries. Just a big, soft smile, and a body that looked like it might have been made from slightly sentient cookie dough. He was wearing a T-shirt that read, "Don't panic yet." "Beans and chorizo, beans and chorizo," Scott sang tunelessly, bobbing past a display of discount patio furniture. "Do you think they'll let me taste the samples?" Sadie rolled her eyes so hard she saw last week. "Scott, honey, the last time you asked to taste something, we had to explain to mall security that you weren't possessed by a Roomba." "That was a misunderstanding," Brenda said in her defense. "Besides, he's harmless." "Oh, sure, harmless," Sadie retorted. "So was R. Kelly at first." Brenda chuckled. "Don't start quoting pop tragedies at me, Sadie." Just as they turned into the frozen foods aisle, Sadie stopped cold. "Oh, my Lord, Brenda! Look!" Across the store, Lit by the flicker of refrigerator lights and the reflection of 1,000 microwavable lasagnas, stood Sister Clotilde, Sister Dorothea, and Gumbo. They were frozen in a familiar tableau, Dorothea's hand raised toward a shopping cart, Clotilde clutching a box of cereal like it contained divine prophecy, and Gumbo grinning like a man who'd already lived twice. But they weren't really there. You could tell by the shimmer around them, like heat waves over asphalt. They didn't move quite right. They lagged, skipped frames. It was like watching ghosts in a rerun of the facts of life, except with holier intentions. Scott whispered, "Do you think they can see us?" "No," Brenda said softly. "They're echoes, maybe from the other side." Sadie crossed her arms. "Great, so we're watching divine reruns. Wake me up when Tootie skates by." The trio stared, transfixed, until the figures blinked out as suddenly as they'd appeared. And with that, the store returned to its regular chaos. A kid crying for a toy, a cart squeaking, the world pretending nothing weird had just happened. Later that night, Sister Clotilde knelt beside Scott at the convent's bonsai garden. The air smelled of mint tea and wet moss. Scott floated serenely above the koi pond, staring at his reflection as though he'd never seen water before. "You're a special one," Clotilde whispered, tracing the sign of the cross in the air. "I can feel it in my bones." Scott giggled. "Maybe I'm just gassy." "No," she said, smiling despite herself. "You're more. You're a messenger. You came through the glass door for a reason." By morning, the idea had spread. Dorothea, Gumbo, even Cora and Sparky, everyone felt it. That strange, warm conviction that Scott was no mere man. They built him a little dais, under a sun-bleached tarp, draped in silk scarves and old Care Bear bed sheets someone found in the basement. Candles lined the edges. He looked, in a way, like an art installation that didn't quite understand its own irony. Brenda might have called it blasphemy. Sadie might have called it performance art. But to the weary faithful in that crumbling convent, it was holy. Scott bobbed serenely, muttering half-remembered TV jingles. Every now and then, he'd hum Mozart's Requiem in the wrong key. And when the others bowed their heads, the wind through the cracked stained glass almost sounded like it was humming along. Meanwhile, far away in the desert city limits, Sadie and Brenda were still arguing. "You don't know what devotion looks like," Sadie snapped. "I do. It looks like exhaustion," Brenda said calmly, inspecting a loose thread on her sleeve. "And mascara." "Oh, please. You couldn't even handle a Care Bear stare." "That's because they judge, Sadie." They went back and forth until Brenda's heel struck something half buried in the dust. She stooped down, brushed it clean, and found a small square of mirror. Old, beveled, its edges chipped. When she looked into it, she saw them all: Clotilde, Dorothea, Gumbo, Cora, Sparky, even Scott, floating like a sanctified balloon over his congregation. The scene was silent, distorted but vivid. She could feel the sound of it. "Sadie," she whispered, holding the mirror tight. "I can see them." Sadie squinted. "Who?" "Everyone. The convent. Scott. It's like they're—" "Don't tell me you're buying into that prophecy nonsense again," Sadie scoffed. But Brenda didn't answer. Her reflection in the glass was changing, rippling, melting into something unfamiliar and ancient. The mirror pulsed like it was breathing, and somewhere, across that divide of worlds and nonsense, the tarp over Scott's head fluttered, like the glass itself had just blinked. Chapter 38. The Mirror Choir. Brenda stood frozen before the mirror that was not a mirror anymore, but a pulsing, liquid eye. Her reflection was gone, replaced by a swirl of colors that seemed to breathe. Inside, she could see Scott, large, luminous, diapered, and somehow holy, being paraded through the convent while Sister Clotilde sprinkled glitter and holy water in equal measure. Sadie watched her from the doorway, one arm crossed, the other nursing a cup of lukewarm gin and tonic she swore was just water with personality. "Tell me you're not doing this again," Sadie hissed. "Every time you stare into that thing, you look like a raccoon watching static." Brenda didn't even blink. "He's singing, Sadie. Hymns, actual hymns, like something out of a stained glass fever dream." Sadie rolled her eyes so hard the air seemed to squeak. "Oh, sure. Scott the Saint, diapered and divine. What's next? A miracle involving baby powder and a halo?" Brenda turned, her face strangely soft. "You mock it because you feel it too. Don't pretend you don't." That stopped Sadie cold. For a moment, all the cruel humor drained from her face, replaced by something much harder to name. "Don't," she said quietly. "Don't make this about what we feel." But it already was. Brenda knew. She and Sadie had spent years circling each other like two cats, pretending not to share the same sunbeam. Every jab, every snide remark. It was all foreplay, for something neither of them had the nerve to call love. The silence thickened until even the air felt judged. Sadie slammed her drink down. "You want him? Fine. You want your little saint in the glass? Fine. But I'm not standing here watching you worship your diapered angel while the world rots." She turned and stormed out the front door. Outside, the night was wet and uneven, the street glittering with puddles. Sadie's heel caught in a pothole big enough to qualify as an archaeological dig site. She tumbled with a curse, half graceful, half tragicomic, and landed like a diva mid-bow.
When the neighbors came running, she just waved them off. "Don't help me, I'm communing with the asphalt." Meanwhile, back in the living room, Brenda's eyes widened. Through the mirror, the scene had changed. The convent was hosting a Heavenly Talent Jubilee. Banners made from old laundry sheets reading, "God loves a showstopper." Gumbo was the MC, wearing a hat shaped like a halo and a jacket made of sequined rosaries. Sister Clotilde guided Scott onto the stage, radiant, humming softly. When he opened his mouth, a hymn spilled out, not just a song, but an entire chorus of ghostly harmonies, filling the air with gold and sound. The nuns wept, their hands pressed together as if trying to catch the notes. Brenda leaned closer to the mirror, her heartbeat synced with the hymn's rhythm. It wasn't just sound, it was pulling her in. The glass rippled. Her breath fogged it from the other side. She could feel something reaching for her, not Scott, not Clotilde, but something older, colder, and wise. Then came the flash, a burst of white so bright it erased her reflection. When her vision cleared, Brenda gasped. Inside the mirror, the convent was gone. In its place stood a colossal figure, part angel, part clockwork, holding Scott like a trophy doll. And then the figure spoke, in 1,000 voices at once. "The blimp has awakened. The parade begins." The mirror went up in black. Chapter 30 entertained the procession of little wings. By the time Sadie limped home, her knees scraped and her pride dented, the air in the house felt charged, like a storm had passed through without warning.
Brenda sat motionless in front of the mirror. Her eyes were bloodshot, her lips moving silently, as though trying to finish a sentence she hadn't started. When Sadie entered, Brenda didn't turn. She simply whispered, "Do you remember the Oriat Club?" Sadie froze in the doorway. "Don't start with that again." But Brenda's trembling hand lifted, pointing at the mirror. "It's the same symbols, Sadie. The glass door, the hymns, the wings. It's all part of what we learned. All part of what we tried to forget." The Oriate Club. That strange, secret society they'd joined in their early 20s, thinking it was just another avant-garde art collective. They'd painted murals blindfolded, recited poetry backwards, held séances in abandoned malls. Only later did they realize the founder had ties to an obscure convent upstate, the same convent where Dorothea, Clotilde, and the others now lived. Sadie's voice softened. "We left that behind, Bren. The rituals, the mirrors, the songs. They were supposed to be metaphors." Brenda turned then, eyes blazing. "Then why are the metaphors singing back?" A silence fell heavy as wet cloth between them. Somewhere outside, the thunder rumbled. Or maybe that was something else entirely. Brenda's voice cracked. "We opened a door, Sadie, and Scott, he walked through it. We're the only ones who can close it again." Sadie's defiance faltered. She came closer, dropped to her knees beside Brenda, and for the first time in a long time, touched her hand. "Then we'll do it together like before." The mirror flickered. At the convent, the unique parade had begun. The sisters had gathered in the bonsai garden, transformed into a shimmering avenue of lights and ribbons. Scott was the centerpiece, not quite afloat, not quite a prophet, seated upon a rolling pedestal draped in linen and petals. Gumbo led the way, wearing a robe that looked like it had been sewn out of thrift store curtains and divine inspiration. Sister Clotilde followed, clutching her rosary tight enough to leave impressions. Sister Concepcion carried a tiny bell that rang not by motion but by emotion. It chimed each time someone's faith wavered or wove itself anew. The air shimmered with Scott's voice. He sang without words, pure sound, pure heart. A strange radiance poured from him, soft as dusk. And one by one, the chosen began to grow tiny wings. They sprouted like soft hallucinations, feathery tufts on shoulder blades, fluttering without lifting. A few gasped, a few wept. One sister fainted in pure joy. It wasn't everyone. Only those whose hearts still held something unbroken. A spark of belief or love or foolishness too stubborn to die. Dorothea's toddler, the child they'd once called Chaos, watched from the side of the procession, eyes like blue fireflies. He hummed quietly, echoing Scott's melody. For the briefest moment, he lifted from the ground, not with wings, but with will. Then the ground trembled. The parade halted. A low moaning sound rolled through the convent, as though the earth itself had joined in Scott's song. Trees shivered. The statues cracked smiles they'd never worn before. Gumbo shouted, "Keep moving! The spirit's getting frisky!" But it was too late. The hymn turned itself inside out. The melody warped into something ancient, something vast. The wings on people's backs began to shimmer and crumble into dust, floating upward like incense smoke. Scott stopped singing, blinking as though waking from a dream. "Did I do something wrong?" he asked quietly. Sister Clotilde rushed to his side, cupping his face in her hands. "No, darling. You did something right. You reminded them what it means to hope. Concepcion knelt beside them, but the door between the worlds is opening again. Can you feel it? Scott nodded slowly, his voice soft as child's breath. I can feel lots of things. They ain't all good. Clotilde smiled sadly. That's how you know they're real. Above them, the air shimmered one last time, and, from somewhere unseen, the faintest echo of Brenda's voice whispered through the wind. We're coming for you, Scott. Hold on. Chapter 40. The Sassafras Hour. Morning hung over the convent like a tired chandelier. The parade was 3 days past, but its echoes hadn't left. The sound of feathers still whispered in the air, and the walls occasionally sighed like someone remembering a dream too vivid to retell. Sister Clotilde sat at the kitchen table sipping menudo from a chipped mug, the steam rising like prayer. Across from her, Scott hummed tunelessly, diapered, content, tracing circles on the table with a spoon. The toddler, Chaos, sat in a high chair beside him, older now, maybe 2 or 3, but already carrying the kind of quiet authority only very small children and very old priests seem to have. Mama, Chaos said suddenly, looking at Clotilde. She smiled, her eyes glimmering. Close enough, sweetheart, but I ain't your mama. Chaos pointed a tiny finger at Scott. Big baby. Scott gasped theatrically, eyes wide as saucers. Now wait a minute, lil fella. I'm a grown, well, kinda grown man. Chaos just giggled, spooning imaginary soup into his mouth, with all the smugness of a deity in training. From the doorway, Gumbo entered looking utterly defeated. Flunked it again. Clotilde blinked. The driver's test? He nodded, slumping into a chair. Parallel parkin' ain't meant for profits. I hit a hydrant and a pigeon. Same time? Same time. Scott laughed so hard he nearly tipped over, the spoon flying from his mouth. Maybe that's a sign. A sign I should stop trying, Gumbo grumbled. Even the instructor said I got the spiritual gifts of a mule on roller skates. Concepcion breezed in, tossing sassafras leaves into the simmering pot on the stove. Sassafras helps focus the mind, she announced, though in Gumbo's case, we might need a gallon. The room filled with that sweet, root beer-like scent, nostalgic and medicinal all at once. Outside, the bonsai garden shimmered oddly, like heat rising off pavement. That's when the first arrival occurred. A nun, Sister Polycarpa, who had seen too many miracles to be impressed anymore, was hanging laundry when she noticed a shape tangled among the sheets. She yanked the linen free, and out rolled Brenda. Literally rolled, like she'd been poured from a sky-colored funnel, dazed and covered in Target receipts. Oh, hell, Brenda muttered, blinking up at the nun. I overshot. Moments later, across the property, Sadie appeared entirely differently. She materialized inside the convent bell tower, curled up inside the largest bronze bell. The clanging that followed echoed across the valley. Concepcion was first to notice. Did that bell just scream a curse word? When they retrieved Sadie, she was barefoot, furious and muttering, Don't ask. I followed the sassafras trail. It was supposed to open a mirror, not drop me in a monastery. By the time both women were dusted off and somewhat coherent, the convent's strange family had grown by 2 more confused members. Scott was immediately delighted. New friends, he cried, clapping his hands together, which, given his body's odd proportions, was a sight unto itself. Chaos, however, was not pleased. His blue eyes darkened like storm water. He stared at Brenda, then at Sadie. then at Scott. Then, with uncanny precision, he whispered, "Too many." The lights flickered. The sassafras pot boiled over, and every mirror in the convent briefly reflected not the room, but the parade again, looping endlessly like a record caught in divine static. Gumbo crossed himself. Lord, not again. But this wasn't a repeat. It was an omen. The tiny wings that had crumbled to dust 3 days ago were now reappearing, fluttering weakly on the shoulders of anyone near chaos. Only this time, they didn't look angelic. They looked incomplete. Scott reached out instinctively to comfort the child, but Clotilde stopped him. "Let him be," she whispered. "He's figuring out who he is." "Or what?" muttered Concepcion. Brenda shivered. "We were wrong to come." Sadie shot her a glare. "We were right to come. You just don't like what you're seeing." "Do you know what this place is?" Brenda asked. "It's where the doors end." And that's when the bells began ringing again. Not from any human hand, but from within the walls themselves. Every clock, every plate, every drop of sassafras soup began vibrating in rhythm with Scott's heartbeat. Clotilde stood slowly, her face pale. "He's changing again." Chaos reached toward Scott, his voice soft and solemn. "Sing, big baby." Scott didn't know why. He never knew why, but he obeyed. The hymn that spilled from him this time wasn't sweet or holy. It was something deeper, older, and scared of itself. The sound shimmered through the convent, bending spoons, bending time, making the paintings on the walls weep colors. Then everything stopped. The sassafras leaves froze in midair. The candles burned upside down, and all of them, Scott, Chaos, Clotilde, Concepcion, Gumbo, Brenda, and Sadie, realized they were no longer in the same moment. The world around them had paused, but their hearts hadn't. Sister Clotilde whispered, "What did you do, my boy?" Scott's eyes filled with tears. "I just sang what I felt." Chapter 41. The Town Hall of Miracles. Morning at the convent began like a fever dream wearing perfume. The chapel bells clanged out of tune, pigeons argued in the rafters, and Sister Clotilde, barefoot, levitating just enough to make it interesting, called everyone to gather in the dining hall for what she described as an emergency symposium of spiritual logistics. The long wooden tables were rearranged into a horseshoe. A stack of folding chairs trembled near the espresso machine. Someone had taped a sign to the podium that read, "Town Hall of Miracles, attendance mandatory, snacks optional." Chapter 42. The Gospel. According to Scott's diaper, the convent was beginning to smell like boiled sassafras and low-grade incense again. It always did in the aftermath of one of Sister Clotilde's supernatural administrative meetings, as Gumbo half-jokingly called them. She insisted it was holy work, interpreting divine signs, assigning penance, and organizing the prayer schedules. But to everyone else, it felt like a halfway house for ghosts and eccentrics. This evening, though, there was a new weight in the air. A choice had to be made. The folding chairs were arranged in a lopsided circle in the community hall, where the walls were still peeling from the humidity of the Louisiana spring. Scott was parked, if one could call it that, on a rolling ottoman draped in linen, humming something between a hymn and a power ballad. He was dressed in a fresh diaper, thankfully, and a hand-stitched robe that Clotilde swore was patterned after the vestments of St. Francis, though it looked suspiciously like a thrift store bathrobe. Brenda and Sadie sat on opposite sides of the circle, glaring at each other like rival televangelists. Sadie's red hair looked like it was trying to escape her head. Brenda, the tall, gray-skinned alien woman, wore oversized sunglasses and chewed gum with unnerving precision. Clotilde stood in the center, rosary twined around her wrist, eyes wild, but somehow clear. "Friends," she began, her voice crackling like vinyl, "we are at a crossroads. The mirror between our worlds has thinned again, and the Lord has revealed." "Which Lord?" muttered Sadie under her breath. "'Cause I'm still waiting for a call back from mine." "Silence," Clotilde hissed, the crucifix swinging like a pendulum. "A choice must be made between the two outsiders. One brings salvation, one brings ruin. But they both wear the same shadow." The room rustled with uneasy laughter. Sparky leaned toward Cora and whispered, "So basically, we're in a Catholic episode of The Twilight Zone." "Shh," Cora said. "I'm trying to see if Scott's gonna start glowing again." Scott, oblivious to all tension, was humming his hymn, a weird, tender thing. "Baby, baby, I'm taken with the notion." It wasn't quite Amy Grant, but the melody was unmistakable. Gumbo snorted. "Man can't even sing a full verse without sounding like a busted microwave." Yet, as he sang, something did start happening. Tiny, translucent wings flickered from the backs of 3 people in the room: Cora, the toddler Chaos, and Sister Concepcion, who immediately crossed herself. "Lord have mercy," Gumbo said. "He's turning folks into moths again." Clotilde went pale. "It's not moths," she said softly. "It's grace." Then came the news. A shriek from the hallway. Dorothea burst in, not quite the serene nun of memory, but wild-eyed and shaking, holding a small radio in her hand. "They found another message," she cried. "Mother Supreme is back. She's on the police scanner." They all turned toward the door as the air shifted, and then, impossibly, the door opened inward, though no one touched it. A glow of red and blue filled the hallway, and through it came Mother Supreme herself, still in her drag habit, looking like RuPaul had just been canonized. "Did somebody say they needed divine intervention?" she asked, one hip cocked, the smell of cigarette smoke following her like holy incense. Nobody spoke for a moment. "I've just come from the highway," she said gravely. "There's trouble in the air. A car was pulled over, and it wasn't the police who stopped it. It was me." Her eyes flicked to Scott, then to Brenda and Sadie. "The infection has begun." Scott blinked. "I feel fine," he said, voice soft, childlike. "Not you, Sugar Plum," she said, patting his diapered leg affectionately. "The infection of doubt. It spreads faster than any fever." Gumbo frowned. "I knew we shouldn't have switched from holy water to tap." Then, chaos. The toddler, Chaos himself, toddled forward and pointed his tiny finger toward Scott's face. His eyes glowed faintly gold. Scott gasped, then giggled. "He tickles," he said. The lights flickered. The crucifix above the hall turned upside down, but only for a moment. And then it was over. Mother Supreme sighed, fanning herself with a paper plate. "Well, that was cute. Y'all got about 24 hours before the veil closes again. Decide who stays and who goes." Sadie rose to her feet, furious. "This is ridiculous. I didn't sign up for some spiritual survivor episode. Brenda's the problem. She's been staring at that mirror like it's pay-per-view. She's obsessed." Brenda stood. "At least I'm not running from what I saw. You think I don't know what that reflection means? You think I don't know that Scott's diaper isn't a diaper? It's a seal. Silence. Everyone stared at Scott, who was now sucking on a peppermint he'd found in his robe. Seal of what? Dorothea asked, stepping forward. Brenda's voice shook. The seal that keeps the worlds apart. He's not just God. He's the hinge, the glass door itself. And then, as if to prove her point, Scott began to levitate, slowly, gently, like a balloon released by a distracted child. His robe fluttered, his eyes rolled back, and his song turned into something both holy and horrifying. When the glow faded, he was gone. A thud echoed from outside. Something had landed in the garden. Clotilde ran to the window, heart pounding. She looked out and whispered, "He's sitting on the birdbath." "What's he doing?" Concepcion asked. "Smiling," Clotilde said, "and humming canasta rules." Nobody knew what that meant. Outside, the moon hung crooked and red. Inside, everyone stared at one another, knowing something had changed, but too afraid to name it. Mother Supreme finally broke the silence. "Well," she said, flicking ash into a chalice, "that's one way to start a Tuesday." Scott sat in his usual chair, big and round as a parade float, humming a hymn through a mouthful of powdered doughnut. His diaper rustled like an old love letter every time he shifted. Nearby, the toddler Chaos, now speaking in charming, slightly ominous fragments, stacked communion wafers like poker chips and announced, "I win again." Sister Clotilde raised her arms. A faint shimmer of light curled around her fingertips, leftover static from last week's levitation. "Children," she said, though half the room was pushing 70, "we are blessed and also may be cursed. A decision must be made between Brenda and Sadie. One is not who she seems." Murmurs rolled across the hall like wind through tinfoil. Gumbo coughed so hard his rosary rattled. Cora fanned him with a hymnal, muttering, "If he flatlines again, I'm not doing CPR. It tastes like menthols." Brenda sat near the back, gray-skinned and anxious, alien-eared, staring at the mirror shard she always carried. Through it she sometimes saw things, Scott glowing faintly, the toddler surrounded by spinning stars, but she'd never told anyone how much it frightened her. Sadie, meanwhile, lounged in her chair, one boot on the table, chewing sassafras root like it was a cigarette. "Face it, Bee," Sadie sneered.
If somebody's getting voted off the island, it'll be the one who looks like a satellite dish.
"You'd be the first to go if wit was a weapon," Brenda muttered. Cora whispered to Concepcion, "They fight like an old married couple on a talk show nobody asked for." Concepcion just nodded, polishing her sunglasses indoors, her arms crossed like two angry bridges. Sister Clotilde clanged a serving spoon on a pot. "We'll pray, and then we'll vote." But the toddler Chaos climbed onto the table, wobbled, and declared, "No vote. Sky says choose heart, not head." Everyone froze. The lights flickered. Scott, wide-eyed and diaper-puffed, suddenly began to sing, softly at first, then louder, a trembling hymn that filled the room like warm syrup. Tiny wings, transparent as soap bubbles, sprouted on a few people's backs. Gumbos fluttered once before crumpling like wet tissue.
"I think I'm ascended,"
he groaned. "No, that's gas," Cora replied. The miracle didn't end with applause. It ended with chaos, capital C. The ceiling fan burst into blue sparks. Brenda saw, through her mirror, a flicker of the same toddler standing in another world, pointing at her. And in that same instant, Scott winced. "Uh-oh," he said, the room filled with the unmistakable sound of a diaper disaster. Within minutes, Clotilde and Concepcion bundled him into Gumbo's pickup truck, heading for urgent care. Clotilde chanting prayers, while Concepcion drove like she was auditioning for a heist movie. Red and blue lights appeared behind them. Concepcion swore under her breath. "We weren't even speeding, sister." Clotilde clutched her beads. "It's not the law of man chasing us, it's the law of omen." The patrol car door opened. Out stepped Mother Supreme, in full sequined habit, mirror ball rosary swinging, eyes glittering with otherworldly mascara. "Children," she said, her voice like a church organ with attitude, "you've made quite the mess. There's infection, indecision, and infestation." "Infestation?" Clotilde gasped. "Yes," Mother Supreme continued, "of doubt. And one of you is lying. Choose wisely before the next full moon, or this whole story collapses under its own symbolism." Then, with a wink that could sanctify or damn, she vanished, leaving only glitter in the air and the faint smell of menthol cigarettes. Back at the convent, Brenda and Sadie's arguing echoed through the halls even from miles away, as if the walls remembered their voices. The toddler sat beside Scott's empty chair, whispering to an invisible friend, "He come back soon? He gotta." Outside, a storm gathered. The chapel lights flickered once more. Somewhere in the distance, a voice, Mother Supreme's or maybe something older, whispered through the thunder, "One stays, one goes, and the one you trust will not be what they seem." The screen door slammed, and the chapter ended with that hanging note, half hymn, half warning, full of absurd dread. Chapter 43. The Comet and the Kimono. Morning cracked open over the convent like an egg full of secrets. The light came in thin, spidery lines through the bonsai garden windows, touching every face with a ghostly grace. Clotilde called for another assembly of spirits and flesh in the dining hall, which was now draped in the lingering incense of last night's seance/talent show. Scott sat in a corner, haloed by the soft hum of an electric train set that someone had left looping around his pedestal. The train circled a little paper town, houses made from cereal boxes, a cardboard moon dangling overhead. His diaper was sagging dangerously, but no one dared interrupt him. He was humming, something half like a hymn and half like a lullaby. Every so often, his eyes rolled up toward the ceiling, and the lights flickered as if heaven itself was adjusting the dimmer switch. Nearby, Sister Concepcion was folding laundry, mostly robes and altar cloths, but she paused now and then to study Scott's glow. "He's starting to shimmer earlier each day," she whispered. "Soon he'll either ascend or combust." "Maybe both," murmured Dorothea, nervously rearranging a basket of chicken feet, used for warding off evil spirits, or possibly for soup. No one was quite sure anymore. Out in the hall, Brenda was pacing in a floral kimono that had belonged to one of the nuns back in the 70s, a haze of jazz cigarette smoke circling her like a halo of rebellion. She was muttering something about the moon landing being filmed in a convent basement, and Sadie was rolling her eyes so hard she almost saw her brain. "You ever seen a real moon rock, Brenda?" Sadie snorted. "No, you just read too much and wash too little. You smell like comet cleaner and regret." Brenda flicked ash in Sadie's direction, unbothered. "That's holy ground talk, Sadie girl. You don't know what's real anymore. None of us do. You ever think the moon's just a hole? A window? Something looking in at us?" Before Sadie could spit back, the lights dimmed. Clotilde entered the room, clutching a long, polished staff carved from olive wood. Her robes shimmered like candlelight. "Children," she said softly, "the comet approaches." Everyone stopped moving. The electric train whirred to a halt mid-turn. Even the toddler, Chaos, now old enough to string two words together, dropped his wooden spoon and stared at her. "Comet," he said simply, and giggled. Clotilde pointed skyward, though the ceiling was in the way. "When the comet passes over tonight, we must choose our alignment. Brenda and Sadie. One stays, one goes. Scott's song calls to it. I feel it in my blood."
Sadie folded her arms, sneering. "What? You want us to flip a coin for sainthood?" But Brenda wasn't laughing. She had picked up the mirror shard again, the one that showed her flickers of the other realm. The glass trembled in her hands. Inside it, she saw Scott, in that same room, yet somewhere else, and behind him, the comet already streaking across a painted sky. "Wait," she whispered. "It's already happening." At that moment, the toddler pointed straight at Scott. "Boom," he said, and then Scott's diaper, long overdue for a change, burst with a puff of glittering dust. The glow that poured out was not foul but pure, radiant, alive. The scent of ozone and lilies filled the air. Scott blinked. "I'm sorry," he mumbled.
"Did I do that?" Concepcion screamed. "He's channeling it! He's pulling it in!"
The comet outside had grown visible even in daylight, a blazing line across the heavens. The bonsai trees trembled. Every clock in the convent stopped. Sadie grabbed Brenda's hand. "If one of us has to go, you better believe I'm not the one packing a magic mirror and a bad kimono." Brenda's eyes flashed. "You'll eat your words when you see what's inside it." And then, boom! The mirror cracked in her hand, and through that fracture came a sound, like laughter, like wind chimes, like 1,000 prayers being whispered backward. The train started moving again, by itself, faster, faster, the tiny cars toppling off the track. Clotilde's staff sparked with blue light. Scott's eyes rolled back, his voice rose, and out came a sound so clear, so heartbreakingly sweet, it made the whole room freeze. A hymn, a lullaby, a comet song. Everyone within earshot felt a tickle between their shoulder blades, and then, impossibly, the soft unfurling of tiny feathered wings. They fluttered uselessly, like ornaments on a dream, but they were real. Even Sadie stared wide-eyed. "What in the actual miracle?" whispered Clotilde. "Or warning." Outside, the comet blazed white, trailing fire. The mirror was still humming in Brenda's hand, and somewhere, in the silence after the hymn, a new voice, small, uncertain, whispered from the void. "Choose." Chapter 44. The Cry, the Comet, and the Clean. The convent had never been quieter. Even the koi pond, usually bubbling with chatter and orange gossip, seemed to hold its breath. Sister Clotilde's call for an emergency assembly had gone out like a holy siren. Everyone gathered in the great hall, or what used to be the call center before the phones were ripped out and replaced with incense burners, train tracks, and an unfinished fresco of the moon landing, which Gumbo had insisted was faked, shot in a basement in Akron, not the moon, honey. Scott sat near the front in his hover chair, diaper slightly askew, eyes dreamy. Chaos, the toddler, toddled in circles around him, babbling to his own reflection in a brass serving tray. The child's words, simple and eerie, seemed to shape the air like wind rippling silk. "Door," he said. "Door, door." Clotilde froze mid-sentence.
The word rang through her like a bell. "He remembers," she whispered. "The glass door." From the corner, Sadie scoffed, flicking a jazz cigarette and muttering, "That baby's got more drama than a telenovela." Brenda, enormous eyes shimmering, shushed her. "Sadie, you don't understand. He knows things." "Yeah," Sadie shot back. "Like how to fill a diaper faster than Scott." The laughter that followed was uneasy. Scott just smiled, serene as ever, his kimono half open, a comet-shaped stain on the fabric where he'd spilled cleaning fluid from the bottle of Comet Clotilde had given him to bless the sinks. The scent of bleach and sandalwood danced around him like strange incense. Then came the cry, a long, bone-deep wail that echoed from somewhere beneath the convent, part human, part wind. Everyone froze. Chaos stopped mid-babble. The train Set Gumbo had built around the altar started to move on its own, lights blinking red and blue, like a tiny emergency. Clotilde, trembling, raised her hands. "It is not fear," she said. "It is the signal. The mystery is ready to unfold." The crowd parted, and Sister Concepcion stepped forward, holding something wrapped in a towel, a basket of chicken feet. "Found these outside Scott's quarters," she said, voice low, arranged in a perfect spiral, like a map. Clotilde leaned in, her eyes bright as twin candles. "A map," she breathed. "To what?" Before anyone could answer, the sky outside the stained glass windows erupted with color. A comet, vast and shimmering, tore across the heavens, low, too low. Its tail a ribbon of violet and gold. The light washed through the hall, through the glass, and every face shone like an icon. Then came the pleasure. Not lust, not sin, but something rapturous. It rolled over them like a hymn turned to silk. Brenda fell to her knees, weeping. Sadie clutched her arm, trembling, whispering, It's beautiful." Even Gumbo, usually unmoved by anything that wasn't fried or televised, stood awestruck, whispering, "It's like gospel made of stars." And in the middle of it all, Scott began to sing. The notes were simple, wordless, pure, but they carried something electric. One by one, small wings began to bloom from certain shoulders. Feathered tufts sprouted from Concepcion's back, tiny white bursts. Clotilde's halo flickered into visible light. Even Sadie gasped when a single downy feather appeared on her wrist, like proof of a forgotten promise. The comet light dimmed. The song faded. Silence fell like snow. Then came the thrilling sight. A beam of light shot down from the sky, straight through the stained glass ceiling, illuminating the basket of chicken feet. The spiral began to shift, rearranging itself, pointing, unmistakably, toward the old garden shed. Clotilde, breathing hard, looked to Scott. "You've solved it," she said softly. "You've solved the mystery." Scott blinked. "Did I?" Chaos, the toddler, looked up at him, eyes wide, voice soft as breath. "Yes." And in that moment, every clock in the convent stopped. The comet vanished. The hall went dark, and from the shed outside came the sound of a door creaking open, followed by laughter, wild, holy, and somehow familiar. Chapter 45. The Duel at Derry Square. The sun rose sideways that morning, pink, trembling, confused. It seemed to hang at a funny angle over Derry Square, where the townspeople had gathered in pajamas robes and half-buttoned shirts, drawn by rumors of a spectacle. Milk had begun flowing from every faucet in town. Not water, not rain, milk. Children dipped cookies into hydrants. Old ladies filled thermoses straight from spigots. Somewhere, a pastor was already calling it a miracle, and 2 blocks away, Sister Clotilde was crossing herself while muttering, "This is not on the holy calendar." At the center of the chaos stood Sadie, leather trench gleaming, heels clicking on the cobblestones like an approaching storm. Across from her, Brenda, tall and gray-skinned, alien elegant and heartbreakingly calm, stood holding a parasol that had seen better dimensions. "Today," Sadie announced, flicking her wrist, "we settle it." Brenda tilted her head, eyes wide as moons. "Settle what, Sadie?" "Everything," Sadie snapped. "The jealousy, the mirrors, the screaming. I'm done watching you stare into that other world like it's your lover." Brenda's voice dropped to a whisper. "Maybe it is." The crowd murmured. Somewhere a cow mooed as if on cue. A small brass band started playing without knowing why. The theme from The Facts of Life, slow and eerie. The duel wasn't with swords or guns. No, Sadie pulled out 2 gleaming butter-yellow cake knives, twirling one like a gunslinger. "We do this fair," she said, sweet and sharp. Brenda sighed. "You're ridiculous." Sadie smirked. "I'm right." At the far corner of the square, Sparky watched nervously through the bakery window. He'd started working there last week, mostly frosting cupcakes, and occasionally eating them mid-decorating when no one was looking. The baker, a serene woman named Mrs. Doodle, told him, "The icing knows your heart, darling. Don't lie to it." He hadn't known what that meant until now. As he frosted a large birthday cake for some stranger's child, he looked down and froze. Tiny figures were forming in the icing. At first, just vague shapes. Then, faces. Brenda's enormous gray eyes. Sadie's sneer. The 2 of them circling one another in whipped cream. Frosting blades drawn. His hand trembled. He blinked. But the scene kept unfolding, alive in buttercream. He stepped back, heart hammering. "No way," he whispered. But it wasn't stopping. The frosting duel played out on the cake just as it was happening outside. Milk fell from the sky like soft rain, pooling around their feet. The real Brenda and Sadie seemed unaware of the connection, each move, each word echoing in the sugary scene below. Then Sparky saw something else. Tiny versions of himself, of Scott, of Chaos the toddler, etched in caramel swirls around the cake's edges. The frosting figures began to move toward the center, toward Brenda and Sadie's miniatures. The colors merged, blended, almost bled, though not blood, more like food coloring alive with intent. "This isn't decoration," he whispered. "This is revelation." Outside, Sadie lunged. Brenda dodged. The 2 spun like dancers under a dairy sky, milk soaking the hem of Sadie's trench. She laughed, wild, free, furious. Brenda wept silently, but didn't back down. And then Sparky saw it. On the cake, one of the frosting Sadies melted into Brenda's shape, and one of the frosting Brendas split in 2, one turning into Scott, the other into something else entirely, something he couldn't quite name, something holy. The milk stopped. The crowd fell silent. Sadie dropped her knife, suddenly pale. "Brenda," she whispered, "do you feel that?" Brenda nodded. "Yes, it's like we're not fighting each other anymore." The fountain in the middle of the square sputtered once, then spewed up a long white banner, dripping and fragile. On it, Written in what looked like condensed cream were the words, "Only one of you is real." Gasps rippled through the crowd. Brenda stared at Sadie. Sadie stared back, jaw tight. "Which one?" Sadie hissed. Brenda blinked and smiled faintly. "Maybe neither." Then the ground trembled. The milk in the gutters began to move, crawling, writhing, like it was alive. Sparky dropped his spatula, frosting splattering everywhere. The little cake figures started to dissolve, one by one, into a single golden glow. The baker crossed herself. "Oh, child," she said softly, "you've baked a prophecy." Sparky looked out the window just in time to see Brenda and Sadie frozen in milk light, statues of perfection and impermanence, shimmering, fading. And in that eerie quiet, a small sound came from the bakery's back door. A baby's giggle. Sparky turned, and there, sitting on a sack of flour, was Chaos the toddler, holding a tiny sticky slice of cake. He pointed toward the window, eyes shining. "They're not gone," he said. "They're just starting over." Then he took a bite, giggled again, and the lights went out. Chapter 46. The Frosting Frontier. The world was sweet and dangerous. Sadie and Brenda didn't fall into the frosting world. They slipped, like a bad dream sliding under the sheets. Everything shimmered with the off-white glow of sugar pearls and pastel gloom. The sky looked whipped, like a meringue that had just started to curdle. Their feet made soft smacks in the icing ground. It gave just enough resistance to be irritating. "Sticky hell," Sadie muttered, lifting her platform heel, the frosting webbing between the straps like gooey spider silk. "We die here. I'm haunting Betty Crocker." Brenda, still half shocked, looked around. "Don't say die. This might be heaven." "Baby, if heaven smells like a kindergarten birthday party and a foot fungus convention, count me out." From the frosting dunes, two figures began to emerge, shining faintly in the sugar haze. They were tiny, like plastic figurines you'd stick on a wedding cake. But as they came closer, they grew taller, faces and hands sculpted from fondant, but pulsing like something alive. It was Cora and Sparky, but not as themselves, frosting versions. Their expressions were too perfect, too symmetrical. They glistened. Sparky's frosting self had an electric toothbrush slung over his shoulder like a sword. He grinned. "Welcome to the bakery beneath reality," he said, his voice hollow and sweet. "We've been expecting you." Sadie squinted. "You look like if a Ken doll was made out of marshmallow." "Don't ruin the vibe," Brenda whispered. And then the wind changed. That smell, wild onion and freshly cut grass, rolled through the sugary air, clashing so violently with the vanilla that it made their eyes water. The ground shifted, and the sky began to rain sprinkles. Somewhere far off, a church bell made of peppermint began to toll. "Where are we supposed to go?" Brenda asked. "The shady glen," Cora said softly, "beyond the buttercream hills." Sparky pointed with his toothbrush blade. "It's the only way out, but watch for the keeper." "The who?" Sadie said. A sound came, not thunder, not wind, but something like teeth grinding sugar cubes. Out from the shimmer stepped a figure, tall, draped in a kimono patterned with Christmas lights, each bulb blinking at a different emotional frequency. Their eyes were mirrored marbles, their smile almost kind. "I'm the keeper of consistencies," they said, "and you've tracked in too much reality." Brenda gulped. "We just want to go home." "Home?" the keeper laughed. "No one ever leaves frosting once they've tasted its truth." Behind them, the candy mountains began to shift, forming faces, the faces of everyone they'd ever met, smeared and melting like icing left in the sun. The keeper gestured, and two new beings formed beside them, strange radiant things. One was Scott, floating serenely, chubby and diapered, glowing faintly gold. The other was Chaos, the toddler, older now, eyes swirling like toffee storms. They looked at each other like rivals, and then both turned to Sadie and Brenda. "Mom," the toddler said. "Oh no, no," Sadie stammered. "I'm not doing reincarnation paperwork today." The frosting beneath them pulsed. Images began to flicker across the surface. The convent, the call center, Gumbo's garden, Mother Supreme laughing beneath a tarp. And then, impossibly, a shadow of a comet streaked across the buttercream sky, trailing glitter that hissed like static. The keeper whispered, "Every story melts eventually. The sugar won't hold. Choose what you'll keep before it all collapses." From the frosting sea rose treasure chests, heavy, gold-flecked, their lids trembling. Sadie bent down and opened one. Inside were dozens of tiny objects: canker sore ointment, a jar labeled Brett shampoo, an oil-stained canasta card, a single feather, and something darker, small clay tablets engraved with symbols she didn't recognize. Brenda picked one up and gasped. It was warm, alive almost. When she turned it over, she saw her own reflection, crying inside it. The keeper's voice echoed, "Those are your unlearned lessons. Touch the wrong one, and you'll forget why you came." Sadie rolled her eyes. "I already forgot why I came. Because you loved me," Brenda whispered, trembling. The frosting wind stilled. Sadie opened her mouth, shut it again. The silence was heavy as fondant. Then, a thrilling sight. Over the horizon came the frosting city, domed with glass sugar, its spires dripping with caramel. Inside it, shapes moved, some dancing, some praying, some floating, and suddenly, as if on cue, the smell of smoke, not from fire, but from jazz cigarettes, curling around a cluster of icing trees. "That's our way out," said Sparky, pointing toward the smoke. "The ones who remember their song can pass through." "What song?" Sadie asked. Brenda, softly, "The one Scott sang." And though none of them remembered how it began, they began to hum. One by one, their voices found harmony, imperfect but holy. The sky cracked open like a broken sugar shell. A light poured down, not blinding, not gentle, just truthful. It shimmered with something eternal, and then it was gone. In the silence after, they saw what the frosting world really was. Not candy at all, but memory. The sweetness had been a disguise. Beneath it was loss, melted and reconstituted, painted over in pastel. Sadie took Brenda's hand. "Let's get out of here." The keeper smiled, a sad, kind smile. "Then you already have." And just like that, the world folded, the frosting curdled, and the sound of a comet streaking past pulled them back into waking. When they woke, there was powdered sugar on their eyelashes and a faint hum in the air. Somewhere, far off, a choir of children sang a hymn, just slightly off-key, and deep underground, beneath a convent they'd never truly left, a little boy named Chaos whispered his first full sentence. "They're coming." Then the frosting world, still swirling faintly beneath reality, trembled like a secret keeping itself alive. Chapter 47. Ashes and Hallelujahs. The convent bells began to ring, but not for prayer. Smoke rose over the chapel roof, black and thick and living. The sisters ran in all directions like ants from a burning hive, veils flapping, voices tangled in prayer and panic. The air smelled of singed incense and human fear. Clotilde burst through the smoke with Scott in her arms, still feverish from the infection, his face slick with sweat and a strange pale shimmer. Not the light of sickness, but of something otherworldly. "Get water," she cried. "Get holy water if you can find it." But there was none. The faucets had been running milk again since dawn. Thick, lukewarm, sour milk that left a white film over everything it touched. Sister Gumbo tripped over a basket of half-burned hymnals and cursed loudly. "This ain't no ordinary fire, Clotilde. This smells like betrayal." And she was right, because as the smoke cleared just enough, Clotilde saw Mother Supreme standing by the stairwell, calm as ever, her rosary beads clinking like tiny bones. "Do you know who lit it?" Clotilde shouted. Mother Supreme didn't answer. She only looked down at the smoldering chapel and whispered, "Sometimes the spirit must consume itself to renew." That was when Cora stepped forward, trembling, holding a charred matchbook. "It was me," she said softly. "I only meant to burn the old altar cloth. It was full of mold, but the candles fell." Clotilde's eyes went wide. "You what?" Before she could respond, a scream erupted from the courtyard. Two shapes rolled across the ground, Sister Dottie and Sister June, tangled in a full-on hair-pulling brawl. Dottie's habit had come half loose. June's cross necklace had snapped and flew into the mud. "You stole my song!" Dottie shrieked. "It was the Holy Spirit's melody!" June shouted back. "Nobody owns inspiration." "You'll own this fist in a second, you holy thief!" They crashed into a bench, scattering psalms like confetti. Sparky tried to intervene and caught a slap that sent his glasses flying into the fountain of milk. Clotilde had no patience left. "Enough!" she screamed, and as she did, the room shuddered. The walls flickered, as though the convent itself were being rewritten. And then, for just one breath of time, she saw through reality. A flash of Scott, not the feverish child in her arms, but another Scott, glowing faintly, walking alone through a frosting wasteland. His diaper was gone. He wore something woven from pure light. He was humming. She blinked, and he was gone, except the air was still vibrating with the hum, faint and high-pitched, like the end of a radio transmission. "Clotilde!" Gumbo shouted. "You okay, girl?" But Clotilde didn't hear. Her eyes had rolled back, her body trembling, as though overtaken by a voltage of holiness. "He's crossing over," she whispered. "He's going back." And then Scott's fever broke, literally. His skin glowed like moonlight on porcelain, and in a shimmer of gold dust and evaporated milk, he vanished. The fire extinguished itself. The smoke folded inward like breath sucked back into the lungs of creation. The chapel lights flickered, once, twice, and then steadied. Silence. Only the sound of Sister June sobbing. "I didn't mean to hurt her," over Dottie's torn habit. Then, a single, pure hallelujah. They turned to see Cora, sitting cross-legged on the floor, her face streaked with soot, her eyes closed, recording herself with a cracked phone. Her voice was angelic, raw, trembling, alive. She was singing a song she claimed the Holy Ghost wrote through her, a hymn called "When the Sugar Melts." It shouldn't have worked, but it did. Every note floated like forgiveness through smoke. Even Mother Supreme smiled faintly. "Record that," she said quietly. "It will sell." And so it did. Within a week, When the Sugar Melts went viral on a local Christian radio network, then national, and finally overseas. Cora was offered a recording contract, but the letter came with strange wording from a label called Comet Records. She almost didn't sign it, but she needed something to believe in. That same day, Gumbo got her news. Her brother back in Baton Rouge had died suddenly, leaving behind a soul food restaurant and a stack of unpaid bills. She'd have to go home, for good. "I guess that's my job opportunity," she muttered, packing her apron. Heaven's got weird ways of doing the hiring. As for Mother Supreme, she lingered outside the smoking chapel, looking up at the moon that was much too bright for daylight. "Something's off," she murmured. "He didn't just go back. He took something with him." "What do you mean?" Clotilde asked. Mother Supreme turned slowly. "Part of you." And as if to prove her right, a burn mark in the shape of a small hand appeared over Clotilde's heart. She gasped, not in pain, but in recognition. Then, in the distance, a boom, like thunder, but it came from beneath the earth. The ground trembled. The chapel doors flew open, and a column of blue light shot skyward, straight through the cracked bell tower. Every sister fell to her knees. Mother Supreme's voice was steady. "The boy is home, but the door's still open." That was the first cliffhanger. Later that night, after the smoke cleared and the sisters drifted into uneasy sleep, Clotilde stood alone in the courtyard, staring up at the stars. She thought she saw the faint outline of a comet, or maybe it was a trick of light. Then she heard a whisper, soft, like static through sugar. "Mama." It was Scott's voice. She looked around. Nothing, only the cool wind, only the burnt edges of what once was sacred. But when she looked down, she saw something pressed into the dirt, a small, glowing object. It was the toy electric toothbrush Sparky had lost weeks ago, still humming faintly. Clotilde bent down, touched it, and the entire courtyard flashed white. The sisters woke to her scream, half terror, half religious ecstasy, as the toothbrush spun in her hand, spitting out a voice none of them recognized. "You have 33 hours to close the gate." And then it went dead. The second cliffhanger. Chapter 48. The Orchard Opens Its Mouth. The convent never really slept anymore. Not since the fire. Not since the blue light. Not since Scott's vanishing act that left a hum in the hallways like a half-forgotten song. Morning drifted in like an afterthought. Milk-colored sky, bitter coffee, faint scent of smoke in every robe. The sisters moved slowly, reverently, as if afraid the ground might start whispering again. Clotilde sat at the long dining table, her hands still trembling from what the electric toothbrush had told her. 33 hours to close the gate. "What gate?" Gumbo muttered. "We don't even have a garden gate. Only that busted chain link by the laundry room." "It's not that kind of gate," Clotilde said. Her eyes were hollow but fierce. "It's the gate between worlds. The one Scott went through. The one that's still cracked open." Dottie groaned and pushed a plate of scrambled eggs away. Well, I sure hope somebody's got the instructions for closing it. You can't just slap duct tape on a dimensional tear. Mother Supreme entered then, swaying like she had her own private wind. Her sequined veil shimmered gold. She was back in full drag queen regalia, haloed in perfume and incense. When she spoke, her voice filled the room like a hymn sung in a club at 3 a.m. Children, you are the orchard. Nobody dared breathe. Every strange thing that's happened, the milk in the faucets, the fire, the songs, the visions, they were all fruit. Fruit from the same tree. The same tree that was planted long before this convent was built. The Golden Orchard was never a place. It's a pattern, a divine experiment in convergence. Gumbo blinked. So what? We're the test subjects? Sister Supreme smiled softly. You're the bloom, honey. You're the result. Cora, pale and dazed from the whirlwind of her new fame, leaned in. Does that mean Scott was part of it too? Oh, Scott, Supreme said, lowering her eyes. He was the key, innocence embodied, a soul too simple to lie, too heavy to float away. He went through the gate because he was the gate. Every diaper change, every song, every hum of his heart was a language older than sin. A silence settled, not awkward, but holy. Then came a soft cough from the corner. It was Sparky. He'd been coughing for days, but this one sounded different, wet, ragged, final. Clotilde turned quickly. Sparky? He tried to wave her off, to say something funny, maybe about how the milk in the faucet was curdled again, but no sound came out. He just folded. By the time they reached him, he was gone, head against the table, eyes half open, a faint smile on his face. Mother Supreme knelt down beside him, closed his eyes, and whispered, "The orchard claims another apple." Cora burst into tears. Dottie, who never cried, started banging her fist on the table. Gumbo whispered, "He was supposed to make it to Mardi Gras?" Clotilde just stood there, holding onto the back of a chair like it was the last solid thing in the world. "Why him?" she asked. "Why him?" Supreme sighed. "Because laughter's the sweetest offering. The orchard always takes one who can make the others remember joy." And for the first time in her long, complicated life, Supreme wept. Her glitter ran down her cheeks in streaks of gold. They buried Sparky in the garden behind the chapel, or what was left of it. His grave was marked with a crooked wooden cross that Gumbo carved from the remains of a burnt pew. On it, she scrawled the words, "He laughed us closer to heaven." That night, the convent changed. You could feel it, the air gentler, the echoes softer. The milk from the faucets stopped. The chapel bell rang once on its own, even though no one had touched the rope. At dinner, nobody spoke for a long time. Then, quietly, Cora took out her guitar, the one Sparky had once tuned for her while humming a hymn off-key. She strummed a few chords and began to sing. When the sugar melts, the sorrow sets. But we keep stirring what we get. One by one, they joined in, even Clotilde, even Gumbo, who couldn't carry a tune in a bucket. And for that brief, fragile moment, they were family again. Later that night, when most had gone to bed, Clotilde sat alone in the chapel. The candlelight flickered against the cracked walls. The shadows looked like wings. She thought of Scott, somewhere beyond the veil, glowing maybe, laughing maybe. She thought of Brenda and Sadie, of the chaos that had spilled between dimensions like paint on wet canvas. She whispered into the dark, Why us? The air stirred, and then a faint shimmer like glitter caught in a moonbeam. Sister Supreme appeared in the pew beside her, legs crossed, nails immaculate. Because you were paying attention, she said. That's the whole miracle, darling. Most folks walk through life like it's a grocery store. Grab what you need, leave what you don't. But you all saw the poetry in the mess, the divinity in the nonsense. That's what the Golden Orchard was about. It's not perfection. It's pattern recognition. Clotilde blinked back tears. And Sparky? He recognized it too soon. Some people just find the exit faster. They sat in silence, just the crackle of candle flame between them. Will the gate close? Clotilde asked finally. Supreme smiled, that sly, motherly smile. Oh, it always closes, baby, but not before it shows you what you needed to see. And then she was gone, leaving behind only the faint smell of rose oil and cigarette smoke. Morning again. The sisters gathered in the courtyard, the air sweet with the smell of wet grass, and earth turned by grief. Cora held a little radio. It was playing her song, When the Sugar Melts, now #1 on the Christian contemporary charts. But there was something strange buried under the melody, like a faint static hum. When you turned it up just right, you could hear another voice beneath her own, Sparky's voice, laughing, humming, singing the harmony. Gumbo turned it off with shaking hands. You hear that? Clotilde nodded. Yes, and I think he's telling us it's time. Time for what? To close the gate. They all looked toward the orchard, the one behind the convent. The trees glowed faintly, their fruit golden and pulsing like tiny hearts. Above them, a single comet streaked through the sky, silent, white, and slow. And in the distance, maybe, just maybe, you could hear a faint hum, like an angel with bad rhythm, keeping the beat for the end of the world. Chapter 49. The Orchard Remembers. The orchard hummed again. It had been weeks since Sparky's funeral, and though the sky still looked bruised, the air inside the convent had changed. The milk in the faucets had turned to water again. The clocks, which had been spinning backward, now ticked forward, slowly, cautiously, as if afraid to overstep. Cora woke early that morning to the smell of dew and dust. Outside, the trees of the golden orchard swayed, their fruit golden and translucent, glowing like tiny lanterns in the mist. She walked barefoot to the chapel, her robe dragging in the dirt. She wasn't surprised to find Sister Clotilde already there, kneeling, whispering something under her breath, eyes locked on the altar. On it sat the glass door, the same one that had taken Scott. Now it was cracked, dim, breathing faintly like a sleeping heart. "He's not gone," Clotilde said, not looking up. "None of them are." Cora sat beside her, silent. Then came the others, Gumbo, Dottie, Concepcion, even little Chaos toddling behind, clutching the last stuffed Care Bear from the donation box. The bear's button eye hung by a thread. They gathered around the door. Its glow deepened, then spread, crawling up the chapel walls, through the stained glass, painting their faces gold. Then, just like that, the door opened, and everything spoke. Not in words, not even in voices. It was the story itself, unfurling through light, scent, and sound. They saw everything. The sisters of the Golden Orchard had never been just nuns. They were the keepers of dimensional echoes, living representations of human archetypes that echoed through countless realities. Sister Dorothea had once been the architect, shaping dreams that became worlds. But she fell in love with her creation, and so was reborn in flesh, forgetting her divinity, trying to mother what she once designed. Sister Clotilde, the doubter, had been the mirror, reflecting back the truth no one wanted to see. Her stigmata, her levitations, her visions, all fragments of her former duty bleeding through her human disguise. Gumbo, old, cranky, loud, was once the gatekeeper. He'd lost his post when he gave mercy to something he shouldn't have, and this life was his penance, to live among mortals and keep his mouth shut, though he never did. Conception, full of fury and unpolished faith, had been the flame, a destroyer and purifier, both, now trapped in the fragile emotions of a human heart. And Cora, poor sweet Cora, was the vessel. She carried souls, not just children. Every baby, every loss, every wound she carried was a story incarnate, a spark meant to keep the orchard alive. Then came the newer ones. Scott, who had floated through worlds diapered and singing, was the fool divine, the child god of innocence, the one who could open the gate because he didn't know he wasn't supposed to. And Chaos, the toddler who wasn't truly Dorothea's, was the seed, the next generation of consciousness, born from the mingling of divinity and mistake, the orchard's future. The images flickered. Brenda, Sadie, Sister Supreme, all appeared in that golden light, their faces soft and shimmering like watercolors. Sister Supreme was the voice, the last remnant of the cosmic chorus that had once sung creation into motion. Her sequins, her wit, her smoke, all part of that dazzling rebellion that said we can be divine and ridiculous at once. And as the images faded, Clotilde whispered, "So, it was all real." Mother Supreme stepped through the door again, smiling. "Oh, honey, reality's just a rumor with good lighting." They laughed through tears. Even Gumbo cracked a smile. But the orchard wasn't done. The glass door pulsed again, faster, deeper, and from its heart came music. The same hymn Scott had sung, now joined by hundreds of unseen voices. The golden fruit began to drop from the trees, rolling across the courtyard like tiny suns. When they cracked open, there were no seeds inside, only light. And in that light were faces. Every lost friend, every ghost, every laughter that had echoed through these walls. Sparky was there, grinning, mouthing the words, "Y'all took long enough." Then everything went still. The glass door shuddered, and, with a sigh, closed itself. A single golden apple rolled to Clotilde's feet. She picked it up, pressed it to her chest, and whispered, "Thank you." Days passed. The convent became quieter, calmer. The sisters planted new trees where the old orchard had burned, and the scent of wild onion and freshly cut grass filled the air. Chaos played near the roots, humming softly, the same tune Scott once sang, and sometimes, if the wind hit just right, you could hear a faint harmony, like laughter traveling through leaves. Cora's song played on the radio again, this time in the background of a news report about strange auroras appearing across the sky. Gumbo got his driver's license renewed. Concepcion took up painting. Dottie wrote poetry. Clotilde, now the elected abbess, began writing the history of the Sisters of the Golden Orchard. When she finished the first line, "It all began with laughter in a storm," she felt something brush her shoulder. A voice, Sparky's voice. "Better save some room on that page, baby. We're not done yet." She smiled, and outside, the orchard bloomed, every flower gold, every branch alive with light. Chapter 50. The Feast of the Golden Orchard. It wasn't heaven, exactly. It wasn't earth, either. It was the space between, a place shaped by music, laughter, and something like forgiveness. The Feast of the Golden Orchard was in full swing. Tables stretched as far as the eye could see, loaded with steaming platters of chorizo and beans, cakes from Sparky's Dream Bakery, baskets of fruit glowing faintly from within. Jazz and hymns mingled in the air, and the scent of sassafras and wine made everything shimmer. At the head of the table sat Sister Supreme, fanning herself with a hymnal. "Well," she said, surveying the crowd, "if this ain't proof that God's got a sense of humor, I don't know what is." Laughter rolled like thunder. There was Clotilde, radiant, laughing till she snorted. Dorothea, finally at peace, toasting the crowd. Gumbo, in a pressed suit, telling the same joke 3 times. Concepcion, her hair wild and eyes kind, sharing a bottle with Brenda and Sadie, who now bickered only out of habit. Cora cradled little Chaos on her lap, who babbled happily and reached for the glowing fruit centerpiece. "He remembers," she whispered. Scott floated above the table, round and smiling, haloed by faint golden wings. He sang softly, the same hymn that had opened and closed worlds, and this time everyone joined in. Even the walls seemed to hum along. Sparky stood on a chair and raised a glass. "To the mess!" he shouted. "And to the miracle that it made sense anyway." "To the mess!" they echoed, laughing, crying, clinking glasses. Above them, a comet streaked across the night sky, leaving a trail of glitter and starlight. And somewhere between the laughter and the music, the orchard itself exhaled, content at last, glowing gold from root to leaf. As the night deepened, Sister Supreme leaned toward Clotilde and whispered, "See, baby, the orchard never really ended. It just changed its name." Clotilde smiled, eyes wet, heart full. "What's it called now?" Supreme winked. "Grace." And as the band struck up one last song, something between a hymn and a disco track, the camera of the universe panned back, showing them all together, laughing, eating, dancing. Every character, every ghost, every broken soul made whole again. And when the final note hit, the lights went out, and all that remained was gold. End of Book 1. The Sisters of the Golden Orchard. Alternate. Ending. Chapter 49. The Orchard's Final Season. The convent had gone quiet after the fire, or so it seemed at first. The sisters swept away the ashes, rebuilt what walls they could, and prayed through the nights that still smelled of smoke. But the air shimmered with something different now, something concluding. It was as if the orchard itself had aged overnight, branches sagging with the weight of invisible fruit, every leaf whispering, "It is time." Sister Clotilde, her hands bandaged, stood at the chapel door, staring at the scorched altar. Sister Supreme had returned at last. Or maybe she'd never really left. She appeared through the drifting smoke, robes unburned, eyes like dark stars. "Daughters," she said softly, "everything that has happened, every ripple, every madness, every miracle was born here. You have been the orchard's keepers and its seeds." The sisters gathered, Conception, Sparky, Gumbo, and the others, even the toddler now older, walking with strange confidence. The chapel pews were filled with the familiar ghosts of the story: Sadie, Brenda, Scott. Though none dared speak their names aloud, they were memories now, distilled into myth. "Why did it all happen?" Sister Conception asked. Her voice cracked. "The fires, the duels, the miracles, the deaths, the laughter. What was it for?" Supreme smiled. "You still think you were living a story," she said. "But stories live you. Each of you carried a piece of it, a reflection, a mirror shard of what the orchard was meant to be. The sisters of the Golden Orchard were never just nuns. You were witnesses to humanity's fever dream." Outside, thunder grumbled, not a storm, but something older. That was when the news arrived. Gumbo, still limping from his last accident, came running down the corridor holding a letter. "It's Sparky!" he shouted. "She's gone! She didn't make it!" The chapel froze. Sparky, the cheerful, chaotic heart of them all, had died overnight in her sleep. A sudden infection, the doctor said. Peaceful. Quick. The sisters collapsed into each other's arms, sobbing. Clotilde knelt beside the altar, pressing her palms together until the old stigmata bled anew. "Why her?" whispered Conception. Supreme answered, "Because the orchard takes back its best fruit first." They buried Sparky in the courtyard, near the fountain that once spouted milk, and as they sang her favorite hymn, off-key, tear-soaked, a single apple fell from the highest branch of the orchard tree and split open on the ground. Inside was not flesh, but light, a golden, pulsing light that rose into the air like a soul escaping. And for a moment, every sister saw the truth. They saw how Scott's innocence had balanced their faith. They saw how Brenda and Sadie's chaos had purified their fear. They saw how every miracle, even the ridiculous ones, had been lessons in surrender. They saw that they were the orchard. Sister Supreme lifted her hands, and her voice echoed through every hallway. "The orchard ends, but the harvest begins. Gather what remains. Tomorrow we feast." But later that night, as the moon rose red and swollen, a wind ripped through the convent, and with it came a sound. Not quite thunder, and not quite song. It was laughter, childlike, familiar, and distant. Sister Clotilde looked toward the orchard and saw silhouettes moving. Impossible, glowing, as though the dead were returning home for one last dance. Chapter 50. The Feast at the Edge of Heaven. It was neither earth nor sky. It was a place between, a vast banquet hall carved out of light and memory. Tables stretched as far as the eye could see, covered in food that shimmered and changed with every blink. Bowls of golden fruit, steaming bread, and champagne bubbling like music. And there they all were. Scott sat at one end, clean-faced and clear-eyed, wearing a little crown of vines. Sister Clotilde beside him, her robes transformed into something radiant. Brenda and Sadie sat close together, arguing playfully over who'd stolen the bread basket. But their eyes were soft now, full of forgiveness. The toddler toddled through the aisles, chasing butterflies made of flame. Gumbo, freshly shaved, poured wine. and told terrible jokes that somehow made everyone laugh. Conception played the tambourine. The fallen ones, Sparky, even Mother Supreme, moved like flickers of light among them, present and not, real and unreal. No one spoke of pain. No one spoke of the fire. No one spoke of the world they'd left behind. A jazz band in the corner played something that might have been divine. The orchard tree grew through the center of the hall, its branches stretching to infinity, each apple reflecting the faces of every soul that had passed through its shade. At one point, Scott stood and raised his cup. "To the mess," he said simply. "To all of it." The hall erupted in cheers. They feasted. They laughed. They danced. The comet that had once been an omen now hung above them as a chandelier. The golden orchard, reborn, swayed in a wind that didn't exist. Then, in the hush that followed, Sister Supreme's voice came again, as gentle as dusk. "This was never about salvation," she said. "It was about becoming whole." One by one, they began to fade, not vanish, but dissolve into the orchard's golden light. Sparky was the last to go. She turned, waved, and grinned. "Don't you dare make this sad," she said. And then she was gone. What remained was the orchard, gleaming under a moon that never set, and the faint sound of laughter, carried forever through the branches. The story didn't end. It simply changed form. Like light through stained glass. Like faith after doubt. Like love after loss. And somewhere, deep within the roots, something whispered, "Begin again." Epilogue. The Afterlight. When the last sound of laughter had quieted into memory, and the golden orchard shimmered only in whispers, the world went still. The convent walls were gone. The mirrors were gone. Even the stories were gone. Or maybe they had become something else entirely. Somewhere, in a field that never belonged to any map, a breeze lifted the scent of cut grass and wild onion, and a soft voice said, "Do you remember?" It might have been Scott. It might have been Sparky. It might have been the echo of every voice that ever prayed into the hollow of a night that didn't answer back. And yet, there was music, low and glowing, a melody not made of notes, but of understanding, the kind that hums between souls who have seen too much and still choose to love anyway. Somewhere, a bell rang, not to summon, not to warn, just to remind. Remind that the orchard lives wherever courage does, that every broken vow, every absurd miracle, every fierce embrace was part of the same sacred joke, the one where the divine hides in dirty laundry and grace wears muddy shoes. And so, the Sisters of the Golden Orchard became legend, not saints, not martyrs, but keepers of the ridiculous truth. That holiness and chaos are twins, and laughter is the last prayer left standing. The orchard still grows in that strange, unseen place, roots deep, fruit endless, its branches heavy with every name ever spoken in kindness. If you listen carefully, through wind, through time, through all the noise, you'll hear it. A rustle, a chuckle, a hymn. You'll feel it tugging at the hem of your doubt, asking softly, "Will you tend what we planted?" And if you whisper yes, just once, then the light bends toward you, and the story begins again. Chaos smiled a cryptic, ancient smile far too old for a toddler. Now they'll have to choose.